You know, I'm loving this song more and more the more I listen to it. What's up, folks? How we all doing? Happy Monday! Hopefully you enjoyed all the action on the weekend. Interesting tournament in the end. Interesting outcome as well. If you did not catch it, Marine Lord is not the chimp anymore. He is already, after one event, been dethroned. So, long record there, mate. But no, really cool series. Really like Wham's draft as well in particular. I think that was really strong from him. Some questions definitely on the other side in terms of the draft order. But led to a very interesting outcome. Wham. You know, guys, if we just do, like, if we do the logical maths on this, you know, Anatan almost got 2 games out of Wham. He really should have had 2 games out of Wham. Then Anatan won the third place match against Louis. Is Anatan potentially number 2? Just saying, you know. We will never know now because Marine Lord dodged him, clearly. That's what happened there. Yes, welcome. We are going to be doing a bunch of tournament recap games today. There is a bunch of different games which did not get covered. We will be looking back at the games from the group stage. I think everything in the playoffs did get covered in the end. Courtesy of a combo effort between the main channel and my own. So, in terms of series that did not get covered, though, we've got Pudball versus Numidan, Lu versus GUA, CSO versus GUA, Kiljadi versus Avali, B versus Avali, and I think Numidan versus Corvinus also might not have been cast. Actually, I think that one might not have happened, but I'll have to double check on that. So yeah, we've got plenty to get through. These are all going to be BO3s, but we've potentially got, what, 15 games there between those 3 series, so you should definitely get your entertainment for the day. And then, if there's time afterwards, we can get into 1v1s on the ladder. I know a bunch of people are playing across the weekend, like BC, like Dimmu, and so on and so forth. On top of that, there is the possibility of community games if we have enough people around for them later. So, if you are one of those people that's going to come through and casually ask me when community games, park your ass in a seat and we might get to it. Reminder, I will not be streaming on tomorrow. And obviously Wednesday, I don't do Wednesdays anyway at the moment. That might change over time. For the time being, my typical schedule is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. But because we done both days on the weekend, I decided I'm going to take that extra day off to try and catch up on things behind the scenes. So I'll be streaming today, Thursday, Friday, and possibly Sunday. Saturday is unlikely. If I do Saturday, it'll be an impromptu stream because my partner has to work on a Saturday this week, so I will be looking after my daughter. So that is the plan. Hope bare minimum 3 streams, hopefully 4 streams. But then again, like last week was 6 streams? Not bad. Push-ups already? Muslo. You know, you guys, I realize you gambling fanatics, I gave you way too many points out. So I'm going to have to start increasing the redemptions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Need to come up with some new redeems that would be quite interesting as well, actually. What? Muslua? What do they usually call you? Muslu A or Muslu? It's Muslua, right? Lua, like the language? As in the programming language? They always say Muslulia. Where the hell do they get... they're an L and an I short of that. But okay. No, Muslua. Like, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's my program brain, but the moment I saw Lua there, I was like, yeah, Lua. The programming language. Yeah, totally. I don't know if that's where it's from, but like that's where my brain went. Made sense to me. Then again, I'm a weirdo when it comes to like a developmental perspective because most people call it SQL, and I, for ages, just kept calling it SQL. So it's my SQL. And people are like, why are you weird? Twitch made this name for you. Okay, there you go. That makes sense. You got a robot to make your name, and it put Lua in there. It's trying to turn you into a program language, my friend. Resist the AI. All right, so opening series of the day. We're going to be doing Louis MT versus Keeping Zadi. I think this actually was the first series in the group stage for both of them. Interesting matchup considering I don't think we've checked in on Giving Zai in a while. Oh my god. Oh, I love Caillou so much. Guys, do you want to see someone cool? Check this. Wait, that's not it. No, don't look at that. That's spoilers. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Oh, I definitely hope we've got enough people for community games later. So Caillou have been creating a bunch of mini maps for us, which was like, they were like between 4 and 6 player size for 8 players. This one is definitely a 4-player size map. Maybe closer to a 2-player size map. For 8 players, mountain clearing. Oh my god, man, dude. I actually love that I ask for things, and we got modders in the community that just run with it straight away. What an absolute legend. Should we quickly check that? I'm going to be like greedy. Has he done anything else as well? We'll get into the game in a sec. I just want to quickly check the mod store to see if he's actually done anything else. Nomad Ocean. Okay. I don't know. Like, made mainly from Nomad may not work. Okay. Maybe we'll try that one time. I don't really get the gist of it. Like, there's ocean, a lot of ocean, I guess. Like, when I read Nomad Ocean, I was like, oh, nice. Everyone starts on a transport ship and has to go somewhere. But no, there's nothing else new there. Ooh, I have to check out Foxplot stuff. If you guys haven't checked out Foxplot and you like 1v1 stuff, give this guy a check out. He does some really cool work. He's created co-op campaigns in the past, and he's in the midst of creating a new campaign focusing around the English. So, looks like he's got 2 missions in so far. He's got 3 to go. Definitely check this guy out. One of the best single-player mod creators AoE4 has right now, for sure. All right. Anyway, let me get the games up, because we're focusing on tournament games here. Maybe update title? I mean, this is the Energy Slapfest number 2 still. We're doing the recap. I'm doing recaps, Cal. That's why I got those. Oh, my condolences. I checked out the main broadcast. As a guy who's a fetishist for production, I know you would have had an eye flickering at Matisse's green screen, half pixelating his microphone the entire broadcast. I took a glance in and I was like, oh no. This is why, like, so I always say, if you're not going to do green screens properly, just don't do them. Because otherwise it looks worse than if you don't have one. But yeah. Looks like the broadcast went quite well for the most. You didn't get 7 games though. It's a shame, Cal. You got to sleep at a reasonable time. So let me get Louis' data up. Actually, I don't think it'll be showing in Louis. It should show in Giving Eyes though. Depends on your room. I mean, honestly, even if you've got trashy area in the background, just blur the background. Background blur is more reliable than like these green screens that pixelate. There's a difference between having a crap hole room and just having this pixely effect. Like here. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Let's do this. What's more annoying? Me just having the green screen off of that. That's more annoying, right? Right? That would jar you over time. That's why I always say to people, if the green screen's not going to be done properly, you'll like that. That's much more annoying. That's so much more annoying. So yeah, trust me, it's always better to just have a green screen off if you can't get the green screen right. Alright, there we go. Luckily, I have multiple chroma keys. Otherwise, I would have just screwed all my settings and got lost. Yeah. My recommendation to people is like green screens are overrated if you aren't going to put the effort in. Another big thing that like a lot of people struggle with is that if you use C920 cameras, green screens tend to look worse. The problem is that C920s aren't good at filtering greens. They do other colors reasonably well. And honestly, I always say C920s, so like if you're on a budget, they're a great choice. But like, for example, I've got the Elgato face cam, and they're, in terms of webcams, at least the ones I've tried, probably the best ones at filtering greens for green screens. Green screens revolution. Yeah, dude, I feel like with the whole COVID thing and the remote production, everyone went through a green screen fetishist mode, and it's like afterwards they realized, whoa, this like half the time it's just like we're not even using it. The amount of times where like green screens used uncreatively, where someone will literally just have a banner background. Right? It literally, like, the tournament already says everything. Like, imagine if EGC just had backgrounds that just said EGC, 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 EGC. That's what I've seen tournaments do before, and I'm like, okay. We're just pasting. Like, I guess it's consistency, right, across different people's views, but, like, it actually doesn't hide the fact that you're doing a remote broadcast, which is part of what the green screen logic was. If anything, it amplifies the obviousness that you're doing a green screen environment, right? I think what happened as well is, off the back of all these productions in studio, people got this wrong idea about green screens always being good because some tournaments use them very well. to create the entire atmosphere around the studio production. But that's in a controlled atmosphere, right? That was basically whole camera used up, everyone's on camera. It may be green screen background, but these people are really in the same room, right? So it creates this illusion. But when you green screen in a remote broadcast where people are in little boxes like this, right? Like, I'm not trying to be disillusional here. It's pretty obvious that I'm not in a forest. I'm sorry to ruin the illusion for anyone. Like, guys, I don't know if you realize this, but I don't, in fact, live in a kingdom full of unicorns and dragons. I'm sorry to break it to you, but yeah, it's like the problem is when green screens are just implemented in a cut and paste fashion, they tend to just look worse. But you can use it to add flavor to an environment. Like, I do this because it adds flavor to the environment. I think these backgrounds. There you go. Look, there's the scuffed green screen effect right there. So like, I have that happening because when I'm not doing a production level broadcast, I don't turn on one of my backlights to save some energy. But I could pretty much hide it even with that light off by doing that. So yeah. But notice, like, that only ever happens when I are really extreme. For the most, it will never show. Pigeons not in the trees? No, dude, the pigeon's like living in your attic. Oh. Can be asked to have another thing filling your small office? I mean, like, yeah, they pack up. Look, do you want me to ruin the illusion more for you guys? They don't actually take up that much room. The problem is, in my opinion, for most people, because they use a wide arcing camera, you actually need a wide arcing green screen. So, like, they take up a lot of ground room. What is the best bird? The best bird is, of course, the kookaburra. Wait a second. When's the match starting? In a sec, Eric. Chill your tits. Letting people funnel in. I don't know why, but we're accommodating the people that are late to the show. Yeah, I usually like to start the stream off by talking to people a little bit. Because, you know, the beautiful thing about streams versus just watching a VOD later is you can interact with the person. Which can lead to some confusing things around the whole idea of parasocial relationships. But I think most people understand that while I'm here to entertain you, I'm not here to be your best friend in RL. Sorry. So, game one is actually going to be in Dry Arabia here. Looking at these drafts, Giving Anxiety is kind of intriguing. The Abbasid pick in particular, I can't help but feel Louis literally just got everything that is best here, though. These three civs are arguably, in my opinion, the best civs to pick right now in competitive. They have so much versatility and so much potency on practically any map. So many heartbreaking truths in one stream. I mean, the parasocial relationship is a real thing. It is kind of wild how deep it goes, for sure. Like, I love my community. I love the community we built here. But at the same time, you know, I'm not really going to compare to your mum and dad. Unless I am your daddy. When you're rewatching the same dude over and over, you get to know their quirks. Do you? Do you know all my quirks? Still don't know anything about you, vice versa. Yeah, it's like, I think the cool thing that I love about streaming, and that's why I always try to find ways to interact. That's why, like, with the way we cast at the moment, like, we've started to pivot towards the fact I'll respond to questions in the middle of a cast. It's because otherwise, it's just like, it's just a tournament cast. It's not a community, right? My goal is to build a community here. And that's the beautiful thing that you get with live streaming. You can't quite ascertain or obtain, rather, with pre-recorded content. So, like, my advice to people is if you're going to stream, find a way to lean into it, right? About your love of milky alcohol. Yeah, like, you learn about me, right? You ask questions, I respond. You know, as long as we're not going to get, like, too weird about the questions. You know, you don't need to know sizes of certain parts of me. My belt size has increased. Actually, I think it's still decreasing. I think we're good. But, like, you know, I'm usually quite transparent about a lot of things, right? And that's kind of one of the beautiful things. If you don't maintain your boundaries, sure. So it's like, I mean, a lot of love to Brocktree, and the dude has been amazing, right? In the last, like, 2 weeks, he's donoed like 220 pounds or something. Crazy, absolutely mad lad. But if you, like, for anyone who's here when he was, like, offering to buy pizza, I was a little bit weirded out about giving out my address, which I think is a totally appropriate thing to be weirded out about. He seems like a solid lad, but it's like, in general, the idea of just giving those details to randoms on the internet, it's like, you have to keep certain boundaries. Like I said to him at the time, it wasn't like I had mistrust of him. It's just if I start doing it with one person, I'm going to get more lax about doing it with anyone. And then you find yourself in a slippery slope where everyone and their mum knows where you live. And while I'm absolutely fine with Grimm's mum knowing where I live, I think for the most, it's probably a bad idea. I'm sorry, Grimm. I don't know why I picked you out of the crowd there, really. I mean, take it as a compliment. Your mum is a lovely lady. Grimm's going to be trying to swap me after that one. Yeah, this is the thing you learn about me very quickly, Vic Stellis. Everything can be going nice. We can go on a nice little stroll through the forest, and everyone's having a good time. And then just out of nowhere, all of a sudden, your mum just takes a dive right between right into the conversation. All right, should we get underway? Poor Grim. It's tournament recap time, and it's time to decide which continent is better. China or NA? That's right, China's now a continent. I've changed the dynamics of geography here. They are spanning wide, all the way from the east to the Eastern Roman Empire. To open this series, Louis MT of Team Elephant is going to be taking the Byzantines. On the other side, Give Zati with Jeanne d'Arc. Now, this, to me, kind of feels a little bit like a, I don't want to say an outright comfort pick, but I do know that GUA is a very big fan of picking this Civ. I see him playing a lot on the ladder. He seems really content with the idea of just kind of mirroring the French on a more aggressive tempo. And I got to say, actually, of all the newest Civs, this might be the one that fits GUA the best. For those that are not familiar with Give Anxiety, he made a reputation for him, especially when the first year of competitive came around for Age of Empires 4, as one of the most aggressive players we had in the game. There's a meme that still goes around, which is GUA and his Rams, or GUA in one of every unit in the game in Feudal Age. Like, this guy was all about pedal to the metal, non-stop aggression. And I'm curious to see what he can do against a player like Louis MT that is capable of matching that aggression, but also is just as capable of hunkering down and bypassing that point in the game. This is an interesting matchup in particular, because I actually think that the Byzantines don't have many matchups where they look weak right now. This is one of the ones where I feel as if Jeanne can just struggle to do anything. And the reason is actually just how powerful the Silk Road contract is now proving to be. If you think about it, a Byzantine player, all they need to do is build Limitane and Javelins, and they pretty much counter everything that Jeanne's going to offer. Because Jeanne's are always going to look towards Knights and Archers. Now, you might be wondering, KP, what about the Spears? One, if you even go the Spears, you're still going to lose the Limitane. Two, the other problem with these Spears that I find is, ever since they nerfed Jeanne, spear comps have fallen off hard for Jeanne. For those that aren't aware of the nerf, it's a very subtle one. It seemed like it wasn't a big deal, but trust me, it absolutely is. Now, Jeanne, her faction doesn't get the blacksmith melee techs for free. That's something that the French have gotten for a long time. They took it away from Jeanne. So it means when you go spear comp, you don't immediately have the melee tech upgrade. So you then have to spend an extra 175 resources and wait an extra 45 seconds or so to get that extra layer to the comp. And while it's not as big of a deal for French Knights losing out on that free melee tech because their base damage is so high, on a unit like a Spearman that hits for 8 or 9 damage by default, losing out on a +1 is a significant percentage of your overall damage. Another way to think about it that I quite like is, if you build Spears or you build Knights, the impact on losing out on a +1 melee tech on Knights is a third of the impact of losing out on Spears, if you think about it, right? Because you can get free Spears for the price of a Knight. So that's +3 versus +1. So yeah, the problem with that is I think it's just made it harder for Jeanne to now play a 1-1-1 build. The approach in this game that I'd really like to see, especially with the spawn they got, is a 2TC approach. You could easily even play on the board on the north side, it's really close to your base, and then shove in the deer, because you should have initial map control with these opening Knights. The question mark is then, what is the reaction of Louis going to be? Because if Louis sees you're going 2TC, he can either A, mirror it, which I think works quite well for the Byzantines, or B, even simpler, go towards Castle Age, where your real win condition lies in this matchup. So yeah, kind of an awkward situation, actually. I feel like there's not many civs, I mentioned earlier, that the Byzantines will feel weak against right now. I personally think they might need to nerf Olive Groves. I think Olive Groves probably should be a full price farm. To me, it kind of makes no sense that better farms cost less. Right? Like with the English, sure, their farms are a little bit better, but that's the one perk they have economically, right? On top of that, those farms aren't fantastic at first. They scale to be fantastic. But this is an entirely extra resource that gets you some incredibly powerful units in the other game, right? So, you know, the fact that we're seeing so many 1 to 3 Olive Grove openings right now should say a lot about the state of the Civ and just how good the Groves are, even at 60 wood each. In the past, Biz were fun, but now they're fun and very viable. I feel like the correct term might be fun and very OP. I'm trying to think if I rate many Civs above Byzantines in terms of power rankings. Probably Rus. I think Rus might be the only one now. Some people might put China slightly above Byzantines, but I debate that heavily. Even more so when you consider when those two Civs go up against each other, Byzantines beat Chinese. Byzantines will beat Chinese like 9 times out of 10. No cap. Like, the reason is that if you try to boom, the Byzantine player can rush castle and spam Varangian, and you don't have good answers. And then if they go Western Contract, they have the initial pressure in Feudal, right? So your game is uncomfortable. Iabids are nuts. Iabids might be a fair shout. I think Iabids or Byzantines are second to me. I think after Rus, the next 3, which is Iabids, Byzantines, and Chinese, are really close. I would say Chinese possibly lower than the other 2 because I think Byzantines and Iabids have more generic viability across all maps in competitive. Obviously, if you're going hybrid, then we won't talk about Byzantines. They're actually underpowered. If you were talking actually, that might be fair. Byzantines might come after Iabids for that reason, in that if you're talking about map versatility, you have no reason to pick Byzantines on water maps. I don't care what you've watched in a B-Ray player up against Avali. That Holy Island game does not count. Most people will not lose to Byzantines on water hybrid maps. What Gavin on the way? What Gavin? Berry Gavin on the way. We have got Shonen range form, which is surprising to me, actually. This has to be the Javelin contract, right? There's no doubt in my mind it was already going to be Silk Road. This just confirms it. So I'm wondering what G-Way's thought process is behind this. He's at least pulled the ball. This is a jackpot spawn, but it's still only 1 TC, and there seems to be no intent to go for a second. I'm not the biggest fan of this. G-Way, by going to the range form like this, you accept this game's going into Castle Age, but now you can do no damage in Feudal. If you release the Woman at Arms, you could contest the Limitane. It's difficult because Limitane have more health than standard spears, so cleave is less effective. But the interesting thing is cleave is 25 damage, right? So actually the amount of cleaves it would take to clear Limitane isn't different overall. It's just obviously the impact it has getting them low enough for another unit to kill is lower. But another thing that feels weird about this is you've built Hunter Form Zone against Shield Wall Limitane. So you're not even getting your full bonus damage. No, I'm not having this discussion, EasyJ. Olive fish, I don't want to hear about olive fish. No. If you want a shoreline fish, maybe I could pack it, but like the problem with a water hybrid map is when you have to fight on water, the Byzantine Dromans are the worst ship in the game. I don't want to drone on about them. Hey, I made that joke way too much, but they are bad. Great pinch there. Dude, what a surround. Louis baits with the 1 spear and then backstabs. And now you're going to lose Joan. Ooh, this is going to be close, actually. If Louis micros it correctly, he should get the kill, but it looks like he was a bit off the mark there. So GUA just about gets out of range. Good lord. That was uncomfortably close. And now you guys are starting to have the question that I posed already. Why pick Hunter form? I personally can't really come up with a good reason for it. Usually you go Hunter form if you're going late game and you're up against a Civ that plays a lot of Siege. So that would be namely things like the Rus would come to mind for that, right? Rus is a given. HRE can work really well. It makes no sense against the Byzantines. Sure, the Civ can build Siege. They can get Foreign Engineering Company. But the weakness that you have up against the Javelin contract makes it not worth the wait, right? Like, what you've just done in this game is you've taken a situation where Louis shouldn't be able to just rush out of his base and contest you. Now you have no upside. Now you are in a game where Louis can just run at your base and you have 0 solutions. And now GUA is going for that nerfed element of the build for the Jean faction. He's going into the Spearman. He's already got the Blacksmiths down, but I'm just going to be blunt about it. It's starting to look like someone may not have read the patch notes. There's no reason to have this Blacksmiths right now. Like, he hasn't even started tech yet. So this is a wasted investment. And now we're getting the classic GUA one of everything. We did talk about this. Javelins to snipe on the villagers. Yeah, To say GOA is on the back foot, Grim, may be an understatement. GOA is at risk of having no feet. At this point, Louis is going to pull the feet off and club him to death with them. This is pretty grim. He's also now trying to scale into archers, and the one wood line he has access to easily is about to be contested, and he hasn't got enough to do anything about it. So right now, GOA's only answer to these Limitane is massing spears. That's difficult to do with one racks and still no blacksmith decks. It's like GOA is going to try to go on the offensive. The problem I have with this is Louis could realistically just pump a few more Limitane and hold. It is the right call because of what Louis is doing here. What GOA saw is that there were no extra troops coming. If this was an all-in from Byzantines, you see a trickle of troops. So he's trying to punish. Unfortunately, that one outpost is a sore spot. There's no undermesh, which means you can't dive it, you can't idle it out, and it's too late anyway. Louis MT now on his way up with the Golden Horn Tower. Yeah, so Failgain's highlighting the gathering rates, the shoreline fish, the olive oil. Yeah, here's another problem with the idea of like olive oil gathering with shoreline fish. Is if it's not next to your base, do you know how hard it is to get a good system? You can play a level 1 system, it's not too bad. Then as soon as you want to scale it, it feels kind of rough. What does GOA even do here? He goes game 2. It seems like I'm being unfair. Guys, he's in a situation where he's diversified his comp into Archer Spears. You can play versus Feudal, from Feudal versus Castle rather, with Mass Knights, but this is not Mass Knights. I mean, if this is what passes for a Mass, then I'm a very big boy. 5 Knights is not that scary. And Louis MT is playing a Civ that can also get these Limitane upgraded very quickly. After that, it's going to be Varangian spam. Have I ever thought about coaching? You're not the first person to ask me that. I don't know if people would really want to pay to get coached by me. I've had pro players ask if I consider coaching before. And I bluntly said to them, I don't think there's enough money in AoE 4 for that to make sense. At least from like pro coaching, right? So like, you know how like Dota 2 has coaches for teams and whatnot. Because the problem is the money is so low that like, even if my guy got first place, I wouldn't be able to make a living off of him winning, right? He'd have to win everything just for me to be able to make ends meet. So it's a little bit weird. Maybe, I don't know, maybe people would be interested in general coaching. The problem is like, so I've discussed this before. I deal really well on the idea of macro strategy. I can't tell you the amount of villagers you'd have to put on gold and food at X minutes in the game to get optimal X and Y. You could probably quite easily map it out, to be honest. But what I can tell you is like arcing strategies, matchups on maps, those sort of things. Yeah, I know so much about the AoE4 meta because I'm a DGen. So Costage is in, and this is where Varangian are going to make themselves look really OP. It's Joan, it's French Knights, and yet he's going to build Varangian because it will just win. Now, the reason it's going to win is because GOA hasn't massed enough Knights to contest. The problem now is GOA is going for a tech up, and to me, this is now the weakest point in his game because he's gone for Archer form. There's no reason to have her. She's only level 2. On top of that, you haven't got a mass of Knights to use with Royal Institute to win the game. You're going to have to go Guildhall, and you're 1 TC. There's not many plus points in this game right now for GOA. He's going to have to completely outskill Louis in these engagements, and a big part of that is going to be raiding, because if he takes a direct fight, I think he just flat out loses the game. Jav count is about to go up to 16. This Archer count shouldn't be scaling anymore, and I don't like that GOA is even doing this to himself. But from his perspective, this is his only option. It's not true. There are actually Arbitraire. A little fun factor about Arbitraire, guys. Arbitraire actually aren't hard countered by Javelins anymore. Arbitraire have a base damage of 12, and then they have Pavis to give +5 armor. So while you're not going to be killing all these jabs one-on-one, you don't immediately just flop dead to them. So you can last long enough to kill Varangian and then open the way for the Knights. It's a little bit dicey when you're talking about Limitane. I think that this matchup, like the idea of Arbitraire later in the game against a Malian player makes kind of sense to me, but it's difficult at this point in the game because of how quickly the Byzantines surge. Make no mistake about it, this build you're seeing with the Silk Road wouldn't have been this viable before they buffed the early Merc transition. But now with it being where it's at, it's very difficult for you to even think about getting enough Arbitraire together in the first 20 minutes. That being said, that's what Gio is going to try. His one hope might be the fact that Louis is indeed going for a second TC. The problem is, this is info that GUA is unaware of. Now, what's the good news about that? Give you anxiety was going to go all in anyway. You can tell by the way he's building, the way he's spreading, and the fact there's no stone gathering. But the bad news is he now has to wait until he's got about 12 to 15 arbitraries before he can try to take a fight. That might be a little bit too long. Knights and Horsemen now trying to march around. There's at least some gathering on the front side. The problem is there's a Mangonel Tower coming in. These things are still absurd. They got nerfed, quite rightly so, but they still feel insanely powerful when you 4-stage fights. 2 relics also already home from Louis. GUA needed those relics. Otherwise, he's just going to start falling behind. Mango Tower's going to start walloping. Nice garrison there. That was actually beautifully done. Some of those knights were charging onto the outpost targets, so they didn't continue their charge through. He's going to dive towards the gold now. Might be able to pinch 1 or 2 villagers, but realistically, this is not worth the cost. Yeah, way too much cavalry going down there. Half of them dead already. Meanwhile, elsewhere, looks like one Varangian has actually spotted out the berry gatherings. That's going to idle GUA up at home. There's going to be a move out into the deer, but you know, this is the problem. This is the resource you need right now. Frontside resources are risky. If Louis realizes just how far ahead he is and starts diving towards your base, it's going to be GG. And now, with your knight count being trimmed down like this, your horseman count being reduced, GUA doesn't really have a good line of raiders to go in. Realistically, Louis from this position has 2 choices. He sends it, or he just booms. Both are viable. I actually am a really big fan of just sending it right now. GUA doesn't have a strong bone in his body at this point. He went Guildhall. He's got no Royal Institute play with Mass Arbitraire. We're talking about a game where Jean's going to need another 20 minutes to really get online. And the sad part is that the Byzantines could be in Imperial Age in less than 10. This is a game where we're going to have 4 relics. Honestly, at this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if it's 5. And on top of that, it's 2 TC. I am completely flummoxed at the fact that GUA did not go for relics at all. He had some map control, some semblance of it. I think he got too paranoid about the Jav count. And ultimately, he's put himself 2 steps behind because of that choice. Love that he's guarding the flanks. Louis is just waiting to see GUA play Pocket Eco because it's the only way that a French player can sustain this now. For the Byzantines, like I mentioned, the olive groves are just too damn good. I mean, he's only got 2, but realistically, if he had to flood these olive groves, it's a lot easier for him to do than it is for the French to do farms. Torches out, outpost down. And this little raid attempt is not going to work. Sending a horseman is simply not going to cut it. Long wall is also going up, so all of a sudden, GUA's ability to play flank at all is about to disappear here. Arbitrary mass is up to 16, but it's 28 javelins. Like, realistically, Louis should not lose this fight. Especially if he leads with the Limitane, because it means the Arbitrary are just going to have their damage heavily reduced. Once again, a reminder that this is not Royal Institute, which means no crossbow stirrups. It means these javelins attack at the same speed as you. And I know I said Pavis makes you kind of compete, but you have to use it. How many times have we watched players forget about Pavis? Why do they forget about Pavis? It's stutter stepping. It's the arch enemy of them. Same for Palings, right? The reason we do not see these things, Palings is more because it's buggy. But the bigger issue is to be optimal with your range units, you want to start step. The reason is if you start a step, there's actual frame skipping you can do to shoot more often. This is very true of archers, but it's also kind of true around crossbows and javelins. That's why you never really see Pavis utilized that well. Mango's going to come out, but that was one hell of a warning shot. So Mango's are arrived. That's good from GUA. He's bought himself a little bit of green room. The one-low warnings from Louis is a classic. But the problem now is all of a sudden, you've invested heavily into another comp element that makes you slow, right? So what does Louis do? He backs up. Because you revealed the Mango in your own base, all Louis now needs to do is drop a Siege Workshop at home, build 2 Springles quickly with a Conscriptio, and then you're counted, right? And here's the thing. Louis is wrapped around GUA's base. He knows there's no second TC. So Louis understands that if this turns into a siege war, he'll never lose. And you are correct, Grim. GUA is still working with Feudal Horsemen. And Feudal Archers. And Feudal oh, God. No. You know, one of those you might just be like, oh, it happens. This much of his comp still being feudal has me worried. The fact that he upgraded the knights but not anything else tells you that this seems to have just been a whoopsie. A misread completely. Well, now we're in a position where not only is it a case of the Mangados are countered, it's not the case of, you've got a very difficult Varangian line to get through. These camels that have magically appeared, that Louis is actually forcibly producing, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. What a sick read. If the Horsemen are going to have a hard time because they're feudal, they're going to have an impossible time now. This is really cool, actually. Against Arbitrary, it's a really smart move because they have very high base health with no heavy factor, so Arbitrary don't get bonus damage. Spearman count isn't too bad, but I mean, the reality of the Spearman, what's going to happen in these fights is the Spears are going to clash, and because the Varangian's going to attack them, they're going to attack back. They won't be able to brace against the Camels. So then the Camels just run around the back, or they mirror the Horsemen. This is a really cool comp. It's really cool to see people finding ways of leveraging the Camels. This is another reason why I think this matchup in particular is very hard for French and Joan, because your comps are too predictable. You go Archers early on, Jabs counter. Now you're in Castle Age, you've probably got Knights. Okay, I'm going to go Camels. And that's very affordable for the Byzantines when they get free relics like this. Remember, if you drop them in the Grand Winery, you produce olive oil. I actually wonder if they should remove that. Because we've been talking about, it's pretty obvious Byzantines are going to get nerfed soon. That might be a fair nerf, because I think that's where the game really escalates, an insane amount. Because how much do you get per farm? What would we estimate this at? I'm trying. Has someone done the maths on this? I have to double check. It's weird when you got Grand Winery, because that skews the numbers. But the Grand Winery, let's say you're gathering... You're going up to 15. You're getting 15, let's say 1 a second. Maybe a little bit quicker than that. So you're getting about 5 olive oil every 15 seconds, right? So each farm around there is 20 olive oil? So having this much coming from the relics inside there is the equivalent of having 12 extra farms gathering olive oil. That's pretty bonkers. Is that... Close to 15 under Winery of System 5 plus food. Thank you, Dagon. Yeah, the Grand Winery is too damn good. I've been highlighting that I think Hippodrome sounds OP but doesn't act OP. The other problem is Grand Winery is way too good. It's borderline broken. I think this is one of the best feudal age landmarks in the game. Keeps now going up. So the problem that GUA has here is he's chosen to try and delay the game because he can't win it right now. He doesn't feel like he can win it. That's bad news because you're up against one of the best late game AoE 4 players that we have. Louis thrives on this late game. He can even rival the likes of BC in late. So going to this late game, in some ways you feel good about it because Joan functions a lot better than French in post-Imperial, but you're still ages away from that Imperial tick. If you kick up, look at, he's already used the Guildhall recently, right? I'm pretty sure he did. So this idea of kicking into Imperial is difficult to achieve. I think GA is going to have to look for a fight sooner rather than later, and I can't believe this, man. You have 27 horsemen. Please upgrade them. The funny part is that camel probably could have killed 2 of them if he just fought back. And yes, olive oil can come from loads of different places. We don't really see trade that much these days, but trade in the early points was an interesting explored element to get plenty of olive oil. Camel Clash with the Cav, and both of them now mirroring tech up timings. Foreign Engineering on one side, Red Pulse on the other is going to be a central Sacred Site claim. I'm not a big fan of this one. It needed to be a bit further forward to secure the gold. Usually this Red Pulse is dropped on your farmland area or in a gold vein. This is only being dropped on a Sacred Site, and this is not a map where you can just claim that. It's not like we're in King of the Hill, where you plop on the Sacred Site and win the game. This is a free Sacred Site map. Yeah, the sad part is if GUA actually remembered to upgrade his army, we might have somewhat of a competitive fight coming. But he hasn't. And I can't be delusional about this. the power of his army is half of what it seems like it is on number count. Meanwhile, other side of this, you know Louis MT is going to be able to afford everything he wants. Tech up complete. He's already got 1,000 gold in the bank. He's got more mangonel emplacements on the way just to make this more frustrating. And he's got this flank force ready to go. Veterancy into elite status on the way. With Dialecticus, these camel riders are going to be unkillable in a matter of seconds. And remember, guys, he went foreign engineering company, so you're already seeing this armor kicking in for the infantry. Insanely powerful tool. Yeah, pretty smart from Louis, actually. In this matchup, another reason why you want to go foreign engineering company is indeed the Red Pulse. Because the Red Pulse wants to be dropped in the mid-map, the Hui Power will be easily usable. So that's actually a smart read. We don't actually see that very often from Byzantine players. Pretty cool. So comp for Louis should end up just being Mass Varangian with Javs to support, maybe some Camels. It shouldn't really change much. For G-Wei, he needs a lot more arbitrary ASAP. He needs to get into his gambesons, he needs to get into crossbow stirrups. It's the one way he has a chance of holding this, and also, he may benefit from upgrading those horsemen. The interesting thing about at least upgrading the horsemen is actually you still counter Javs, because even though the camel riders impact you with camel unease, your bonus damage isn't impacted by percentage reductions. So you still hit pretty hard into Javs. And another nice thing is, like, when you reach Imperial Age, horsemen can have their health increased, Javs can't. Right? The only thing Javs can, like, Javs get nothing. Actually, they get their precision training for +3 and that's it. Now, if these were veteran horsemen and on the way towards Imperial horsemen, they might win this fight. Oh, no. Backside raid. Wait. With 26 minutes in the game, but G-Wei's finally playing for that relic. He's going to go for the wall. I don't think so. Yeah, this... Bold, but no brass behind it, my friend. And that is half of his arbitrary just dead. You're seeing how little damage they do, by the way. If you hit the camels, they have 320 health and an absurd amount of armor. If you hit the Limitane, they have even more armor as well as the damage reduct. This is like the most cringiest, horrible nightmare for an arbitrary spammer. Hui Pals. Doing the good work. You know, kind of interesting thing actually is Hui Pals are so tanky that it would take Joan 3 hits to kill them. That's really annoying because a Springald you can snipe down pretty quickly, right? But this is a no-no. Javs are in the farms now. I'm wondering what G-Wei sees his recovery arc as. You know, I've seen Arbitrary Joan do some incredible things in Imperial, but you're a mile behind. I think the reason why G-Wei hasn't GG'd yet, I don't think he still knows about the TC. It's really tricky against the Byzantines because when they gather stone, it doesn't tell you anything, right? That's resistance. Or they could just never actually gather stone and still have enough for a TC. So what has happened here is I think Gio's like, oh, no, I can still win because he's 1 TC versus 1 TC, and I'm taking okay-ish fights. He's going to realize very soon when the next wave comes in after this fight that this must have been more than 1 TC. Villagers not even reacting here. G-Wei, at this point, it's undeniable. He's lost the center of the map. Red Pass has gone down. Nestabes are now arrive, and the flood commences, and it means that we are going to be looking at a win in game 1 for Louis MT. Very clean execution here, actually. I feel like Joan, you know, a lot of people harp on about how strong Feudal is. I actually think the idea of going into Imperial Age can sometimes be scary, but Louis, completely unfazed, makes it look so simple to annihilate a Civ that many a player is still complaining about to this day on the ladder. So, no, Mike, any community games today? Quite possibly later. We'll see how things go. I always say to people, you know, if the numbers get high enough, we should realistically have enough people. So it could be after I go and eat. When I come back later, we might have enough people. But that's definitely contingent on people being here. Kind of love Hui Hui Pals. Yeah, dude, it's you know what it is? It's the name. More than anything else, it's the name Hui Hui Pal. That's what does it for me. I don't like, it could be the worst unit in the game. It could be a siege tower. But because it's called a Hui Hui Pal, you know what they should do? They should give the Mongols a siege tower called a Hui Hui Tao. And I build them. I build them simply for the name. All right, so 1 down. Game number 2 is actually going to be on Lipany. We've got an Abbasid HRE matchup. This is a difficult one for HRE. I actually think the only way you can potentially make this work is for Abbasid rather. I think the only way you can actually potentially make this work is trade. But ever since marching drills got added in by default and archers is the go-to, trade is countered pretty hard by archer mass. So don't mistake that as just being an easy peasy hold. But in my opinion, GOA's best opportunity here is to go for trade wing. I think trade wing is the one way you can escalate your economy quick enough to contest the HRE. Oh, so Hui Pao means Muslim Treb. That's interesting. Especially considering that, like, the Mongols... Was it a Muslim invention? Because obviously they weren't Muslims themselves, right? They were not Taoists. Shaman... is it shamanists? I think shamanist is the term. They were Muslims? I thought they were shamanists. I'm pretty sure the Mongols were shamanists. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. Mongolian Buddhism and Mongolian shamanism. Thank you very much. Yes, there was definitely some Buddhism around there. You're correct. They practice free religion? Yes, they practice free religion, but the core religious groups were not Muslim. They were shamanism and... I don't think it was even direct Buddhism, right? It was an offset branch of Buddhism. I can't remember the exact name of it. Because you also had, like, this idea of, like... there was, like, the black and yellow shamanism, I think. Yeah, try to be reasonable, no, Mike, because if you redeem too many of them, I'm going to increase the price again. And that means I get fat and you don't get your fun. So... Just sort of picked religions to follow? Yes. Yeah, Tengrism. Thank you, that's the one. Yeah, Tengri, I think, was one of the big ones, because that's, like, the core... the kind of core northern territories above China. Tengrism was the primary religion there, right? Which is where you had, obviously, the Mongols in the Decane days, as well as the Oirat horde. Yeah. Look at me. You guys, you look at my face, you're like, this guy looks really goofy. No way he knows anything. And then I just spit out some weird nerd facts that most people probably just, like, would be like, huh? Predictions? I'm not doing predictions. Because remember, these are games that have already been played. We only do predictions on live games. Tengrism, they had a taboo against barfing. I mean, that's pretty smart, right? Imagine you're in a sword fight, and you're going for a swing, and the guy lifts his arms, and you're like, oh, God, that stick! And then you just get beheaded, right? What a grand strategy. No wonder Mongols were masters of war. Or, like, maybe it wasn't even that complicated. Maybe it was almost like you Sudoku'd yourself, because you're like, oh my God, that smell is so bad. I don't want to live another day, dude. Like, that's imprinted in my brain and in my nose. Take my head. And then the Mongol was like, we're the best warriors ever. Yeah, that's the opposite end, right? Is like when you smell that good, you're like, oh, wow, roses, and then dead. Guys, smell is... So what we've been learning in chat is that smell is the secret art of war, but you know what? That fits, because I am enjoying what Louis is cooking here. I can smell it a mile away. It's the HRE, and smells like success to me. We take... to game number 2 between Louis, MT, and Jivyu Inzadi. And this time, we are going to be watching HRE up against the Abbasids. Now, I was saying before we go into this that I think the way that you have to play this as Abbasids now is to go for the trade. I think trade is your one saving grace in this matchup. Sadly, he didn't get the best of trade post locations for long trade. And with the House of Wisdom being positioned as it is, like, it's still possible he's going to go for it, but this isn't going to be a high-value game. The reason you have to go trade here, by the way, is that the eco-escalation of the HRE is way too quick and feudal, and the pressure in feudal is too strong. If they add in men-at-arms and archers, your only logical response as the Abbasids is archers and camel archers. Or, you can do horsemen and camel archers, actually. But either way, the camel archer component in there is incredibly expensive for this civ. Now, I haven't seen the 2TC camel archer builds, where you now, with the new fresh food stuff, just go 2TC melee wing. and push camel archers. I want to say it's feasible, but I think in this particular matchup of how good the HRE's economy is, it's a little bit slow. So curious to see what GUA's opening choice is going to be. We already got an interesting opening choice, though. He has gone for the double scout. That's a pretty cool read. Remember, for the HRE, the power spike really comes out of the Ark and Chapel at the beginning of Feudal Age. To make that a present danger throughout Feudal and potentially into Castle Age, it's critical that you get enough sheep. In fact, I would say there are not many other civs that require sheep haul as much as HRE. You know, I put some ones like Zhone up there, being high priority, but for the HRE, it's make or break, right? Like, we've seen games where HRE players have got 5 sheep and they've GG'd, because even though the Civ can gather wood very fast and go into farms, it basically just completely flatlines your game from 5 to 15 minutes. HRE and Ottoman without sheep stings. Ottomans less, actually, because Ottomans always have the Anatolian Hills, which has become meta right now. It is a little bit slower to get that point unlocked now compared to what it used to be. But I would say Ottomans care less about the sheep issue than HRE, because also on top of that, when an Ottoman player goes into Feudal Age, they're always going Madrasa. So they have a permanent food source. That's an issue for the HRE, though, because they don't have that permanent food source. And what makes it worse is, you know, the alternative is moving towards deer and boar. Deer and boar are not going to be underneath your Archon, and that's going to be quite the aching pain for you, right? Because it means you're giving up the 40% gathering buff. Louis going 2TC. That's intriguing. I wasn't expecting this. So it's going to be second TC on the deer, right? Give you anxiety. He saw that, right? He definitely glimpsed them walking over, so he should know what this is. This is great. This is actually perfect for Give You Anxiety. Military Wing is basically a blocker to 2TC play. The problem is that when you're building the TC up, the archers should be there with the spearmen attacking you. Now, it's a little bit different with the HRE because of the prelate buff. Like, they gather insanely fast. So Louis is doing this the correct way. He's gathering the stone first with 7 villages. That's optimizing his prelate to buff everyone here. As soon as he's got the stone, he walks in the Archon, gathers the wood with everyone else. I actually think that Louis may have found the solution to the military wing timing. Because with this type of timing, theoretically, he should be able to build up a TC with 10 villages here before the military units arrive. And Give You Anxiety is having none of it. Oh, what a sick read. This is actually 100% the correct call by GUA. The problem is I think he built this a bit too close in that, look what's showing. Louis sees him. So funnily enough, Louis could burn this down. If you're wondering why isn't Louis attacking this right now, if he burns down the outpost, which he could do, then the military wing units will get here in time, right? So it's a little bit sketchy. He's gonna go for it though. He needs the villager kills. Like, if you waste time killing the outpost only, like, they can just do the scam, right? Yeah, Shiv's in. Nicely done. He forces him back underneath them all. And that might be enough. GUA now only with 1 villager. Getting an outpost up is going to take too long. Great read as well, just to send the 1 village to contest. The rest are now going over to the wood. He needs to be quick about this. Military wing is 10 seconds away. This is starting to look like Louis is going to have to go for a TC drop on the gold. Or the berries, because now the deer being 40 a base like this, Millie Wing just came in. You haven't even completed the Archon yet. Yeah, this was not the optimal route Louis was looking for. His goal was going to be to pull more villages onto the Archon after the stone was gathered, but now he has to forfeit map control. So actually, like, I was a little bit hesitant to say GUA that this was going to pay off because of the scrappiness, but he bought enough time, right? So now, Archer Spearman on the way. The reaction out of Give You Anxiety should be to go and get his own second TC. I don't like the idea of all-in-one TCing here. Then again, this is GUA. If there's something he loves to do, it's all-inning in Feudal Age. And yeah, remember, GUA doesn't ever have to bring the sheep back. You're playing a bastards. You do berries first. That's another interesting thing about the 2 scout play, actually, from Give You Anxiety, is that for him, he could actually just take all the sheep and only come back to base when all the sheep have been removed from the map. Credit to him, though. I mean, the worrying part to me is, like, I'm not sure I like 2 scout play, rather, on Lipany like this. Because there are always berry backup options, even though they kind of suck for HRE. But on top of that, you know, Louis still got 10 sheep. That's really bad for Give You Anxiety. These villagers are now going to rush up the TC. So it's 15. Love this product detail. It's close enough to the Archon, you can't kill him. If you try to dive to kill, he can easily just garrison inside. Look. Oh my god, dude. The min-maxing on that. That was disgusting from Louis. No eco kills, right? What, he killed 1 worker? No, sorry, that's the other way. He didn't even get a single worker kill because he priorityed the Prelate. He had to, right? Because the heal would have allowed him to sustain throughout. That was a sick read by Louis, and all of a sudden you have a situation now where he's got TC on the wood. This means he's going to have to spam farms, but like if you had to find a TC placement as the HRE that didn't feel too bad of a backup, securing your wood line would be the one. Right, this is a Civ that we've seen time and time again, just spam farms, quite content with the state of the game, and then eventually go Castle Age. That's the type of game I think we're looking at here. You could also go free archer ranges quite quickly with 2TC. I just think it's a little bit overkill. To me, now with what GUA has done with this outpost rush attempt as well, like the way I view this game for Louis is fast castle is a free win. Remember what we said about the solution to long feudal? Camel archers. He's building them. This is not a solution if Louis rushes castle, though. And considering the amount of farms coming, I think we might be looking at castle rush. The reason why it doesn't work if he rushes castle is the knights are so insanely tanky, right? And they'll be everywhere. The problem you're going to have is scaling camel archers versus scaling knights when you've gone 1 TC. GUA is now going for the second TC, though, so I'm glad of this. But the problem is if he can't force Louis off of this timing to just greedily rush castle now, it's just kind of a game loser for Abbasids. The reason is that Abbasids do not respond well to tempo. They don't, at least when it involves tech, they don't respond well to tech races because they can't expedite this, right? They have to gather the resources, and then that resource investment is held for almost 2 minutes. The good news is you don't have to use villages. The bad news is if there's something to rush for, like relics, you very much struggle to remove them from the map yourself. So your only option instead is to double down on what you were doing in feudal to block relic play for the HRE. And this is someone Louis knows all too well. Camel Archer is going to arrive, but we've already got the outpost up here, so this is really not a threat for him. And the annoying part is because that TC placement and the outpost placement, you can see that Louis has all the room in the world to build farms here. On top of that, he's got room here for the Regnants. He's got room for triple stables in this type of area, Raxes as well. Like, he's congested his base the right way. If this TC was any closer, it would, 1, handcuff his Archon, but 2, handcuff the room to scale anything. But he got this nice defense point. Yeah, it sucks he doesn't get berries, right? That was his real goal, was to at least secure berries. But it's kind of crazy to think the HRE may be the only Civ that can so comfortably sit here like this, unfazed. Most Civs would be like, oh crap, I got to do farms. It's GG, right? But the HRE don't even have to react with units to this. And what sucks more is, if this was any other Civ, GUA would have considered going for Rams. Because 1, his name is giving anxiety. He loves Rams. 2, it would break the base. But E-repairs is kind of insane. Emergency repairs makes ramming so difficult to do against this particular Civ. Second TC now online for GUA, but he's 10 villages behind, and by God, it's going to be a Burgrave. Yeah, I don't think he needed Burgrave here. I actually think Regnants would have been fine. But this is a different way that Louis is now trying to punish the whole idea of timings. We mentioned that for GUA, it's really frustrating for him to try and mirror Castle Age timing, right? It takes way too long. So what Louis is doing here is that he's saying, okay, so there's 2 options. You're either like trying to spam Camel Archers, which I can just get Men-at-Arms out quickly and get Camel Archers, or you're going Castle Age. And if you're going Castle Age, I'm going to spam Men-at-Arms, dive your entire base. If you're going Camels, that's fine. I'm still going to be CA. I can easily add in like 2 archer ranges behind this to kill the Camels. And I'm going to have so many Men-at-Arms coming out because I have all these farms that you won't kill me quick enough. That's a really creative read. And the reason why I think he's content about this, yeah, he's checked over at the base of his opponent. He's been watching. He hasn't seen enough archers coming out, or Camel Archers. So he's not convinced this is an all-in. He knows that either it's Castle Age or 2TC. Sick read by Louis. Burgrave complete. Giving anxiety, does know about it. It was literally built right here. Now this is interesting. I freaking love this kid. He done this in a game against, I believe it was Beastie on Frisian Marshes. The idea was that you built the Burgrave to bait a reaction. So in that game, he built a Burgrave, he built Spearman, and that forced Beastie to stay in Feudal Age longer to build archers. And then he went Men-at-Arms, which countered the Archer plus the Knights. The goal here is to keep the Ambassador player in Feudal Age spamming Camel Archers, and then you react with Horsemen, and you kill him. It's such a sick read, man. This is a really cool build. I've seen Louis do this multiple times. He's probably the cleanest executor of this particular build. It's very difficult to make Burgrave look that good, but time and time again, he does it. And how does he afford all those Horsemen? The farms. He's got plenty of them. Spinman's so quick as well. Camel Archers aren't that big of a counter to Spinman anymore. They used to do 3 times damage, now they only do 2 times. And these are fast-moving spear, remember. If they start charging you, they actually move quicker than the Camel Archers. So it's very difficult for Geo to micro this on a unit that has 3.75 tar range. There we go, Horseman incoming. Oh, I think GUA has some big problems. He's going to try to go for the tech up, isn't he? We're going to be looking at... I think you need to actually go Influence, like Culture Wing rather. You have no choice. If you go Eco Wing, it's over. Eco Wing's way too greedy here. The problem is he might feel a little bit paranoid about the fact that Louis got all these farms already. But my advice would be you're playing Lipany. There's so many berries, you should not feel pressured to go for a farm transition. Looks like the wood line is getting a bit too thin. Outposts do need to be cleared. Another reason why the Burgrave's nice, right? This is cost efficiency in terms of scaling into your torches. Oh, no. It's really simple, Eric. We're going to call Louis the Child Emperor. Look how quick these Spinmen are. 0.72 movement speed. I think Louis is, if I'm not mistaken, like 21, maybe? I think someone said he was 21. Now, Camel Archers in this quantity can kind of shut down Horsemen, but this is just the beginning, right? Outposts have been removed. Pressure has been relieved. GUA now doesn't have any information on what's coming next. And Horseman's Spear really is all that needs to come. Funny part as well, Louis is prepping the Prelates. He's going to be going for those relics after the breakout. And giving anxiety, I mean, this feels like an army you just don't want to upgrade. Right? When you're in Castle Age, spamming Camel Archer upgrades doesn't feel good to me. By the way, he didn't go for Castle Age. He doubled down on Camel Archers. If this was 1 TC versus 2, I'd say GUA's call here is correct. But the problem now is that Louis MT, with that second TC, it was the correct read and response. And I do go back to earlier in this game where I said Trade Wing felt like the correct play. I think if we had Trade Wing here, he could have done a lot more. Because if you think about the Military Wing was quite irrelevant. The reason it was irrelevant is that GUA was already going for an Outpost Rush. So with the Outpost Rush, you didn't really need the Military Wing units. And now that you're playing Long Feudal with Camel Archers, what value has Military Wing given you, right? Boot Camp doesn't affect these. Composite Bows won't affect these. If you just gone trade, you could even like be greedy and be Trade Wing 2 TC, which is wild when you hear it out loud, but I think it would have worked. But this, to me, lost him the game. There are not many situations where I say Military Wing is pointless, but GUA's choice to go for the Outpost Rush made it an unnecessary detail of the strategy. Awesome Spearman. I mean, they've cut down this count. It's just not increasing, is it? Meanwhile, other end of this, there's more and more pokey sticks coming out. I think this game is over at this stage. GUA, a creative idea to try and solve. And I think, you know, going back to the draw board next time, coming at this again, you get the similar game, you play Trade Wing, I think it's an easy GG for you. But this approach, ending up in mass Camel Archers against a Castle Age HRE, I feel like the writing was on the wall on how this one was going to go. 2 relics now on the way home for Louis. His army has at least been reduced. GUA is now back up to 14 Camel Archers, but it's the pressure that's been relieved, right? Relics are being picked up. 3 are currently on the way home. Consider that extra eco-inflation. You know, at this stage, Louis, he's reaching a stage where he should be adding in a few more farms and then going to like 5 stables. 5 stables is going to be uncontestable for GUA. GUA. Trying to get cute with the micro, I love that. Just splitting them into different groups so some can keep firing while others are running. See, the problem that I'm just keeping an eye on is that GUA has never got that tech triggering. It's kind of crazy. Like, if he had found a way to somehow keep this up while going for Castle Age, then he'd be cheating because that's just not how economics work in this game. But if he actually found a way to micro so well that he kept close to 20 camel archers and then start the tech up, I could maybe see this working for him. Because camel archers, they have high base damage already. Go up to like, I think it's 15 or 16 with more health in castle is kind of nuts. But now we're at a stage where you're starting to see this play out. Louis, he's adding the extra stables we talked about. He's going out onto the deer. This is another cool thing. After those prelates bring the relics back, you then use them to buff the pocket ecos. I do think that this build is underrated, by the way. Even more so now that it's been buffed. Remember, it used to be 180 feet, now it's 170. Yeah, I think we saw Anatan do this really well on Lipany with the Trade Wing version. And he just destroyed the entire map before his opponent could do anything. T-Way has pushed Louis temporarily off the deer. But I'm seeing a lot of horsemen now. The issue that Louis had wasn't as much his income, it was the lack of scalability. He didn't have enough production buildings. It's a common issue of HRE in Castle Age. That's now been fixed. And the numbers are swelling up quick here. Jiwei just queued up another 10 camel archers. I love this about Jiwei. It doesn't matter what the meta is. It doesn't matter what the tournament is. He lives true to himself here, right? Once a feudal boy, always a feudal boy. And the problem at this stage is Jiwei isn't even splitting the micro anymore, right? He's just getting swarmed. Before this, he was doing a sick job of just splintering 2 to 3 groups of camel archers, so someone was always firing. He's in a panic now. He realizes there's way too many units, and he's in the blender. It's 47 military versus 18, and it's undeniable that this game is over. GG gets called. Sick build out of Louis. Creative read, but my eyesights are focused on that early game. I think Jiwei was onto a winner, but if he had sacrificed the military wing, if he had chosen a different path, we might have got a third game in this series. Whew. That was a cool one. Transitioning to ranged or just buying ranged damage upgrades? Was he getting the damage upgrades or was he getting the undermesh? Undermesh would make sense. There's no reason to get ranged upgrades there. You never transition ranged. Like, you could onto archers, but I feel like if you're going to do archers there, you do it earlier, not later. Because actually, camel archers get countered by mass archers from HRE. Because they gap close. Well, they don't even need to gap close. You have less range, right? But it just shows you how far ahead Louis was that he could have just went for a melee comp instead. So, 1 series down. In fact, let me just mark those. I'm working on having someone compile the series in the weekend together into their sets for upload. I don't know if all of them will make it just because there's so many we cast, but some of them definitely will. So, 1 series done. I think what we'll do next... What do you think, guys? Puppy Paw versus Numidan or B versus Avali? Choices, choices. I'm thinking... We'll probably do both of them anyway, won't we? Should we do B versus Avali? I don't think we checked out any of Avali's games yet, so let's do that. I'm going to run the ads now so you guys don't get them in games. So, subscribe, and then you can talk with me. If for some reason you want to talk with me. I mean, you know, I like to think I have an approachable face. Usually with someone's fist. Hey! Oh, wait, no, I don't need to. It just ran it. It's just on the ads. Hey! Damn, I was in sync with Twitch on that one. Don't know if that's a good thing. So, we're going to do 3D.Beal now. Sorry, it's BII, isn't it? Wait, no? What's he called himself now? He's changed his name again. We'll go to Avali's account. In Avali, we trust. So... Yep, okay, here we go, we got him. Let me get the draft as well. Oh, lobby music. Do you guys like it when I just choose the lobby music? I don't know. I feel like it's just like quiet otherwise. Let's get these up. Okay, so let's check out these drafts quickly before we start. Wow. Okay, so B basically got Louis' draft, right? I don't know, man. I think if you can get these in a BO3, it's like a default draft win. I feel like this should never be happening. These are absolute top tier picks. The only other one that's even typically topper is Roos, which credit to Avali, like he got that. So like he's not completely weak. I still think Japanese versus HRE, Japanese can win that. You just fast castle. And then once you fast castled, you just go Mount Samurai or Onimusha, depending on what your opponent's comp is. Mount Samurai should just be able to beat everything though, and then Onimusha follow-up guarantees it. The Bassid matchup, I think Abbasids versus Biz is really difficult. Abbasids versus Chinese maybe could work, like with Tradewing, depends on the map. I don't know if they drafted Frisian. Like, this draft would make more sense to me if they drafted Frisian. So let me have a quick look and check the map draft. Dude, I watch way too much AE4. Yeah, it's Prairie, Frisian, and EGC Lipany. That's even more interesting. So, Prairie is probably going to be HRE. EGC Lipany is going to be... I have confirmation, actually, the first one. First one is going to be Byzantines versus Abbasids. So that is going to mean that we're going to be looking at Japanese versus HRE for Prairie, which is which is, like I said, Japanese favored matchup. And then the final option will be Chinese versus Rus on... Was it Dry Arabia? Or... Oh, no, it's Prairie Lipany. So... Lipany, sorry, so it would be Chinese versus Rus on Frisian. I actually think that map's not too bad for Chinese. We haven't seen Rus there in a while, though, so maybe there's a new trick in the Rus book that I just haven't seen in the last few months for Frisian, rather. Rus on Frisian is odd. Not necessarily Vixdalus. Rus is pretty strong historically on Frisian. We used to see it a lot before it got banned every tournament, before Frisian stopped getting picked in tournaments. So, you know, the reason why it's very strong is that you can very easily play 2TC out onto the fishing. And then on top of that, you have knights to stranglehold the map. Whereas Wham and Poppy in the playoffs, bro. Dinky, what is this NA bias? You're a colonial, mate. You're meant to be asking, where is Recon? Come on. Gotta have love for Queen and Country, right? I mean, admittedly, we did send you guys down there to screw the Queen. Hey, man, if that's what you're into, I'm not going to judge, but... I mean, I've heard of boning someone. I think that might be a little bit too literal. The Queen was a lovely lady. I take that back. And yeah, as I say, you'd be screwing the king in this situation. Once again, you know, I mean, the guy's getting a bit old. You gotta be careful, Dinky. You might end up giving him a hip replacement with that idea. Anyway. 1 second, I'm just checking a message quick, then we can get underway. He's a she? I don't know what he does in his spare time. All right, time for more. Wait, no, get rid of right. I've said I hate a right as an intro. We're getting away from that. It's because after I've talked to you guys, I want to pivot into the game. Bzzz. You hear that? That's the bee swarm calling. The bee swarm coming. That's right. It's B on his Byzantines going up against Avali on the Abbasids. Game 1 of this best-of-3 group stage match in NG Slapfest number 2, and we take to Lipany to kick it off. And we've got an interesting draft ahead of us, actually. I think B won the draft in my eyes. He got his hands on HRE, China, and Byzantines. This, to me, is the Golden Gooses, because the only other one up there that you should be trying to get your hands on as much is the Rooses. And you know what the funny part is? Avali actually has got that in his draft. So before we just write this off as a complete outdraft, let's keep in mind that if we get a 3-game series, there is a world in which Avali can snatch this with the Fabled Roost pick. It's going to be an uphill battle, though, especially with the way that B is picked. And I kind of hope we do get a 3-game series, actually, folks, because this would be the first time we get to cast Prairie. You heard me correctly. These guys actually did draft Prairie. I think B was the person who drafted it. And I don't know. I'm kind of excited. I think, personally, Prairie can be really fun in tournament play. I get why people don't like it in ladder play because it's very civ restrictive. But in tournament play, I find it quite creative, the approaches some people take. Nothing too creative on the openings here, though. It's just going to be 1 scout and 1 scout. Looks like B went for the safe rotation in his corner. Love the approach from Avali. Darts right across the map. And this means that now, unless B senses that the sheep aren't in the area, here, he's going to just lose out on sheep. If he realizes what's happened by the time he gets here, he can dart across the left side. I'm not expecting that to be the case, though. The only upside for B in this situation is he already knew that the trees were in the right and left corner. So if you look at where he's scouted on the map, the sheep spawn area is basically here. So half of that corner can't spawn sheep. I wonder if that was intentionally designed by B to be the choice. Because I think this is something I've been noticing by people is they're very quick to identify the safe corner. The one that isn't going to spawn anything, the tree line. And then they dart alternate to that. We had one game, I think it was on Saturday, where a player failed to do that, where they'd already scouted their corner, and then they ran to the other corner. And it was just a GG. They ended up with like 25% of the sheep. So a little tip for people when you play Lipany, look for this detail because it's a very consistent one, especially on EGC Lipany, is the tree lines always spawn flip mirrored. Pure Hippodrome now on the way. What? God shave the queen. I didn't realize she was a sheep. This is pretty crafty by B, actually. Hippodrome has its time and its place. And in fairness, this isn't a bad matchup to do it. The reason is that the Abbasids don't want to add in any sort of production buildings. They want to be going straight onto the stone and going second TC from the military wing. And that's going to be the read for B, right? He's anticipating his opponent has 2 options on this map. You can go trade with the Abbasids here. It's actually a decent move on Lipany. Or you go for military wing to go 2 TC. If you open Hippodrome and build 2 to 3 horsemen, the spears won't win because of Triumph. Triumph will destroy the spearmen because the horsemen have too much health to kill with 2 spears. So pretty creative read by B. Does mean he doesn't have that huge boom into his initial javelin count, but because of the damage he's going to do to the Abbasids at the start, he can easily still pivot into mercenaries on a delay. And the more interesting thing here is the reaction for Avali seeing these Hippodrome units is going to be one of 2 things. Either go Spearman, and that means he's not coming out of his base, or he tries to go Horseman to get out of his base. That's very difficult, right? Go Horseman against this, you're going to have difficulties fighting due to Triumph, but it is potentially doable with a better economy eventually. The problem, though, is if you do go Spearman, this build typically involved archers. I've seen this a lot in the past. The follow-up play for most Byzantine players is going to be 1 to 2 archer ranges. Usually one's good enough for Conscriptio, and then you just spam the field. At that point, you're probably wondering, what are you doing with the olive oil then, KP? Keshiks. Keshik, Horseman, Archers, I think is a winning comp here. Avali's one upside is if he plays into Spears Archers, he can hold against that with Boot Camp, but it's going to be quite the stranglehold. Because the thing that I think makes Byzantines quite broken in this matchup is the efficiency. So Avali's getting a better gathering rate on these berries, right? By 35%. But here's the thing. B is getting 20% of another resource by gathering berries, but it's even more than that because of the system. He's gathering these 10% quicker. Now, you might be thinking Golden Age for the Abbasids. That doesn't kick in until about 6 to 7 minutes into a game. You can see that he's still 2 structures short of getting to that. Second TC now on the way. I don't like that B hasn't built Horseman here, though. This is looking a little bit less desirable to me now. He's gone for the Javelin contract. Was this a complete bait? I'm trying to figure out what B's intent is here, because this is a very odd build now. The Hippodrome as a bait is something players have done in the past, but I think in this type of game, yeah, it has to be 2 TC, right? Like, you can't play 1 TC now if this is your strategy. He's doing Horseman on a delay with the Javs. Okay, no, it's 1 TC all in for Byzantines. He's going Spears as well. He's going to try to blind punt burn through, isn't he? Oh my god, and it's going to work because of the TC position. Yeah, Avali hasn't bridged this in, so he doesn't have fire armor. So I think what B was saying here is I want him to go for a loose TC, because if he goes condensed TC, then Hippodrome spam doesn't work, right? So what I need to do is make it look like I'm just baiting with this and allow Avali the freedom to drop a TC loose. Because if he does that, it's too far away from his base to easily defend. And worse still, because Avali hasn't now seen any horsemen, he's going stables. This is like the worst thing you can do here. Because A, B still has Hippodrome with Triumph. And B, it actually is going to be the Limitane. What the f... So the TLDR, folks, is that this Hippodrome was a landmark bait. It's completely irrelevant. It's like building a council hall and not building any Lombos. And the cool thing actually about the idea is when you get into the mid-game, like 10 to 15 minutes, if you do need to now go Horseman, you're going to have a huge Triumph ticket to pull, right? So at that stage, like as a reaction, if you see your opponent has a lot of archers, for example, or a lot of horsemen, you can be, okay, I'm going to spam horsemen now. And then when you go for the big fight, Triumph is actually going to be a GG game winner, because if you have like 10 to 15 horsemen, you can force the type of fight where you'll do enough damage in that interval. A little bit of a weird zealous dive there from the horseman. Javs. A little bit ambitious here, actually. I think he should have waited for the Limitane to arrive. They came around the wrong side, though. Still. Start step back. Should buy a little bit of time to actually get the Limitane in position. I think that was a complete miss micro there by B. If the Limitane came on the north side of the cliff, then this horseman couldn't do anything. So yeah, Avali getting a little bit more breathing room than he probably should here. Still, more horsemen getting added in now. Second group of jabs is on the way. You just see how powerful this scalability is. One thing that sucks, by the way, this isn't even optimal from B. He's gathering olive oil in the corner away from Sistan. He hasn't even added in level 1, so he hasn't buffed his gathering rate whatsoever. So at this stage in the game, with 2TC and the Golden Age, oh my... Avali, please. Avali. Avali, no. Dude, that's a 15% buff you're giving up because you won't build one house. That's bonkers to me. I really don't like this oversight by Avali. It's such an easy one to forget about sometimes, but it's a 15% gathering speed buff. With 30 villages at this stage, that's the equivalent of having an extra, like at this stage, like what, an extra 5 villages in your economy? That's quite a lot, actually. Like, villagers on average gather about 45 resources, so you're missing out on 225 resources, right? Yeah, 225 resources extra a minute, which is basically 3 extra archers. Yeah. I'm not liking the look of this if he forgets about it for much longer. Horsemen are at least going to raid in the flank. Outposts are coming up from B, though, so the correct response. And more troops are shuffling in. We've now got 7 javelins pushing enemy base. The other group should be on the way now. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at a Kyro Siphon play, actually. Blacksmiths is now being dropped, so it should be Steel Arrow first, into Undermesh, and then Siege Engineering. You could actually even go Siege Engineering second. I actually quite like that idea. Maybe even Undermesh and you just ignore Steel Arrow. Because like the Javelins have bonus damage versus the Archers anyway, right? And although you're against Horsemen, you have a lot Limitane. So your goal really is to keep all your units alive while you dive. If you have the Undermesh, then you never lose enough Limitane for the Horsemen to go in. Ooh. Oh. Oh, wait. Avali. No. You gotta be kidding me. There's a wall up, and he did realize it. He just tried to rally back here, but he ran back in. So it should have made it obvious, but now it's too late. 2 horsemen are here to contest you. You're not going to get eco kills. If he noticed that, that would have been 2 villages. I think B has got the extra group out now, right? No, what is he doing with his second wave of jabs? He's holding them somewhere. Yeah, they've been patrolling around the center. They just need to get up here. Siege Engineering's on the way, so here we go, guys. It's going to be the Kyro Siphon play. This is a sick timing by B, actually. To think, Avali, I don't think he would have done a TC this loose otherwise. He does at least have Golden Age 1, so praise be to the Abbasids. And in fairness, a lot of B's economy is not eco-efficient. The systems aren't impacting like over half of his eco at this stage. Ooh, javelins. Nice pincher, but the shivs are out from the villagers. Horsemen are on their way back. Now, he might be able to get 1 or 2 jabs, but he needs to get out unharmed. So the horsemen do move away. Their health bars aren't looking great. But at this stage, with Kara Siphon on the way, I'm questioning whether Avali can take a direct fight. Remember, this number is kind of deceptive because the quality is different. These horsemen are better horsemen due to Triumph. These Limitane are better spearmen due to the extra health. And these javelins are the absolute bee's knees when it comes to range units in Feudal Age. Kara Siphon 1 online. Sometimes it's good to wait for 2. 2 guarantees a kill. Like 1 Kara Siphon onto a TC takes a very long time. I'd say too long against 2 TC Abbasid. So this is the correct read. He also does have to get through the outpost now. What I love about this is that usually you'd think outpost forward of a TC is good against ram plays. And I'm inclined to agree, but I actually think this is the exception to the rule. The reason is that when the Kara Siphons come in and start burning, you're going to be running in the fire. So your entire army is going to take tick damage. That was a terrible rally by Avali. 4 horsemen just popped. 480 resources down the drain. Flash now coming in. Kara Siphons are starting to be attacked. Horsemen are peeling on the side though. And Triumph's going to be activating. The dive comes in. Kara Siphons now torching. Villagers being pulled to contest this. Outpost at least does get upgraded, but the burn is adding a lot of damage in. And even the villagers are starting to feel the tickle of it. No textiles means they're going to be a lot easier to kill after this. Avali, I don't think he's holding. The Triumph is making these horsemen last so long. Oh man, he might have Steeled Arrow, but the lack of undermesh means this follow-up is going to sting, and now the villagers are in trouble as well. All of a sudden, it's starting to become questionable on whether Avali is going to have an army for the second wave, because although there's no Kara Siphons, there are plenty of javelins left. And Avali is going to struggle to reboom into a horseman mass to counter that. Yeah, good dive actually. B does need to back up now. He needs to get a new Kara Siphon. That was an expensive fight. It definitely cost B a lot to do this. But the important part is he's now shrunk the army. He's idled out the eco, on average about 12, which is the entire lead Avali has. And Avali was being greedy about this. Like, I don't know why he's trying to go towards castle so quickly. It's almost like he thought that this was feigned aggression from B. But I think the play for Avali, if he just put everything into feudal instead, he would have been able to hold this. But I think he also would have been able to hunt B down. Now, with the second wave of Kara Siphons coming in, this villager pool is going to be less impactful because the archer mass isn't big enough to threaten these jabs. Burn in. Outpost going down pretty quickly. Fortifications coming in on the secondary at least. That is going to be 1 outpost down. And we have got clown carring folks. Limitane are inside these Kara Siphons. So he's waiting for him to come close. Then he can just jump out and basically kill them. Then he can just jump out. Basically, there we go. Remember, Triumph has been stockpiling again. It's 14 tickets worth, so actually 3 horsemen can tank all these archers long enough that the javelins will win the game. Villagers still trying to repair. It's so annoying to try and repair things against Kara Siphons. Like, you're slowly dying doing so, right? So that's more eco down the drain. 1 Kara Siphon does at least die. Remember, these are rams with less health, so Archer Fire does kill them quicker. But it still requires 310 archer shots to kill. Wow, what a play by B, man. Good read. Just showing you, even without the power of Grand Winery, it's showing you just how good this Silk Road contract now is. The contract spam has been incredible on this Civ recently. The fact that he still has so many javelins after the fights Avali was taking just shows you how over the top this Civ is right now. Villagers diving out, just trying to deal with the double Kara Siphon, but this is not going to work anymore. Last time, he at least had an army to contest, which meant that B couldn't target the villagers. This time is different, though. Town center goes down. Avali is now falling behind by 5 villages plus. This game is over. The villagers even being pulled by Avali. No wheelbarrow makes this even more depressing as your front line. But yeah, well played by B. You know, the Hippodrome had a place, but notice it had it on a delay. I've said this time and time again. Hippodrome as a direct play to win a game doesn't work in my eyes. I think it's meant to bait or constrict your opponent. You can't all in. What he done different here is he used it to bait a reaction and then added in the Horseman as more of a support unit. Their goal was to absorb the backline's damage while the Javelins and Limitane won the fight. That's why B just dominated these engagements. It wasn't about mass Horsemaning. It was about having 20% of your comp be Cav. And then because of Triumph's heal, the extra movement speed, the extra damage, you're able to punish this Archer line and live a long time doing it. Only the first game, though. I'm hoping we're going to get Prairie in game number 2. I'm itching for a Prairie game in competitive. I think the last time I got to cast that in tournament play was about 7 months ago. So, fingers crossed. We're definitely going into game 2 with B being on a match point. And you've got to remember, he's got HRE and Chinese as his second and third picks. So this is a very difficult phase in the draft for Avali because he's going to have to probably go for Roos, which is predictable. If you do Roos, I think B could quite easily do HRE. I think HRE versus Roos is someone I'm itching to see because I think all-in feudal for HRE is pretty good there. You can do Spearman Archers. Actually, maybe not. I'm going to have to see it. I'm giving HRE a lot of credit right now, but you would be building Spear Archers into a Civ that builds Archers really well. So it might be safer for B to play Chinese there. YGG? Avali has 28 eco. B has 53. Now, I'm no mathematician, but that's a pretty big difference. In fact, B is trying to take the berries right from next to Avali's base. And you know what? He's going to do it. He's actually going to block this. Villagers, he activates the Akratoy and goes in. Oh, that's a sick play. Outpost is not going up. That has to be GG. I know Avali's not going to hang around anymore. Game 1, and it's going to be a win for the 3D clan member. Yeah, that's why GG. Like, that game was over the moment the second TC went down. The only way you recover then is if you build another TC, but that's really difficult. Sorry, just sending a message quickly. Ooh, if we do have community games later, we might be able to do the world map, the generated world map that we had someone working on. So that could be really cool. All right, so let me get the board updated. That is going to be a point for B. Game 2. How do you do this now? Like, what is your golden pick? So we just had Abbasids versus Byzantines. Let's just mark that on our thing. I think... Dude, we are going to Prairie. Okay, so without even looking, this has to be Japanese versus HRE. I know... Wait, hold on a sec. Yep, I know my series. Oh, man. The funny thing is actually Kiljadi versus Avali was like, it also was a Prairie HRE versus Japanese. So he's had some experience in this. Let's see what he learns from it. So mirror matchups, what you mean between the Byzantines? I actually think you go Silk Road now. Because if you go Western Contract, you can't fight. What is up, Silent Aki? Thank you very much. 4 months of daily AoE. Thank you.
4 months of daily AoE. Keep it up, good sire, cheeky smiley face.
I most definitely will. Hopefully you're all enjoying the regular content we're getting here. It has been an absolute pleasure. You still prefer Eastern and Biz mirrors? What, Keshix? Against Limitane? You sure about that? So, okay, so quickly explain the play to me, Wicked guys, because I feel like if you do Eastern Contract, you're building what? Keshik Archers, right? Oh, you mean Silk Road? Yeah. I was about to say because I'm gonna fight you on this one because I feel like if you go Eastern, you're gonna lose to Javelins. Yeah, no. Silk Road, Silk Road is genuinely the all-round best contract now. The reason why it's even the best in Byzantine mirrors, it kind of already was for obvious reasons. If you go Western Contract, your opponent just counters your Lombo straight away, right? You're playing England versus Malians at that stage. Malians win that. But the other reason is, even if you consider later in the game, Imperial Age, yes, I would rate Lombos with volley over the Javs. But Byzantine mirrors will be decided in Castle Age. And in Castle Age, Javelins are better because you Varangian spam and then just go like Javs to support, right? And Lombos will lose at that point in the game, and Javs can also easily snipe down Lanceneck that are trickled in. You just get a lot more value the other way. Okay, so Ah, yes, thanks for pointing that out, Faplop. Got to use the gunner, guys. I should actually have some new lenses arriving today. I don't know if you guys knew this, but they have some new Fallout lenses. So hopefully I'll have them to show off a little bit later on the stream, or I'll show them off later this week. But I'm excited for them. The cool thing with gunner is, like, if I like the lenses, because they'll send me out the non-prescription first. And if I like them, I can then order the prescription ones, and they'll send them out to me. But they looked pretty cool. I think they should fit my face quite well. Whoop. Oh, wait a second. We're not giving Avali a point. Okay, that sounded a bit... Whoa, whoa, whoa. I can't let Avali get wins. That's illegal. Sorry, Avali. That wasn't how it was meant to be said. Would you go Western versus English? Yes, 100%. I think, well, no, I think you can go javelins now. Javelins are fine, but you can actually go, you can go Western contract versus English. I've seen late game, because if you think you're going to go late game, it's better. But the reason why I'd say Western's probably pretty good against English is because of the English Abiv Kings build. Because you're going to be forced to defend anyway, right? So you might as well have the better defending unit, which is Lombos. All right. Should we get ready to go? This is a rare but beautiful sight. Not this. We see this every single day right now. It's the map. We're on Prairie. One and all, welcome back to the Competitive Age of Empires for action. We've got Japanese up against HRE here. Avali up against B. And it takes place on one of the most woodless maps possible. In fact, you know, if this was a head-to-head, it would be a fried tuck. Actually, no, it wouldn't be a fried tuck. It would genuinely be someone who is full patchworks and needs to actually go to Turkey to get one of those hair surgeries. Prairie, a map not known to be friendly to civs that like their wood. So, we see two picks that don't care that much about wood. Now, Holy Roman Empire, right now, people are already talking about archers. No. This is a good pick and a good map choice for Avali. I actually think the Japanese do really well against the HRE because of the fact that it's very difficult to stop a fast castle build of the Japanese. Why? They gather a little bit of wood, they stick up outposts on their gold, and they gather gold to get the stone for arrow slits. That point, a feudal all-in is very difficult for the HRE. You can't easily dent their base. So then we have to look at Castle Age. If you go to Castle Age, logical plays are going to be HRE builds knights, Japanese open mounted samurai. If you open mounted samurai, you disintegrate the knights of the HRE because of the deflective armor. They can't beat you in equal numbers. And remember, HRE's issue isn't in their ability to pump more units. Actually, their economy is going to be better for pushing additional knights. Their production speed is going to be far worse, though. In the opening minutes, it's very easy for a Japanese player to have double-digit knights when an HRE player has 4 to 5. So very important detail to watch out for in this matchup. Also, the Japanese with that fast castle build can test relics incredibly well. And then we get to the second phase. The second phase of the Japanese is to go into Onimusha. If you get that Onimusha detail, it's complete GG. Now, I'm noticing that Gully Deco is nerding out about Onimusha. There is an alternative build to cover his ass on this one. He's not wrong. I do think Mounted Samurai is a safer bet because you get more flexi and less counters to you. But there is a build with the Onimusha that works very well as well. If you want to open archery range in Castle Age, what you do with the Japanese is you want to get 3 Onimusha, research Kaburia, and then scale up to 10 Onimusha. The reason you need Kaburia is because HRE are always going to go for the knights. And if they go knights, Kaburia allows you to kite until the charge runs out. And then you just kite them and kill them with range. But let's see if that's the way B wants to play it. Because I've kind of, what I've done is I've etch-a-sketched out the state of the game and how it should play. Realistically, feudal all-in should be very difficult for HRE on this map because of the lack of wood. Like, if you're going to go spamming archers, which you have to just play long feudal, you only get this much, right? You may notice they both went double scouts. It has been a while since we've seen Prairie. There's a good reason why you go double scout. There's a lot of sheep on the map. And you know what? Avali won that game too. 27 sheep to just 19. This is looking like a really good way. This was looking like a really good... What? Avali, you just had to do one thing. And it wasn't this. So if there was one way you could lose this matchup as the Japanese, this would be it. You know, I am actually starting to wonder if this was a misclick. Like, it's literally the perfect distance to have farm set up around. I don't understand. Guys, Shinobi are allergic to outposts, and if there's something that HRE will regularly do, it's build outposts on their gold. I mean, even if they don't, the TC is close enough, right? The other reason why Shinobi suck here is because on this map there's so much sheep, your opponent is going to stay next to the TC. So if you come in range, he'll just garrison. I'm confused. Isn't it free tiles? No, look, he's got the perfect room there for the farm. Farm. It's just the stone outcropping that be in the way. I mean, it has to be an outpost rush or something that akin to that. I'm a little bit perplexed as to why. The interesting thing is I kind of get that he's worried HRE might get castle a bit quicker, but the reality is if you just pull onto berries with Tawara and then get Takazaiku, you munch through these berries quicker than your opponent munches through sheep. Like, actually, I think you're matched neck and neck on gathering speeds at that stage. So I'm a little bit flummoxed by this choice. You could argue that Coca Township doesn't matter. Like, actually, okay, so let me defend Ali's thought process here. This is like the logic of getting the king. This is just a free aggro unit. So his goal with this play is to now force B to react. B is going to have to build outposts to defend. That's what he's thinking. I don't think B does. I actually think the gold is close enough to the TC. Like, he actually got a really good spawn. But the thought process for Avali is he only would need the Kurosto house if he had a limited number of sheep. He's got 27 to work with. So I don't disagree with the logic here of Avali. If this game goes too late, Kurosto house is better. But realistically, on a map where you have almost 30 sheep, kind of makes sense. Like, I actually would be a big fan of seeing Coca Township play on Frisian, actually, for this reason. Frisian might even be better against certain civs, like Mongols, for example, because you can torch their production. And yeah, it has forced the outpost. So here you go, guys. This is the difference. The problem here is, though, like, you're realistically still going to need to build an outpost because B is going to go for knights. So I think you're going to have to look for some cheeky stabs. Okay, there's the other detail. Avali's looking to just camp relics. Okay, so this makes a bit more sense, right? Like, we've explained the sheep situation. The reason why we usually cringe at Coca Township is because you run out of food. Realistically, this game should not end with a farm transition required. Like, this game should be over before he runs out of sheep. I actually like this. I think there was someone in chat the other day where we had Myriad, and I was like, I like that someone's here to humble KP. It's like, dude, I don't need humbling. All right, I'll admit when I'm wrong. I actually like this build. I actually really like this build. I immediately cringed out of instinct at Coca Township on land, but I think this is the correct call by Avali. So archery range coming in now. It's going to be Onimusha. I like this build. I like this build, asterisk, as long as he gets Kaburia. If he forgets Kaburia, I'm going to have to take a flight to Germany with my beating stick, and we're going to have to talk with Avali. But he's a smart cookie. He should know how important this is. Regnant's now on the way. Stables should start getting dropped when this is about 75% done. Double stables would make a lot of sense. The scout for B has not confirmed the archery range, right? He should have. I think he drove by on the gold. He would have seen it. How about Horseman? So Horseman would be the solution, right? And this is exactly... Oh my god, what? He's putting archers? So this is exactly why I usually say you go stables first, is because of what Gully Deck will just highlight, which you can go Horseman with this much food. But once again, with the Kaburia, you can at least run away and you can kind of kite out the initial Horseman. Do I think that Knights would have been better? Yes. Hands down, 100% better. But this can still work. It just requires more outplay. In fact, what I would love to have seen here is him doing what B is doing, which is baiting him. Because B has built an archery range in the stables. Wait, what? Okay, GG. I did not expect him to build crossbows here, mainly because archers would be better for dealing with Onimusha. The reason is that they're quicker, right? So they can quickly just catch Onimusha shooting. Crossbows is a little bit slower, but this is pretty intriguing. It's not the hidden samurai, he's just expecting mounted samurai. Because he's gone for horseman, he needs to have crossbows to deal with mounted samurai. Otherwise, you just lose, right? This build is getting weirder and weirder by the minute from B. So Onimusha coming. He needs to be getting Kaburia in about 20 seconds. Horseman's oh god, no. That is the freest opening I think B is ever going to get. He can still kill a second Onimusha. Oh god, dude, the Shinobi, he needs a Shunshin. He goes off in the crossbow instead though. Oh my god, this is so expensive. So that Horseman has killed 2 Onimusha. Those are expensive. That's a huge lofty 280 resources down the drain for 120 resources. Double crossbow's in now and the Shinobi can't fight this on his own. The Shinto's now going to die to the Knight. Oh my god. Well, the good news is that the Onimusha have a target now. The bad news is pretty much everything else. Crossbows also just start stepping past. The Shinobi should just get sniped. And now you've got a lot less damage to deal with the crossbows. Wow. Do you want to know the wildest part, guys? Is if Avali just like calmed down in those first 2 Onimusha, he would have had enough to kill the Horseman cleanly. And then I don't think these crossbows can stand here. But now it just got messy. Knight actually just needs to clear the Scout. The Scout is wasting way too much time with the crossbows. So the reason why crossbows are pretty decent here is more to do with like the cost efficiency. Crossbows just cost less than Onimusha, right? These units do similar damage. Crossbows a little bit higher. Their attack speed is exactly the same. There's a little bit extra range for the Onimusha, but the thing I always highlight is between the attack animation point and also the size of the hitbox. Like you may notice that quite often the Onimusha's extra 0.5 tar range seems non-existent. It's because it basically is. Prelates. There's already 1 relic home. Second one's coming. I feel like this game is close to over. If Avali keeps contesting relics, he's just going to lose the game. He needs to go for economy now. He needs to use Onimusha like you'd use horse archers. All out inside. Onimusha have shown up now. Ooh, almost got his hands on a scout for free. So good blocker. Looks like the central relic is going to be taken by Avali. What I really want to see him do now is just dart towards the economy. What also worries me is there's still no Kaburia. This doesn't matter as much now that it's mass crossbows, but Kaburia would be better for raiding. I like how he's just griefing his own villagers here. Like, they didn't even want to fight. All right, so outpost up, ball being gathered. B, this is a really good position to be in. You know, maybe I hopium too much and believe in the Kaburia Onimusha. I wanted to try and justify it for Avali, but I honestly think like we should have stuck to our original guns, which is you always open Mount Samurai. Mount Samurai would have made much more sense here. Oh man. So, Onimusha. Wait, why didn't he dive? What? Does Avali not know how to swim? Because he seems to be afraid to dive. I'm a bit worried there. Did he not have scouting vision on that? He should have noticed see, right? He was close enough to see the structure being built. If he dove in there, that would have been 3 eco kills. He's got that many Onimusha, right? They just insta-kill. You can split them into 2 to kill. So yeah, a little bit... I'm a little bit worried that Avali's playing this way too complacent with mass Onimusha. Your goal here is to strangle the map now because you have mobility, right? But you're letting B build up a critical mass of crossbows without fighting, and now he's getting horsemen. If he gets like 10 to 15 horsemen together, this could easily just be GG. Oh, Jesus, he's losing the crossbows. Oh, no. And now the Mount Samurai just coming in this late. And the funny thing is, I actually don't even know if he wants Mount Samurai. I think that was more about getting an Uma Bannerman. He also hasn't started to drop relics at home. He's holding on to 2 back at base. There is a giant fight over the final 1, but there's just too many crossbows here. And yeah, no, I don't think Avali's planning mass Mount Samurai. He's going to raid with 1 or 2. He basically built the stables to get Uma Bannerman. At least I hope that's the case. But then again, like, why would you Yorishiro the stables if that's the case? Maybe Horseman? Oh, dude, that would be sick. If Avali just goes Horseman now, he can win this. Because he's got Uma Bannerman aura, he's got extra melee tech, and it's mass crossbow. But he needs to go into the Horseman. Uma Bannerman aura, helping out the Onimusha. You know what is not helping Avali out, though, is no blacksmith decks. It's kind of wild to me when you're up against crossbows in this glass cannon versus glass cannon game. You know that the HRE struggle with the idea of blacksmiths. If Avali bothered to get undermesh and steeled arrow, he'd be equalizing the damage exchange with the crossbows. And he has better numbers, right? But like, I think that's the difference here. The extra 2 damage is going the mile. Yeah, that's... I think at this point, it kind of feels like Avali just forgot. Because there's no reason you wouldn't at least sneak steeled arrow. A lot of food on this right side is freely accessible now as well. So, Avali, we mentioned this before, the idea of splitting and just raiding. This is the prime time. B's being kind of greedy. He has an outpost out here. He has 1 outpost to see around. He has got the relic. Now, this is kind of the OP thing, because I feel really bad for Avali. He's trying to play away from the outpost, but one thing that I think is really broken with the relic garrisoning, there's loads of things people don't like about it. One of the things that I think is disgusting is 25% more sight range. Look at the impact that's having. That's almost akin to a Imperial Palace effect, right? The landmark you don't often see from the Chinese early on. He's seeing so much of the map because of this relic play. And it means that there's no way Avali can sneak into the back and snipe out Eco. This is very important on a map like Prairie, because Prairie has practically no wood lines to hide behind, right? On a map like Dry Arabia, you've got these fat tree lines you can easily use to kind of hide yourself from vision. That's impossible here. Kaburia is finally in, steeled arrow on the way. I mean, I can't help but feel if these upgrades had been here a little bit earlier, Avali's game might look a lot better by now. Instead, though, B is now going to try to force Avali to defend. No outpost on the goal. We talked about this earlier, right? As he went full aggression. B's read is perfect here. He can idle out a lot of economy. Force him to dive in. It's going to force idle time underneath the TC. There has been some sneaky plays on the flanks from Avali, but oh no. He's being attacked right now. He's not going to realize. Avali. Avali, please. Oh no. Well, he should have enough Onimusha to defend. Because defender advantage, right? But between this detail and the fact that behind this it's free relic Regnets, I am getting a little bit doubtful about the Japanese's position in this game. He just realized this is even worse than just going home and dropping off the food. Avali, please. Well, at least he's got the hammers out, so he's going to build the house now. Keep in mind that's a lot of food missing for Avali. Oh no, come on! This guy can get no breaks. What is the timing on that? Get me out of this game. Get Avali out of this game. This is brutal. What is his recovery arc now? Honestly, I think you build a second TC. And I don't like that I'm saying that, but this is now just going to turn into quite the grind out. I think if you just try to go Horseman, save the gold there, build a few more Onimusha, and then put the extra resources into wood gathering instead with 2 TC, that's probably your way back in. But the problem even then for Avali is it's not Kura Storehouse. We're past the point in the game where it's like an easy win. Remember what we said? His build with Coca was designed to win the game by 15 minutes before he ran out of sheep. He's now out of sheep. He's playing flank resources. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it's HRE. They can afford to do this. This is efficient for them. It's not efficient for the Japanese. Avali at this stage, just the amount of samurai is the thing that worries me. Is your recovery arc when there's so many crossbows already as well. How would he make this work? Like maybe if he adds in a mango, but you're up against mass horsemen. I think you just needed horsemen yourself. Because if you build horsemen and get Uma Bannerman, you're still buffing your entire comp. And it makes you superior to the horsemen on the other side. Like, HRE, this is not a Mindwork build. They don't have the extra armor to offset your extra melee tech and the extra damage aura. So you just win. But he doesn't seem to be going for it. It's crazy to think how different this game would have looked if it had been stables first for Avali. And here's the thing, like, going stables first doesn't make you weak if there's already crossbows coming, because you just pivot into the horseman, right? That's the beautiful thing about stables opening. It's why most games are stables openings. I think the exception to that is when you're up against the Ibids, Onimusha opening can be better against a lot of their comps. But in general, you're always going to be going for a stable opening because in these type of matchups, if you see your opponents going crossbows, same building gives you horsemen. And look how fast it would give him horsemen, by the way. Every 8 seconds. There is no way an H3 player can match that in the first 3 minutes of Castle Age. It's impossible. That's coming in. Horsemen are going to find the way to the backside. Kaburiar's already been activated, so it's going to actually deactivate in about 2 seconds. And now you can't run away. That's going to be the surround. That's going to be the GG. I don't think there's any way back anymore, family. 1 game down, about V2. B making this look clean. And the crazy part is Avali, he already had this exact matchup earlier in the tournament. I think he may have learned something from that one. Fortunately, it seems he did not. Well played by B, though. One unorthodox opener. Crossbows into horsemen. Not exactly high on the list of priorities for H3 players, right? Usually it's knights into men-at-arms. If there's an archer range, it's usually about those archers in feudal age, but this was the perfect read. This felt like a soul read by B. Whew. I don't want anyone to like write this off as the Coca Township detail, by the way. Like, I actually think this was correct from Avali. This was smart. The Shinobi on the Relic is a smart idea. The problem was the choice when he reached Castle. You can actually see how much Avali's struggling by the fact he's got 2k gold. There's nothing else you can gather now. Because there's no Kura Storehouse, there's no mass farms coming because you're on Prairie. This is just brutal to watch, man. Avali, if you're wondering, like, what is he doing? He's kind of just processing the loss. He's hoping that B's going to do something silly, but I don't actually think there's anything silly B can do. Like this dive right here, I mean, just look at it. He's way too big. The amount of villagers dead here. There's nothing left. Japan, in a matchup that I genuinely favor them in, especially when it's a Castle Age rush, are not going to be the victors. B gets a very easy peasy 2-0. Ooh. Avali never taps out? Okay. Like, here's the real question. Who takes longer to tap out, Kiljadi or Avali? That's a good one, right? Yeah. Dude, I feel like like Kiljadi took the record with that beastie game a few weekends ago. Like, I've never seen a player go down to 6 villages before GGing out at 20 minutes in. Avali and Kiljadi tap out when it's borderline PM. I mean, you're not wrong. Oh, you're right, Insta. It's not 4 days since the Voldy win. It's... Thank you for reminding me of that. I mean, since we cast him winning, yeah. When you get upgrade to the Imperial Age gold chain, never. I've been over this before, right? I don't take these off. They're from my grandparents. So, my grandfather who passed away. My grandmother who... Wait. Grandmother who passed away. My grandfather who passed away. I've actually worn these non-stop for several years now. They never come off. All right, so let me have a look and see what we've got up next. I think we can do Puppy Paw versus Numidan. Puppy Paw versus Numidan sounds pretty good. What's the rank of Valdemar after all this day? Copper 2? Oh, no, dude. Like, so Valdemar was in here, like, so we originally had it down to 0 days, and then Valdemar came in, and I can't remember what he said. He sassed me. I'm pretty sure he sassed me. So then we pointed out, actually, you know what, Valdemar? I actually haven't cast you winning in this many days. And if I didn't cast it, it didn't happen, right? Because that's the laws of content creation. So it's been 5 days since we cast a Valdemar win. So, yeah, if he comes in and he pleads forgiveness, I'm willing to reassess. I mean, boy, they do stay on during sex. I don't, like... Who takes jewelry off during sex? I mean, I guess I could make... Like, if you've got really big rings, maybe, I could kind of get, like... But, like... if they're into choking a bit much, mate. I don't know. I'm trying to wonder like what like what. Well, actually, I don't know if I want to know your rules around sex. Shoes stay on, necklaces come off. Rings just add better marks. Jesus Christ, cow, buddy. I've seen your build. Careful, these girls will snap you. You'd have to have crazy jewelry, right? Like some people like that kind of thing, right? It's the alluring amount of jewelry. I don't know. I feel like when I watch someone who wears like a kilo worth of jewelry, it's almost like for me to be into that, I'd have to change my name to Killer Crow, right? I'd have to be obsessed with the shiny. There's a lot. Yeah, I think there's like a limit to like, you know. There's a fashionable level of jewelry, and then there's just like, there's you trying to create a jewelry-sponsored version of Iron Man. All right, this conversation got weird. I was trying to avoid just outright saying that's reserved for people that want to crows. But, you know, like, we basically got there anyway in a more polite form. So, let me update the title. We've got Puppy Paw vs. Numadon. Let me grab their draft now. We'll put our lobby music back on. So, where are you? Puppy Paw versus Numadon. So, they drafted Gorge, Lippany, and Frisian Marshes. Ooh. I don't actually rate this Marlian pick that highly. I don't think Marlians counter English anymore. Not with the new Abbey of Kings build. I think English are actually like capable of winning that matchup now. Oh, sorry, you can't see it. There you go. There is fashion jewelry and then there's Instagram jewelry. I mean, dude, you're taking way too many bling bling sponsorships in that case. The score? What about the score? Oh, what? Your broken score? Set the browser to 1920 by 1080. Oh, okay. Thank you. Because well, I did have it set correctly before, right? Because that's what you set it to before, I'm pretty sure. Because we went through this in the past. It was meant to be 800, 600, right? I guess you just changed it? Okay, thank you. Because I definitely remember you telling me to put it 800, 600 before. When I first put it in. Because it was correct when we first put it in, right? Ugh, glasses. Woof. All right, thank you, Mr. Cow. So, let me get these games. We've got Puppy Paw versus Numadon. It's great that I have to take my glasses off and now find a way of typing. In fact, guys, give me one sec. Wait, I want to check something. I want to check if I've got my delivery. I'll check if they left it behind the door. I'll run 90 seconds of ads, and then I'll be back, and then we should be into game. So, be right back in 1 sec. Ugh, whoopsie. All right. At the risk of never receiving a sponsorship from them, but screw it, I'm not ESL, so I'm not getting a delivery company anyway. I'm going to just say it. FedEx suck. They said they deliver between 8:30 and 12:30. The estimated delivery. It's now 14:30. GG. Never get my new lenses. So, okay, I just had like a campaign offer come through for one of my influencers. There's these guys that said last time they were doing a performance-based campaign. They've got a different guy handling the same campaign. They've come back again a few months later and said they're doing a performance-based campaign. And my brain is like, when are you going to stop doing performance-based campaigns? Because you're using it as an excuse to give a low base rate. Stop using it as an excuse to give a low base rate to content creators that are well worth more. Fine for my people here, chat. Ain't giving crap deals to my content creators. All right, so let me get Numidan versus Puppy Paw now. Bloody hell, Numidan's been playing a lot of custom games. Why is he playing on Gorge versus AI Intermediate? What? For 30 seconds, huh? Mega Random versus Anno as well. Okay, where is this set? So we had Numidan versus Vortex was the first set, right? We cast that one live. So Numidan versus Puppy Paw. It's actually gonna... Wait, did we cast Numidan versus Puppy Paw? I don't think we did, right, chat? Who was it that we cast that done English versus Malians? That was Marine Lord versus Anavaku, right? Okay, like I was getting deja vu because we've actually got Gorge for English versus Malians. So give me a sec and we'll load this one up. Oh, by the way, I need to figure out the details, but the goal will be to hopefully later this week organize a show match between Myriad and Voldemar. So more details to come on that. Another reason why you want to be following my Discord, so that you know when that's going to be happening. Can we have a poll to see how many prefer that the DLC would have been without the variances versus those that like it as is? I mean, there's a redeem points there to get that poll. Just saying. I personally like the variant civs. I think they're cool. Variant civs, like, in a lot of cases, play very different to their originals. Like, Abbasid versus Ibids, very different playstyle. Ibids is all about tech timings. Abbasid is about longer ages, right? And that kind of goes across the board. Like, obviously, HRE are now more feudal aggressive, but when HRE, like, when the Order of the Dragon was introduced, Order of the Dragon were immediately about aggressive play, expanding on the map, and HRE were the absolute polar opposite. I'm impressed that a lot of the variant civs basically play alternative to what the others done. Like, Chinese was all about TC booming. Zhuji were all about TC. Zhuji were kind of all about Chuganu massing, right? So, the only thing I hate about that one is I just think Chuganu massing is kind of cringe. That it's ever been an optimal strategy is bad design. But in general, they, I think, from my perspective anyway, most of the variant civs were a very good addition. I actually kind of hope they do more of that. What would intrigue me is if we eventually get to a stage where like they introduce so many variant civs, they end up just changing it so that basically you integrate the variant civs into the primaries and it becomes an extra arcing choice you make in the game. That would be pretty cool. One sec, just quickly got this message. All right, there we go. We're good to go. Yikes, I think Cal took that personally. Let's get to it. It's time for more competitive recap. This was a group stage game from NG Slapfest number 2. Puppy Paw going up against Numidan in a matchup that actually I don't think is just a complete one-sided stomp anymore. Player-wise, it potentially is, but actually, you know, with the changes they made to the English for the new Abbey of Kings build, I legitimately believe the English have a better chance of beating the Malians now. I think this went from being about a 90-10 matchup to, I'd say, about 55-45 or 60-40 matchup. So we're going to see if Numidan can thread the needle. Numidan definitely no stranger to the English. The one thing that has me a little bit reluctant is that this guy still likes to play the English in a more old school wise way, right? Like, I don't think that the Numidan is one of these new gen players like what Wham and Puppy are doing right now. We've watched a few of Numidan's games. In competitive especially, he's playing a more reluctant or defensive style. And I think it's very easy when you're up against a very talented player such as Puppy Paw, if your mentality is usually to play a more defensive style anyway, on a civ like the English, you might choose to do that, and it can easily cost you the game. Okay, what? BC's channel just for asking what SteelSeries made the stuff he was promoting. I don't understand what that means. What's your stance on advertisers' control being so absolute in the scene? Advertisers don't have absolute control of the scene. I don't know what what have you been tuning into? Content creators are king, and how they integrate is up to them. My stance on that is content creators and sponsors aim to work together to find a meaningful way to integrate their product in the community that those creators have made. In a lot of content creator-focused deals, the content creators don't actually bother to put any real effort into executing past deliverables because the brand sponsors don't actually care past their initial deliverables. That's how copy and paste deals are done, usually in middleman marketing agencies, where you're given a set of deliverables, you aren't paid more. Perfect example of this is like there are certain mobile games out there, without specifying them, where, because I definitely want their money, where there's no extra value given for you doing the extra mile. Well, say on the Beastie deal, I don't have the full picture, but I know that there was a lot of work put in to bring SteelSeries back into the scene, and they do seem to be interested in finding a meaningful way to integrate. So I actually applaud Beastie for getting that deal, especially at this point in 2024 when everyone seems to be zipping tight their wallets and not looking to deal. And final countdown, that's how middleman agency deals work. That's not how direct-to-brand deals work at all. I should know. I literally do this for a living. Abbey King's on the way, though. Mance from the other side. So I'm liking what we're seeing from Numidan here. This is not just going to be like a standard Council Hall 2TC camp. It still could be 2TC. I think the way you play this meta now with Abbey Kings is you force a reaction and you go 2TC. So if you go 2 town centers as the English, but you force the Malian player to build, say, 6 or 7 jabs and donzos, you can easily defend as long as you congest yourself. He's got a really good spawn as well to move from the gold across the stone, so you can kind of be optimal on that transition. So, Numidan. The alternative way you could go here is that you could play what? Maybe Horseman? I'm not entirely against the idea of raiding with a few Horsemen. You can make 2 to 3, but I think playing a very long, heavy Horseman comp is bad here. The reason is that the whole logic behind the Horseman King comp is that you raid, you never lose your Horsemen, and they heal over time. The problem in this particular matchup is that if you take that approach at all, the Donzo mass gets big enough that the Javelin throws instantly kill Horsemen. So you never reach that scale, and you never heal over time. So yeah, I still think the way out for English is just to get Castle Age kind of cleanly and optimally. And yeah, I'm happy for more sponsor deals to come in to the scene. I'm definitely working my ass off to try and find some for myself as I scale, and oh dear. What? Numidan, this is beautiful. So guys, Numidan had this sort of strategy used against him by Dragavan in a very infamous series in the War Chief Club, a BO1 game you guys might recall. We're kind of getting it again. It's not as close to the base as the one from Dragavan was, but it's really not far off either. Oh, this is sick. So by doing this, you're basically getting the same effect as Council Hall, right? Like, this is what he's achieving by this type of build. You're getting the alternative landmark without having to commit to it. Of course, you're spending 150 wood, but the thing that makes this more optimal is that you could not build a Council Hall here and spam units in quickly, right? Here, the timings are still going to be beautifully done. And from here, you can also have a knock-on effect, which is this villager can go and build an outpost close to the base of his opponent. Also, can someone redeem a timeout on No Mic for being so cursed with the amount of words he banned there? Thank you. Thank you. So, now looking at what's happening for red. Probably going to go up to like, what, 10 Lombos? Thank you, Crackety. Oh, dude. Wow. You know, that's how you can tell if you're an influencer. If you can do that in a chat and it works. So we're going to get Pink going into, what, double archery range. Mass javelins here is the correct response. What worries me is, behind this, I don't feel like red is actually going for any sort of greed play, which is a mistake. I think you should be either adding in these stables for horsemen or going 2TC. Justing longbows is a quick way to find yourself on the losing end of this matchup. Another cool thing, at least, about these trades, by the way, is if Pink doesn't get to a critical mass to insta-kill Lombos, the King's going to heal the Lombos over time. So it's really important that Pink doesn't dive in, waits until he's got about 7 jabs, which should be the mass that guarantees a kill, right? It's 70 health. If you have 7 jabs, they hit for 12 damage each. That's going to be an overkill, but it's a guaranteed kill either way. Also, I think, like, this whole conversation going on about sponsors having control over the product and what gets said, that's debatable. There are certain constraints, like, for example, if you're sponsored by a brand, they're not going to allow you to say the product outright sucks, right? But I know plenty of situations where I know of influencers who've worked with brands, been sent products, and the brand has said, give your honest review. Don't be unfair, just be honest on the review. Like, you'd actually be surprised. If you're directly receiving like regular funding from a brand, then obviously they're not going to. Let's use the peripheral example you're trying to go with. If I'm paying you, let's say let's just pluck around now. If I'm paying you $2,000 a month, I don't want you talking about Razer for sure. I don't want you like showing Razer products on stream. That's like, I don't know why that's even remotely a surprise there, right? Like you would not pay someone to advertise someone else's brand. That's just basic logic. I don't think sponsors have too much control over the influencers they sponsor at all. In fact, a lot of influencers have the brain power to understand the power they have in that deal. If a brand is willing to engage with you to integrate into your community, they want your community. You actually have a lot more power than sometimes influencers are realizing there. Depends how big you are. Yeah, like, once again, you know, it's a case of... Also, this whole idea, like, you could lie in favor of the brand. No, you can't, because that's called false advertising, and that's illegal. Almost anywhere in the world. Yeah, I don't want people brewing up fake drama. Like, if I'm being totally real, like, what I've been reading there, Calm Down, like, the way you've been kind of playing that out, like, you've got this insight of be-all, end-all, that, like, there's a brand holding a gun to a content creator's head. I just want to take a gun to this conversation because it's like, that's not true at all. That is 100% not true. In fact, that particular deal, I think is absolutely fine. I can tell you of many different brands. I'm not going to do it because I don't look to crap on brands, but like brands that deal with middleman agencies where they are getting extortionately good deals on content creators they bring in, because actually the people that are usually getting exploited are more in the 75 to 200 CCV range, because they don't know how to reach these brands directly unless they have to go through like middle agencies. And while there are some absolutely amazing middleman agencies, there are also those that will just scrape the bottom of the barrel in terms of what they give people. All right. So we are now getting in the horseman we wanted from Numidan. Looking at this build, I don't really like that the horsemen are coming from so far away. He could have easily just built them out here, right? This would have been much better if he had the entire comp coming from close by. And at this stage, the horsemen, you know, we talked about this idea of Donzos being able to snipe you when you come nearby. This jab count can do that. Pink can easily just take him out. With Steel Dagger coming in as well, these horsemen will not survive a flurry of jabs. So Numidan now needs to flood a lot of horsemen. He's going to need to raid the flanks first and shut out these pocket ecos. And then when he's up to about 20 horsemen, he'll look for a dive. Horseman Raid coming in. Knights as well. Well played. Pink having way too many units out here. So what was that? 8 villages in total? A few do get chopped down. Outpost is going to be upgraded. It's really important that Numidan actually torches this down straight away. Otherwise, he's not going to be able to control this area. This is one of the weaknesses, by the way, of picking the Malians on this map, is that they spread too wide too quickly. Because they have to, due to the vein locations. Like, it's very rare you get a good spawn. Arguably, he did over here, but the reason why this proxy base is so smart from Red is that it means these golds are inaccessible due to the double archery range spam. So that was actually a sick read. I don't know if that was... It looks like Red that was fully intentional, right? I'm not sure if they scouted this originally and just saw both the golds and then made the choice. But that's a really cool permutation for this build, is if you're going for the proxy ranges, you want to target the side that has the vital resource. In this case, it's the gold, but in certain matchups, for example, the Byzantines, you're going to be looking and saying, okay, where are the olive groves? Where's the olive oil going to be? Where are the berries? Yeah, King being dead is pretty expensive at this stage, considering Numidan want to get into the blacksmith upgrades, right? So he's going to have to leverage more on the gold. The Horseman mass is decent, but the problem is you revealed it too early, and now Donzos are coming in. I'm really liking this game now more for Pink the longer it goes on. Imagine how different this play looks if there was a sneaky TC play coming in 2 minutes ago, right? Like, build a few archers, force a reaction, go second TC. Instead, now, Pink says, okay, my army's big enough, you can't fight it directly. He's going to dive down the center. Horseman Raid coming in. The problem now is Numidan's entire army is out of position. Gold gets stabbed in on. And Red is going to be too late to break away from that. Well played on the micro. A little bit of overkill on one of the villagers. But overall, a good dive for Pink. And one that is going to persist underneath the TC. 4 ranged armor on these units means they do not give a damn about the defenses. Horsemen now getting cut off as they're reinforcing. Looks like villagers did pull out to the right side. So Numidan isn't going to be fully exposed to this. He's still got working eco. But a great strike back. And one that I think was essential. Because so far, for Pink, he was just kind of reacting to what was happening. Right? But now he gets to stranglehold the map. And the reason this is important is that Red hasn't added in many farms. And that's a detail that Pink just saw when he dove. So he understands that his opponent has to be on pocket eco. And wow, oh my god, Numidan. That missed micro back. Not great. On top of that, like, we're now in a situation where you have no way to run these guys. He's going to run them towards the cavalry for the time being, but this is very dangerous because the issue now from the English perspective is he doesn't know how many Donzos have been built. He doesn't know if it's just a few or if it's 10 plus. The problem also is the gap closing here. You could easily lose half of these horsemen before you're in range. It's that brutal how effective javelins are. I mean, it's insane, right? 9 base damage. You've only got 3 armor. You're taking 6 damage per jav. That's 29 javs there. So that ends up equating to just shy of 180 damage, right? It's 174. Horsemen only have 120 health, 25 health. They just insta-die. Start step back. Donzos are going to go in. Kind of muddy the water a little bit here. Numidan just trying to stick to his target. Looks like a good fight, but he needs to get around the back here. Wombos actually aren't just dealing with the Donzos. A few of them did survive a long time. So at the tail end of this fight, Puppy Paw barely loses anything of grand relevance here. He still has 24 javelins. But Numidan is now down to just 4 horsemen. Yeah, I think that looked like maybe a little bit of a miss micro. Numidan, I think Puppy Paw had 4 Donzos going into that fight. And then halfway through, he still had 2 Donzos left over. That's a lot of bonus damage coming out. Remember, that's 28 damage. By comparison, to get a similar impact out of javelins hitting a horseman, you would need, I think it's 6 of them hitting, right? Because it's 6 damage times 6, so you'd be up at, well, first, so 5. Let's say 5. Let's be fair at 5. To match the damage of a Donzo. That's insane. I can't believe he kept him alive that long. And the problem now is Numidan, all of a sudden, his horseman count is so low that you can just spam jabs to win. Also, the other issue you're seeing in this game is that he was clearly flirting with the idea of castle. But now it's up to Puppy Paw. He can go castle age, he can spam Fulani, or he can look to end. I think from this position, your goal is to end the game. You don't need to prolong this. Wow, what a cool game. This is the point where, like, Numidan is recalling that game against Dragovan in the lower bracket. He's like, wait, this English builder actually lost against me. Admittedly, a very different situation, but it did indeed fail. Yeah, and the Horsemen now trying to raid. The problem is at this stage, you haven't got this mass that can instantly just pinch 10 villagers and kill them, right? So it's very difficult for you to claw a big eco lead. And sure, you're 5 ahead, but the reality is it's double pit mine, and it's now ranches getting added in. So these eco numbers get deceptive. Like right now, actually Puppy Paw is ahead. If Puppy Paw wanted to rush castle, he could get there quicker. If Puppy Paw wanted to flood military, he has an ability to push more than his opponent. Numenon's potential stay-in point here is the fact that Lombos are really good units, but with a Jav matchup, you're already hard discredited there. I think that's enough tinfoil hats for one day. Jesus, if I wanted to have that much tinfoil hat theory, I'd watch back Futurama. I think I just lost brain cells that I can't afford to be losing reading that. Anyway, Jab Mass is getting out of control now. We're up to 45, or about to be. The Horseman last time barely dented. And, you know, here's the crazy thing. If Numenor lost that fight last time when it was 4 Tonzos, what happens when it's 9? Yeah, dude, like, this is the... So, you know how I was, like, praising all the positives of the interaction of Twitch? That guy just probably made a very firm argument for why it shouldn't be an interactive platform. Doesn't get his opinion agreed with, immediately assumes that, like, I'm on Big Suit Corporation's side. No, actually, like, after you fake presume to know how behind the scenes works, and then I called you on it, and you had no, like, proof of, like, hey, yeah, I'm an agent who works for a big agency. Here's the links, here's the proof. And pointing to you that actually I do these deals and I understand these deals. You still double down. So maybe the issue wasn't that I'm controlled by the sponsorships and I want brands as much as it was your argument is poorly informed. And that's a pristine example of why people should fact check anything they read on the internet before just assuming it's true. Anyway, Horsemen get clapped. That is a lot of losses for nothing in return. Get your rally back to this other side of the map. Numenor, I mean, he's been set back again. I think the first time around, the Horsemen kind of screwed him over. The second time, he's a mile behind now. And do I have the factory background? I don't think I do. I need to check. Maybe in the wallpaper generator. I don't. The problem is, like, I haven't had as much versatility on the wallpaper backgrounds for that redemption at the moment, because I think they've put another memory leak in AV4. My performance on my game is down. So, like, I don't know why, but using the wallpaper engine is quite resource intensive on top of that. Yeah, I agree. It's really weird for someone to be up at arms of a content creator that I assume they are supporting, or they should be supporting if they're watching him, trying to get a bag. Flash coming in. You saw the king almost insta-die to this many javelins. Behind this, what, only 2 ranches? I love the way the Puppy Paws played this. It's very controlled. I've seen a lot of Marlian players in this position get too greedy, and I actually think that's where this king build with mass horseman lombos can still kill you. But in this type of game, I mean, the play to just keep playing feudal forever is genius. And thank you very much, Angelica, for the raid. Hopefully you had a good stream. Let me know how the Age of Mythology is going. You know what, you're tempting me to go for a playthrough. I have not played through Age of Mythology in years. I miss it. I was getting tempted, but I was like, maybe I just wait for the retold. Is incredible. Fran and Grand Filani on the way. Only 3 ranches, though. I mean, in fairness, Numenor is refusing to fight him now, right? And you don't want to dive the English TC. This is the other thing I love about Puppy Paw's approach, is he's been punishing Numenor from coming out of the map. If you go into the base, the attack speed aura is there, and actually you can potentially lose, especially against horsemen like this. So everything that he's doing is correct. And the other cool thing is, remember, this Civ gets all their upgrades really quick. It's only going to take 30 seconds. So now, Numenor, he has to be in position to immediately punish this. That's not going to happen with Lombos, because he won't come out of his base. This is really smart. Grand Fulani, only half full, but, you know, realistically, you could just add in stable still. I think it's probably easy to just keep spamming Javs and Donzos, though. It's kind of brain dead that we were into one of these games. It's been a while, but this is just the classic Marlian strategy, right? Just build these 2 units and win a game. Doesn't really need any other type of unit diversity. But let's say Numidan did take up, he did start building men-at-arms, you just build sofas. And it's more affordable for you. Credit to him, Numidan has got at least a decent number of farms on the backside, so should be relatively safe with the idea of coming to castle. The problem I have is once you reach there, the comparison here is this Civ, everything they've got is still useful. This Civ, eh. Like, you don't really want Lombos anymore, you do not want Horsemen anymore. It's why this English strategy is more revolving around the idea of ending in feudal, right? Like, the other build we see out of the English a lot is where they build Lombos men-at-arms. That's a good comp to upgrade. Lombos Horsemen, to me, is really, really tough to justify in Castle. Tough and Titan difficulty. I think the thing I like about Age of Mythology, it was something I hoped they were going to use in Age of Empires in a way, is the idea of like the castable abilities somewhere on a map. Like, I think I was saying, like, when everyone was saying Abbey of Kings needs a buff, one of the recommendations I made to the devs is imagine if you... I think I made this recommendation like a year and a half, 2 years ago. Imagine if Abbey of Kings had an activatable ability where you target somewhere, and it's like, it's Divine Rejuvenation. You just click an area, it gives a little bit of heal when people aren't in combat. I think someone just learned why you don't fight with my mods. And also, Numidan is learning why you do not fight mass javelins. Oh lordy. This is a big boy army. Yeah, a lot of people actually haven't played Age of Mythology. Trust me, if it's just a remake of the original, it'll be a grand experience. I hope it's got extra coming, like they'll add additional expansions in. It's an incredible game. It was the least bought Age of game, but I would argue it quite possibly is the best one they made. The campaign, at least, definitely is the best one they ever made. Dive coming in, javelins. Just, I mean, they don't care about the defenses because Numidan doesn't have any. He went King's Palace here. And look at the shutdown. 3 farm clusters completely inoperable in a game where Numidan has no other food source he's working on right now. Oh, wow. Numidan might just be flatlining at this point. Food gathering just doesn't really exist in his base. He's going to have to fight this. Jav's going to continue diving. Remember what we said about that attack speed aura that just makes the Lombos fight back? True before, but now it's 50 Javs versus 34 Lombos. It's kind of less true at this point in the game. I think for Numidan, like looking at the state of this game, the mistake was probably just not proxying the stables and then playing from the north side fully. I didn't mind that idea, and then behind that you just go like 2TC. The fact that he had no fast castle or 2TC intention, I think, killed his game. He needs to bait the Marlians to build too many units in feudal and come over the top. You go into a long feudal affair against a Civ that has all the perfect counters to what you do. Horsemen get countered by Javs, as we've seen here, and most definitely by the Donzos. And the Lombos will always lose to Javs. So, you know, to me, this just is a misappropriation of the strategy. I do believe that the Lombo proxy base can actually beat Marlians very early on. But because he didn't double commit to it, he set himself up for failure. You can't be half in, half out. Otherwise, you're only going to end up out like this. This loss has nothing to do with it being my build. All right, Mr. Defensive. I mean, I did kind of allude to that, right? Like, calm your tits. I defended you. Because, as I highlight, like the problem that he actually had in this game is like he didn't fully commit. He half committed. And he didn't have a backup plan. You know what the problem was, Dragavan? He needed to pull the village. No, I'm not going to do that to you. His issue is he didn't have a TC or a Castle Age player behind it. He needed one of those two things. That's how you finish the Marlians off there. You either like if you don't want to build the entire proxy base, you have to have a greedy element behind it. Otherwise, you're just pretending to be all in. So yeah, a little bit of a tough one. Only the first game though, so let's get the next one ready. Someone asked, is this live? This is the recap of the games that did not get cast on the weekend. This is something we regularly do around tournament games so that people see everything. I don't know if I'm going to upload that one just because it turned in... Like, I don't mind that, like, kind of mixing casts with conversations, but that guy just made it weird. Like I said, dude. I imagine being mad that someone is getting like imagine being mad at a brand and at a content creator that a content creator is able to secure a brand deal, which is hard to do by the way, and that brand actively being interested in ways of integrating into a space to A, bring more money and support the creators which make this space really exist, and B, try to offer up products that aren't scams, right? Last time I checked, the products they make work. It's not like you're talking about someone just getting this dodgy deal from unknown person, unknown country that is definitely a scam, right? Jesus, I'd maybe understand your reservations if you found out that your favorite content creator had just got the most outrageous, very clearly a scam Web3 NFT deal imaginable, but that was odd. That's all I'll say of that person. That was very odd. Adjust your attitude and be like, you know, it's okay to have a complete misread or misunderstanding of something. It's not okay to be so pig-headed and blind that when someone explains to you actually how things really work, after you ask them to explain to you how things really work, you then double down, all right? Guy probably believes that the earth is flat and that, you know, Trump is actually the second coming of Jesus. Jesus. Whew. Sup, Justice Beaver? Thank you very much for the sub, man. Welcome to Swarm. NFT deal, that's an idea. Dude, money. I mean, I can tell you, like, if you really want money, Cascade, that's actually, like, that is the place you go. Do we run ads for 60 seconds so you guys don't have to get it in game? Because I think another ad poll's coming up. I'm going to run ads now for 60 seconds, and then we'll hop into game number 2. So, Puppy Paw, 1 point on the board. Wait, no. Whoops, other way around. Oh, nice. Did you fix the thingy? Oh, so that's interesting. Yeah. So interesting thing, by the way, Cal. You know, you said to change it 1920 by 1080 for the score. When it was on 800 by 600, it would, if you plus pointed on the left side, it would put it on the right side and vice versa. So now that we're 1920 by 1080, it seems to do it right. Nice. That fixed multiple things. Air up? I don't even know what air up is. I've never even heard of that. Yeah, I'm working to bring some brands into the space. There's like some that I'm definitely like interested in working with. Hopefully, fingers crossed, those will start to develop because like my goal is to kind of bundle deals, get multiple creators in on them. Because like the reality is if you're not like a 2,000, 3,000 streamer, it's very difficult to get the time investment. Even if you're like a good investment for a sponsor from a like You'll Do Good Integrations, they have to consider the extra time they'd spend signing 10 creators that are 200 CCV versus signing one creator that's 2,000, right? But fingers crossed, like, you know, the reason why I'm gunning for that is so that we can make this full time. And also, I appreciate people giving all the subs and all the donor support, but I love the idea of being able to push you guys towards a product that gives something back to you. I really like that idea. Can't wait for your Prime to reset tomorrow. Sounds like I can't wait for either. Whoop, whoop. When Mythology came, as I remember, that game was epic. Yeah, but it just wasn't known. So, like, you know, Dawn of War, I think, sold double what Age of Mythology did, which, by the way, it deserves to. Dawn of War is actually one of the best RTSs ever created. But, like, I still know a lot of people who don't even know what Dawn of War was. So, like, that tells you just how unknown Age of Mythology was. But, yeah. The thing is, when people come in clown like that, I mean, I don't like the attitude they had, but I like they opened an interesting discussion for me to provide insights for other people who do want to know and do want to have a meaningful discussion about how these things work. You know me, I'm always trying to be transparent about like anything and everything. But yeah, pretty cool deal. Like actually, like I said, I think I'm hoping that SteelSeries, the sponsorship coming in, that's the first of hopefully many people entering the scene. I'm already talking to some people about finding ways of getting them involved in the scene now. Because AoE4 is a cool community. It's a decent sized community, decent sized scene. And something I've said before is actually it's one that a lot of marketing companies should want to be involved in because from a marketing perspective, from a demographics perspective rather, it's a very valuable market. Had the potential to be not a weird conversation? Agreed, 100%. And viewership is indeed growing. Yep. fingers crossed. Like, you know, like I'm all for these type. Like, I'm not one that. I'm never gonna be one of those creators like, oh, why'd that person get that deal? I actually want everyone to get deals because my logic, my process has always been, what's that classic saying? Like, rising tides lifts all ships, right? That's how I feel about it. It's something in AoE2 where like I always gunned with the idea of like ESLs and people getting involved because once again I felt like rising tides lifts all ships, right? Like you've got a few content creators that have 25% of the scene each, let's say roughly now. If the scene doubles in size, but they then have 15% of the overall size, they're still ahead. So yeah, like these type of things are always good. All right, shall we get ready for it? Time for game number 2. Poppy Paw. Honestly, I think this guy might actually have Greek heritage at this stage. He's... I don't know if I want to say the best Byzantine player in the game right now. He's definitely on the podium. He really has impressed me with the way that he's been trading. I think like, one big kind of clear point is the fact that you're seeing almost all the top players now doing this opening with the Grove. That started with the Canadians. On the other side, though, Numidan has got something tried, true, and potent. It's the Iobits. But this matchup, this is an interesting matchup. I actually think with the new build, with the Javelin Throwers opening, Byzantines fare a lot better up against the Iobits. And the reason is that you really can't get that much value out of Desert Raiders now, especially if your opponent gets to spawn like this. It's a back-spawning Berry Bush, as well as the opening Olive Grove. It means that by the time the Desert Raider arrives, realistically, Poppy Paw should be capable of getting in to his first jabs. Another interesting detail I haven't seen people do yet is if this Desert Raider does come in, just activate Akratoy and keep gathering. Because if he's going to try to pepper you with arrows, you do 7 base damage, it goes down to 5. So you can just kite. You can pull back the injured villagers, gather the berries you need to get the olive oil for the first drop-off into your jabs, and then that Desert Raider play does nothing. And it is indeed going to be the Desert Raider play. Who's better than Poppy Paw? I would like to see... I feel like I pay good money to see Dumu versus Poppy Paw on Byzantines, even in a mirror several times over. Dumu really has impressed me with his Byzantines. I don't know if he feels it, but I feel like it might be, if not his strongest civ, his second strongest civ right now. So Dumu, to me, is up there. Outside that, I haven't been catching too much of BC's Byzantines recently, so I don't want to comment on that. I think Marine Lord is a clear shoo-in for one of the best, right? Like, Marine Lord is just kind of a given in most cases, but we don't see him playing Biz too much. It's the top players in my mind right now are Dumu, Poppy Paw, Wham, and Marine Lord for Byzantines. There are some spicy boys in there. I think like people like Anatan are really surprising. He has some really cool builds. Anatan is an interesting outrunner, actually, that I might put in like the top 5 or 6. Anatan doesn't get enough credit for what he does with the Byzantines. And the problem is, like, he was doing this before the buffs came in, but now that everyone plays Byzantines, for a lot of people, it's kind of a roll of the eyes, less impressive thing that he's winning with them. But yeah, never underestimate the power of Anachad. But we're here to focus on Poppy Paw. Grand Winery almost complete. Timing-wise, you can notice that he's not prioritizing a fast tech up here. He's trying to remain resource optimal elsewhere. There's a lot of gold gathering going on in this early phase, which is intriguing. But that's because Poppy Paw, I believe he's a player that quite frequently goes for his eco upgrades straight away. That would explain all this gold gathering. It's actually probably the #1 reason you could put behind why he's prioritizing this over a faster tech timing. And the other thing is, with this wood gathering, we've seen Poppy Paw a lot of the time add in like 3 groves at the start of his tech up. It's not going to get him instantly in those jabs, but it gives him this flexibility to potentially play sheep without having to rush out into berries and have to get something to defend against the Desert Raider. But I think he's going to be doing that anyway, right? Yep, Rack's being dropped down, so Limitane are going to be his defense mechanism. House of Wisdom has spawned the first Desert Raider. Numidan should be arriving at the Grand Winery around 4 minutes. Sorry, not 4 minutes. 5 minutes, 10 seconds? Or... what did I say about the back spawn berries? Oh, this is so annoying. I mean, realistically, he could even wall the left side, but it's just not worth the extra time. He's going to wall the right side. This is basically going to make it impossible for Numidan to shuffle in and out freely. Well played. And yes, this is another thing that's really cool about this map. Sometimes you do get the trade post close by. This is not a game for it. Camel Archers and Mustafadi Warriors is kind of eh. But there's been plenty of games we've seen recently where it could have been an option. We even got to see one where Anatan used it the other day, if you guys remember. Anatan, he dropped a Merc House on the trade post to get Sipahi. That was in a matchup against Order of the Dragon. Very smart play, actually, because it gave him ability to fight the Gilded Horsemen and destroy the Gilded Archers. So that's another reason why you see Byzantines picked here a lot. We haven't seen it leveraged much. It's mainly about the berries. But as the meta develops, this will definitely become part of it. Camel Archers give the Abbot infantry support with the Imp landmark, yes. But that shouldn't matter here because it's going to be Jav contract anyway. You always go Silk Road against Ibids because their comps are Desert Raider, which you count with Javs, and then they play into Archer and Camelot Lancers, and their Archers will get countered by the Javs. So it just makes way too much sense. Now, this should be in Growthwing. I actually like the Numidan's being optimal about it as well. He's already been gathering just enough of each of these berry patches. One thing I'm not a fan of is Numidan has way too many people on sheep. This is a worse gathering rate for you. If you're going for fast castle, it's a big difference between having 3 on berries and having 8 on berries at this stage. And I don't like to see this because I think he could have actually been teching up probably half a minute quicker with that gathering difference. Offside Puppy has actually just stuck to the one grove and is indeed getting the Silk Road. So Mercs are on the way. The problem now for Numidan is he can't fight these mercenaries directly. So there's an opportunity now for Puppy to idle them out because the other reason why this sheep first approach is really bad for Numidan, it means that he doesn't have much safe food when he techs up. So there's a very big risk that he techs up and just has nothing to gather, right? Because the berries will be blocked out by the Javs. A little raid coming in actually from the Limitane here. Interesting little bit of poke. Desert Raider is coming home. The Javelins are not coming though, right? Am I blind? Oh wait, they aren't out yet. Yeah. I'm not blind. They just haven't arrived. They took a while. So there is an opportunity actually here for Numidan to try and shut this down. It's just so difficult with the shield wall. It's even more difficult when you micro like that. This is not looking good for Numidan. He's just triggered the tech up. Growthwing's on the way. He needs to get a lot of gold ASAP. And the Limitane are not going anywhere anytime soon. The wall is at least good, but with more spam and spam coming, you could just start breaking through this. And here's another awkward detail. I think Numidan built this wall too close to the gold. The Javs can hurl over the wall. Limitane is going to get rid of one that... Oh, what? The aggro switch there. That's unfortunate. Desert Raider going down would have been a big deal. In fact, he should still get it. Numidan, where's his backup gold? It's on the north side, right? So... things are looking a little bit shaky here, actually, for the Ibids. The tech up is at least on the way, but you see Puppy Paw's not far behind him. The difference right now, though, is if your open play is going to be Camel Lancers, you're already counted. I think Numidan has to open Golems. Otherwise, it's going to be a very hard fight to get out your own base. Break through on the wall. It also would make you more cost efficient. Like, you can't afford many Lancers here, right? Golems, you can at least get, was it 5 out, I think? 4 or 5? It's a little bit difficult because Javelin Masses can kill you, but at this stage in the game, you're going to be maximum up against 12 Javs. So getting 5 Golems together should be enough to push this away. What on earth? Interesting lumber camp. Don't think that's ever going to be coming out. Would be nice if he cancelled it though. Considering he's adding in archery ranges, that's an extra archer in cost, right? The lumber camp is just sitting there. So it looks like he did actually cancel in. Wow. If that gets found at all, I wouldn't expect it to though. This is very reminiscent of when you watch people play Gorge and they get cut off from their home. They just go and hide behind a tree line, and it's very rare that they get scouted on that map. That's a map where you're looking for that play. I guarantee Puppy Paw is not looking for this play here. Wait, what? But he's checking the gold, right? It's just the gold because he knows that Numidan needs gold to play this game, right? And he's camping here. So there's no way. There's absolutely there's absolutely positively no way that Puppy Paw will see those villages. If he did, I would be very sus right now because there's no reason to go back here. This is a Gigabrain play by Numidan. However, he needs every gigabyte of brain data he can get right now because I don't feel like he's ahead at all. Tech up completely on the other side. Puppy Paw, remember, he's got level 2 System. That 14% increased gathering rate plus the olive oil means actually you're not really that far behind Numidan economically. Varangian is a problem here because we mentioned that Numidan can't go camel lancers. He doesn't really have good gold access, and on top of that, you wouldn't be able to get many out quickly, right? Like you'd be losing to Limitane. But now the problem is you have no solution to Varangian. Iabids can build crossbows, they just never do. And that's going to be a problem. If Numidan doesn't read what the follow-up play is, he could just be dead on arrival. And the thing is, you might argue he can't do crossbows KP because he died to jabs. Okay, but why does he feel he can do archers instead, right? Like, this is the problem of camel lancers. I think camel lancers is an absolute bait here. If he'd done Golems plus archers, or Golems plus crossbow rather, he'd have a solution to this comp. But because he went camel lancers archers, everything is counted. And this is not counted. Now, I always like to remind people in these situations, like if you're wondering why is Numidan doing these things, we have God Vision, right? But the problem with like defending his choice through God Vision is that this is a predictable comp for a Byzantine player. If you lined up 100 Byzantine games right now, 90% of them would have these 3 units. This is just the go-to. It's done every day of the week. So Numidan should wholly know this. But I feel like the problem with a lot of Ibid players is they still fixate on this tempo control that you get from Camel Lancers, which is great in matchups where you're able to get across the map. But you already have seen Puppy Paw on your base once. You know he's coming back again. There's no world in which you get the freedom to go and use these Camel Lancers. Instead, you have to fight with them. That's not a desirable fight to find yourself in. Limitane have pulled pretty far back. Varangian are going over the clash now. Jabs start to trade out. And now in the retreat, you're at risk of losing your wood line. Behind this as well, keep in mind Numidan decided he wanted to play for the Dervishes already. This is another thing that's really annoying about this matchup now for Iabids. When it's Grand Winery, you can't delay your Dervish play because your opponent already has a monastery. And they produce their monks quicker than you produce yours. So any delay kills your ability to keep tempo. It's another element that makes these Byzantine buffs so good up against the Iabids. Thank you very much, Gal. Yeah, I think Iabids are going to have to change like the script here if they want to start winning against Byzantines. This fast castle build is way too predictable now. If you play 10 plus units in Feudal, stop before 20, I can maybe see that working where you kind of focus around Horsemen with maybe some Desert Raiders. That at least keeps the Byzantine player in his base, right? And then you follow up into Castle, you have the Golden Age 2, and your resources aren't being idled. But to me, this kind of naked fast castle build is already starting to get counted in different matchups. I think the buff to the Byzantines already naturally set up this to be a counterplay for Byzantines. Camel Lancers at least are finally raiding, but, you know, at this stage, the military mass is kind of undeniable. Camel Lancers are at least going to stay alive, so you can keep trying to poke and prod in, but at this stage, Puppy Paw can afford to leave a few Limitane here and go hunting. And Numidan, he has one recovery arc. It is this detail, the Manjanique. One difficulty of doing the Manjanique here is you still don't have an answer to Varangian, right? So if your opponent now just decides to go Teardrop Shields, which any self-respecting Byzantine player will by the time he's got about 15 Varangian, then he will break your face. Fact, Puppy Paw, I don't know if this is intentional or if it was just a forgotten detail, he still doesn't have a blacksmith's. He also hasn't completed the system. Whoops. That's actually a big deal. He's at least buffing the gold, right? But look at all the food workers out here. That's 15 villagers. I think 2 of them are maybe getting clipped by the buff. The rest most definitely aren't. Yeah, that's an expensive loss at this stage in the game. That's a third of your economy that's not getting... That would be an 18% increased gathering rate. So yeah, quite worrisome. Blacksmith is at least coming in. There's another reason why you absolutely need to get the system, and he just realized. That's good. Because this is going to give you the Dialecticus pump to get quickly into the techs. Sultan's Mamluks is coming. This is basically the best time in the game for the Ibid player to try and fight. The problem is you're playing out into the map with a non-existent front line. So you don't want to tank with archers against jabs here, but if you don't, the Manjanique's going to die. Mango shot. Quite a good hit, actually. But now you have to stand your ground. And that means melee's going to attack you, right? This is exactly what you don't want to have to do with archers like this. He's not going to be able to hold there. Siege weapon's going down. And Numidan now has to retreat, but in that retreat, he's going to lose a lot for this. The charge speed coming in, the javelin chase down, just good micro from Puppy Paw, and all of a sudden, Numidan, his big recovery arc that was meant to be based around this Maginique seems impossible. Second one now being built up at home, but I mean, the price you're going to pay here, right, is hemorrhaging eco. Puppy Paw is at a strong point. He has 22 Varangian, 23 javelins. Even if you somehow get double Maginique together, the problem that Numidan now has is he doesn't have a good front line. I don't think he's getting enough time to build one up. Javs taking the opportunity to snipe down anything building up the siege. Maginique is at least going to unpack, but now in this choke point, it's not just Varangian, it's the Limitane as well. So even if the dive came in, I'm hesitant to say that Numidan would be able to hold him back. And Puppy Paw doesn't want to react too abruptly, right? Like, he has good control in the game. The eco lead isn't insurmountable. He's feeling pretty comfortable at home. He knows if he just buys his time, builds a little bit bigger, and comes in again, he can easily clean this up. Another cool little detail for you guys on why Silk Road is really good against the Ibids. I mentioned it for the Javelins against the Archers and the Desert Raiders. It's also incredible for the Camel Riders. Camel Riders disintegrate Camel Lancers. Look at the stats. You do 28 damage per strike, 1.12 to attack. On the other side, 1.38 to attack and 22 damage. And on top of that, Camel Riders rather have an extra, I think, what was it? An extra 40 health? Sorry, it's even more, 60 health to compensate for the lack of armor. It's not even close in this fight. You just get destroyed. Breakthrough on the wall. Numidan is going to try to get a backstab. I like this. It's probably the one thing he can do. But what I don't like is he's trying to backstab economy. He needs to be backstabbing the army, killing the trickle of troops. They're just going to start pulling back. This will do some damage. The problem is what's happening on the other side. It's a dive in. Puppy Paw is hunting. Economy has shifted north side, so far, far away as much as possible. The issue, however, is with the Camel Lancers gone, these Maginiques don't have any protection. And if Puppy Paw sees them, even for a second, he'll commit. Here we go. Shift north side. He spotted them out. Raids are in, and they are finding impact here. It's now up to 12 worker kill advantage for Numidan. He's 20 eco ahead. But the military difference is still a mile high for Puppy Paw. Army marching forward. Double Maginique is not going to be able to instantly turn the tide here. Warp to the center. Decent micro to dodge from Puppy Paw. And now it's going to be a spread and a dive. Yeah, notice the way that he just spreads the line before committing in. Guarantees there's no big warp come from the Maginique, and there's no way you can repair this in time. 2 siege weapons going down again. He at least takes out some of the javelins. But siege being lost like this is a high price to pay, and there's enough Limitane left over to guarantee that Numidan will not come back for a 3rd siege attempt. GG gets called. Puppy Paw makes it a dominant 2-0 and shows you exactly why his Byzantines are feared. Oh, well played to Mr. Puppy Paw there. Yeah, pretty kind of standard surgical game. I don't think there's anything too wild, too wacky in that one. What could Numidan have done different? I think it's the feudal pressure. I think you have to find a way of trying to keep the Byzantine player in his base. You know, the advantage is meant to come in castle lanes there, but if you let them get out, they just kind of flood and you don't even really get online. It's a tough matchup, though. I think most matchups right now against Byzantines are looking tough, but that one in particular to me is a bit of a rough one because the other issue is Ibids don't really have the same flexibility that the Byzantines have, where Byzantines can play along feudal or go castle and be strong in both. And the problem is, like, I know I said Gulums, I still think it would have been the right call because he had the tech advantage. But the other reason why Numidan didn't want to do Gulums is because in that matchup, if it's Gulums versus Varangian, Varangian disintegrate Gulums because they have extra melee armor and then they get the extra attack speed from teardrop shields. Just a really tough all-rounder, to be honest. I think you have to look for some sort of eco lead. But as I said, because of the Golden Age taking so long to come in and System already being there by default as an opening play, you already struggle to match the eco, right? Okay, so another series done. Let's mark that one off. We've got CSO versus GUA and Kiljadi versus Avali are the other ones that I think weren't cast. Do we have a preference here? In fact, let me just quickly double check. I'm talking to someone behind the scenes. I'm weighing up whether we do like a charity stream later this month or not. It's tempting. I'll think on that one a little. So let's have a look. I think we'll do CSO versus GOA. Let me change the title. I'll put the music on as well. Is the music even playing? I think my Spotify's bugged. Hey, there it goes back. You hit your funny bone really hard? That's great, dude. That means you're laughing at my stream. I'm such a funny guy. Thank you, thank you. Alright, anyway. Let me get that CSO GUA set. So Dry Arabia, Gorge, and Cliffside are the maps. Let me pull up the draft. CSO doing his classic thing where he doesn't actually just put his name in. And then let's switch over. Alright, what are we looking at here? You actually want Ottomans? Why? He's got Jeanne d'Arc for Delhi, Chinese for English, Chinese for Abbasids actually could work as well if this was Frisian marshes, but it's not. I think Chinese is still good versus Abbasids in most situations though, right? The Millie Wing 2TC is really strong. We'll see how good it is now though against China. Because I think that actually, yeah, just check. The opening matchup is going to be on Dry Arabia. It's going to be China versus Abbasids. That's a bit of a funky one to open up with. I didn't expect that for the beginner. I don't know. To me, like, CSO's draft almost looked perfect until the Ottoman pick. Right? It's like, you almost just want to tell this one, it was all going well until the Otto pick. Because I just don't really resonate with it. I don't understand the value behind that pick. I struggle to see the value of Ottomans in most matchups, but like like looking at this draft, I don't understand it. English versus Ottos, I actually feel like English have a better chance against Ottomans than most civs, to be honest. Abbasids versus Ottomans, I think Abbasids just go 2TC, you go 2TC, and then because your feudal scaling is really bad now as Ottomans, the Abbasids can win that. And then Delhi versus Ottomans used to be 50-50, but now it's not even close. Like now, I think it's dominant for Delhi because the ability to play feudal is almost impossible. At least against the Delhi anyway. So, game one, China versus Abbasids. Let me get that loaded up now. I'm going to run 60 seconds ads now so you guys don't have to worry about them in game. So, bear with me. And then after them, we can hop across. 1200 olive oil, it comes in as equivalent to 12 javelins. Is my math good? I'm pretty sure that's correct. Which is weird, right? Because javs should cost more, to be honest. Let's have a look. AoE4 contracts Byzantines. Because the Lombos are 500, right? Which is kind of weird, dude. Like I don't know. Like I think they made that one too expensive now. But like the Eastern one is, I think, was it 400 for the Keshiks? Let me have a look. Where are the contract units on AoE4 World? Ah, here they are. So, Javelin throws are 115 olive oil. So that comes out to 460, right? And Keshiks are 400. So Keshiks are the most cheap. The awkward part is like the Javelins, if you think about it, like actually financially, you're getting Javelins cheaper than Malians get Javelins from a raw resource perspective. The weird part then is the fact that Lombos are like spot on the 90 each. You don't get a discount, right? So you're spending 450 olive oil? Wait, no, is that right? I thought the Longbows were 500. Or did they change it? Yeah, LBs are 500. Yeah, yeah. Okay, this is weird. Then, like, the numbers that get pulled onto AoE Full World are incorrect. But, like, so Javs 480 means you're paying the exact cost, but Lombos being 500 means you're paying a premium. I don't like that. I think, like, at the risk of making Lombos OP for Byzantines, it's just weird to me. Like, it's another reason why Javs are just better. You're getting the full cost efficiency. Very weird. All right, I think the ads have ran, though, so we can get ready for this game. Roost is good because it rewards players who can micro-well, not to mention that they have good units in all stages of the game. Kind of true, Ashra. I think the Roosts are kind of weak in Castle Age for unit comp diversity. Typically, they just play Knights, and that's the only strong point they have. Like, for most Roost players, they use their feudal advantage to get a Castle Age edge by getting relics. And then after that, like, if you think the game's going to go long, you have to think about Imperial Age, because you can't like flex this big advantage. Like Chinese and Castle Age, like Palace Guard, Nest of Bees, these things all feel really strong. Abbassids and Castle Age with the composite bows, their archers feel really strong. The reason why Roost use dominant in Castle is because of what they do in feudal, right? Whether it's a fast castle build with 2TC, which is just free, or it's because they built a big army that they scale upwards quite well. So yeah, Roost is a weird one. Like, the timings are what make them so good at any stage in the game. But reality is, if you looked at it from a raw starting point, if we started the game in Castle Age, it's kind of like, what do you do as Roost that's great? Boys Fortitude and Fury sounds really good. It's a very expensive tech. So, like, the scaling points are weird if it wasn't for the way that they play the early phases of the game. Without further ado, let's get into it. CSO, teammate of Louis MT on the Chinese. A Chinaman on the Chinese. Perfect. On the other side, an American. No, I'm not going to go there. We've got the Kings of the Middle East here. Abbassids in the hands of GUA. I mean, it seems poetic, almost seems fitting. This is a guy who likes to build rams. He could literally build them in the Dark Age if he wanted to. Yeah, very interesting matchup of players and drafts as well, because CSO, I'm a little bit perplexed by this choice he made. I know that he liked playing Ottomans before, but in a free game series, his draft was Jeanne d'Arc, Chinese, and Ottomans. It was all going well into that Ottoman pick. That's the thing I don't like about his draft. And that's why I think GUA might have a good shot here. Because if we were looking in the just raw skill right now, I think Give You Anxiety would actually accept that CSO is playing it just a bit better. We've seen CSO capable of taking games off of Louis MT. And I think for Give You Anxiety, yeah, we've always hoped he'd be able to return to his former self and make some deep runs. But it just hasn't really been on the cards for him. Delhi Abbas's English as a draft here is one way that it could happen. But this opening onto Dry Arabia with a map pool of, I think they went for Dry Arabia, was it Cliffside was the other one? Yeah, Dry Arabia, Gorge, and Cliffside. I'm a little bit surprised that China came out here. I'm also very surprised Abbassids came out here. But to me, it almost feels like GUA expected the Chinese pick, which is surprising considering I actually rate Chinese quite highly on Cliffside. What this might be, though, is you have to remember that on Cliffside, English can be pretty good against Chinese because of how condensed the map is. So it might be that CSO is trying to avoid that matchup altogether. All right, we're going to hit the speed up for the other game. What's the scout rotation looking like? GUA is doing exactly what I would expect an Abbasid player to do. Only he's doing exactly what I'd expect me to do when scouting, and that's find no sheep. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? He ran exactly where CSO's already been. CSO does see him now. He is behind him, so he's kind of shadowing, but the thing is that GUA only just got a glimpse of him. So now CSO can cut across and go to the left side and find any remaining sheep. I don't think there's going to be many here. Like, somehow he's already got a decent amount of them. So backside is going to be the recovery arc. GUA is going to find 3 back here. That's going to bring him up to a balanced count. It's not as important that he gets the sheep, but it's very important that his opponent doesn't. CSO is playing Chinese. This is a Civ that munches through sheep quicker than I munch through sheep on a Saturday night when I fancy a kebab. So critical that you're just taking this ingredient away, because especially when you want to go military wing, the goal is to force CSO to come out onto these berries and these deer. You want to make him uncomfortable. And if he has 12 plus sheep at home, he's going to be as cozy as can be. You think devs just tested the Biz longbow rush and decided 450 is too strong? Well, it's interesting you say that, Johnson, considering that they haven't changed the longbow cost on Byzantine longbows since they introduced the no-cost contract. So if that was the logic, and you already knew that the longbows being 450 was OP, how are the longbows not OP now when you consider that you don't spend 100 olive oil on the contract? Right? So actually, the Lombos went from costing 600 olive oil to costing 500 in that situation, right? So yeah, I don't completely buy it. For those like need context, before we got into this game, we were talking about like the Byzantines' timings being kind of crazy and javelins and the reason why they're the best. We're not going to see them in this series though, because as I said, no one picked Byzantines, right? Like, actually, the interesting part about this series, guys, is no one picked Byzantines, but no one banned it either. A little bit surprised by that. I don't think GUA's been playing too much Biz. I feel like CSO should be familiar with it though. It's quite funny, actually, because while GUA hasn't been playing a lot of Byzantines, I still remember his bro Soldier trying to innovate the Byzantines with the fast castle cataphract system of the first heal. Okay, I'm not... No, I need to stop bringing that up. I feel like I'm just being mean to Soldier at this point. CSO, going for the Barbican drop. Is going to be used to secure the berries. Not a big fan of this. Yeah, that's much better. Go on the stone. Secure the rotation around the back of your base. And then after that, you can push out onto the deer or onto the berries. Like, yeah, that was a very weird Barbican to begin with. I wouldn't have minded it if it was here to secure double berry. But this way, you at least get the stone, you at least get 2TC. 2TC makes a lot of sense. This is usually how you're meant to play this matchup. You know that the Abbasid player is going to be doing the same. He has to. So you just mirror the 2TC build. But because you're Song Dynasty, you get more villagers. The trade-off, however, is the Abbasids get more resources to put towards a tech up quicker because of fresh foodstuffs. So the winning condition for GUA is to get swiftly into Castle Age ahead of the Chinese. And then it's about your opening comp. In this matchup, I would expect him to be going Lancers to punish the Chinese. So for CSO, it's really important that he walls himself in. He's got a great spawn for that, by the way. He can easily wall here, and then between the tree lines to save himself in the corner. And that corner has a lot. He's got the berries, the deer, and the gold. Love this from GUA, though. Spreading out the deer to minimize the value. Unfortunately, in that spread out, he did push a lot of the deer towards the berries, which just gives more value to a mill here. All right, what do you think, guys? Ones if you like the Abbasids, twos if you prefer the Chinese. I'm wondering, what is the win rate of this matchup right now in ladder play? I don't really like referring to ladder play too often, because I've said this before. Ladder play is disingenuous of how tournament play works. But to me, I feel like the Chinese is a little bit better here. The fast castle might be the difference, though. So most recent patch, Chinese versus Abbasids, it's a 50-50 matchup. If we go to the previous patch, when, of course, Abbasids was notably weaker, the Abbasids versus Chinese, 53% for Abba. But, like, on both patches, about 15 games played. This is interesting, actually, because China is borderline S-tiering and competitive, but even on ladder, I feel like not many people are picking it right now because they kind of know what they want to do. It's almost reminiscent of the Delhi logic where you already know how to use the Civ. It hasn't fundamentally changed. It has got stronger, but the build is more or less the same. Nice interception there. Wall doesn't go up, so well played by GUA to stop that. But now, outside this cheeky shenanigan with the double arch, double spearman, this is going to turn into a macro game, which is why you're going to see me do this with the speed button. I don't expect any extra military units to get added in. He might, like, CSO might consider adding a stables and 2 horsemen. Actually, it has to be 4 horsemen, right? Maybe just an archery range instead. Just go 3 archers and you clear up these guys, and then you're free to do whatever you want. TC is going to be able to garrison. Archer goes down. That was a missed micro by GUA. He knew about this TC, right? Or at least he should have done. So I'm a little bit surprised he dove in there. Really like this placement on the TC, by the way. Usually it's over here. It's nowhere near a resource. This is at least near the wood. And then you pop the lumber camp in the way to make sure you're never dropping off at the town center. So it's a really cool little optimization detail. And here's the culture wing now in the way. So the reason why you go culture wing over eco wing is culture wing is really efficient at this stage in the game because you're not getting many techs. Look at the count. There's no lumberjack upgrades. There's no mining camp upgrades. No boot camp. Nothing has been taken, really, outside of the wheelbarrow and level 1 ecotech. So going for culture wing here gets you a lot of value off of preservation and knowledge. If you were going for, say, a 20-minute feudal age, I would hate this build. Because 20 minutes in feudal age, Fertile Crescent makes a lot more sense. Because you're reaching a point where you need a farm transition. And if you're 20 minutes into a game, you would already have all these upgrades, including blacksmiths. But it's not just the eco, it's the fact that he hasn't got a single blacksmith deck. That is why you've been seeing players go culture wing. It's not just GA doing this. Wham and Poppy Paw also do it a lot as well. So what I'm saying is it's an NA brain thing. But you know what? NA brain won the most recent tournament. So NA knows things that clearly us Europeans don't. I say us Europeans, of course, you know, I'm British. We don't count anymore. I did just facepalm in real life. Astronomical Clock Tower now on the way. Chinese is just so quick to catch up on the timing. Is anxiety not Swedish? No, anxiety is from America. What? Wait, what made you think he was Swedish? This has got me very curious now, Dansken. I'm waiting for the joke to come in. You know why, yeah, I don't understand the Swedish for. I could understand why you would think that he was French, because he likes his cheese. Nah, I'm kidding. You know what would have been understandable? Is if you thought he was from the Middle East, because he likes his RAM adapt. Oh, okay, now I'm going to stop. I'm not going to complete that joke. We're moving on really quickly. He's got camel archers on the way, which is an intriguing detail here, actually. Not a bad idea, actually, against Palace Guard, because you can sort of kite them. It is somewhat difficult because of the movement speed when they charge, but they're not instantly going to kill you. And if this was Chuganu, I would hate G-Way's build, but I actually really like this. Camel Archers are both going to be reasonable at dealing with Palace Guard, but also a good raiding unit to hit the eco. You need to hit the eco, remember. This is Song Dynasty, so you're already behind, and you know it. Boot camp on the way. Crossbow follow-up with the spears. Just kind of ticking all the boxes. The one thing that does scare me a little, actually, is G-Way. If he's going full static comp, he doesn't have anything to deal with Nesta Bees. He can build Springles in the field, but you need a lot of them quickly, because the Nesta Bees take extra shots to kill. What is this greed from CSO? I can't believe he went Monk straight away. That's wild. What? Like, bro, you're in a Castle Age rush race. You do not open immediately with Monks. Wait, where'd that Monk? He's become one with nature. Literally, he just evolved into a tree. I always love how clowny death animations look when you're on top of certain resources. Same with water, right? Like, unit dies, immediately just drowns. On the backside, are at least going to be cleared up here. So a little bit annoying for CSO. Does idle them out a bit. The issue now for GOA is he needs to find a way of breaking through the walls and getting in deeper. Because like wrapping around left side is really bad. It's such a long rotation that you're going to basically run by Nesta Bees and die. He needs to be going on the east side. The east side is a lot safer here because you can go wider. Whereas CSO with his choke points, he can just walk out here, shoot Nesta Bees shots here, and you can't dive him. But if you come right side, he has to walk all the way out of his base to do that. Anyway, should just be running straight for that pop eco. Actually, perfect timing. CSO. Okay, I'm curious. We got some Chinese players in the chat. What do you think of triple granary drop straight away? I'm not a big fan of it. Because like you're investing 450 wood to still get no value out of it, versus adding the farms in. Like think of it this way, right? You could add 1 granary, and then instead get 4 farms, and you're immediately getting value out of it. And then you add in another granary, and then you get more farms, and then add in. Like I like it layered that way. This is easier if you're feeling a bit more lazy about it, but it definitely feels less efficient. I don't think you even add 2 and get the third layer. I think you just add 1. Add 1, surround it on 3 sides, add 2. Then surround it on 2 sides, add 3. He might be flaying wood, but okay, if he's flaying wood, that just makes the fair point of just go for the farms, right? Just, it seems a little bit suboptimal. He should be safe though. It looks like GWA has actually shirked away from full sending it. And Give You Anxiety. Now, this is a bit worrisome because he didn't go for ecoing. I'm not a big fan of Give You Anxiety backing up like this. If you're going to play Culture Wing, you're on the timer in this matchup. He just forfeited the pressure and instead reacted to free Palace Guard getting in his base, right? He's still got troops out here, but this is like a small patrol group. These are the guys you leave on the borders and say, if the Silence come back, we're probably screwed. And yes, I am suggesting that Chinese pickers are bots. Cracky's been lying to you. He's actually just a chat GPT bot that's been running for 3 years. And boy, has he learned a lot along the way. Mangonel just thrown away for free. Not a good sign. I just don't get it from GUA. What was his mentality in this game? That he saw Palace Guard, he couldn't hold them in, and he was paranoid to get raided? Kind of makes sense, but like, these are Palace Guard before you on. You're not at a stage where the Palace Guard just GG you from raiding. And the damage you could have done was substantial in comparison. Yeah, I'm a little bit flummoxed. I think Give You Anxiety didn't appreciate how strong he was right now. The crazy part is he could see the berry gathering, the deer gathering. He knew the farms weren't up yet, right? So he should have understood his time was basically 2 minutes ago. Now it's too late. You've let up off the pressure. You're walling yourself in fully. You're basically hunkering down for the late game. If this was your intent, Eco Wing would have been better. You're adding in so many farms right now with 0 discount. I just simply don't get it. I would understand another Civ backing up when they saw Nesta Bees, but once again, this is a Civ that can build siege in the field. So why do you care if you see Nesta Bees? Just build Springles, beat him. Obviously, you need the economy behind that, but I think from that perspective, Give You Anxiety was fine as well. That's going to be the slow man's dive. That's not going to do much. On the other side, Palace Guard are going to do a hell of a lot more here. Good raid coming in from CSO. And all of a sudden, Give You Anxiety, he waited all this time to walk out with the crossbows. Now he has to walk back again. Give You Anxiety, buddy. The problem as well is now that all the granaries are up, the amount of Palace Guard that's going to be coming, you need stone walls. You actually do need stone walls now. And you see the sad reality of this matchup now. When the map goes wide, it feels so easy for the Chinese. I do favor Abbasids on thinner maps. Right, like I think maybe, I don't want to say something like Cliffside because I think Barbican buys a lot of time. But you know, if you had your kind of examples of something like Altai, it's kind of a cool idea, is just win the siege, push in, because then Nesta Bees is a solo player that CSO would have had. But on a map like Dry Arabia, where you've got full breadth like this, Palace Guard or MVP. I'm going to hit the 2 times. I think GUA is just kind of going to go kiss chasing for a while here. And there's an increasing worry that I have that CSO might just go for Imp. Right? Just drop a Great Wall Gatehouse on your farms and GG the game. Going for attempt coming in. Long walls are not going to be able to go up quickly here. It's just one villager working on it. But it's wave after wave of Palace Guard. Nesta Bee's up to 3 now, and GUA doesn't have a single siege weapon to his name. I feel like GUA is just dying the slow way at this stage. The Palace Guard raid at least got cleared up, but yeah, CSO's going in. Yeah, these are the type of games that you kind of roll your eyes at, because it's like typical China, right? And GUA had to realize that it was heading this way, but you know, as the Abbasids, we've always mentioned before this idea that Abbasids don't like the idea of forced timings where they have to move a lot quicker. The interesting thing about the Chinese with this transition is they're doing that to you. They greeted, sure, but now their Imperial Age comes in so quickly, you can't mirror it. You're going to be 2 minutes behind. And there's no doubting that, right? And the other crazy thing about the Chinese is supervision, they unlock their tech up so quickly. In that they get Imperial Age, and then just 30 seconds in, they can have all their upgrades. And some of those upgrades are big, folks. Battle Hardened especially is kind of disgusting. 30 extra health. I mean, for a unit that has 155 health, add in the elite stats as well, you're basically increasing your health by 50%-ish. And then don't talk to me about the army tactics. Good lord. Spirit right on the way. Kind of even worse, right, is that he wasn't forced to use the Great Wall Gatehouse to defend. Spirals are at least here now, so GUA should be able to push this away. But the problem now is you are macroing into an imp stage where if you drag it late enough, Eco Wing can be good. The problem I'm seeing is with the map control being forfeited that keeps going up like this. I don't know if Give You Anxiety has enough gold to get to late imp. I think I was saying this recently to one of the players. I feel like you could actually remove ancient techniques and Chinese late game would still be absurd. This just feels extra silly. Like, because you're going to transition Yuan Dynasty, right? Which means you're going to get a 12% increase in gathering for everyone. Which is better than improved processing for the Abbasids. That, I shake my head every time. It's so insane when you just think about it for a second how good Ancient Techniques is. Like, Ancient Techniques in a standard Chinese game is already as good as improved processing. And it costs less. The army tactics now on the way. Elite status for the Pass Guard is coming in. Looks like it has not been supervised here. The castle has not been discovered on the west side. There's going to be a dive towards the farmlands, but the problem is it's only a small group of spears and crossbows. The Pass Guard will be able to clean this up. Oh, wait, what? I'm not crazy about the idea of Camel Archer Imp. Pandara asking, is it better improved processing increases the resources dropped off? Fair point. And it would be a very fair point in games where the Civ on the other side didn't have good infinite generation of multiple resources. You're correct. The extra drop-off is pretty cool. That's why I've highlighted things like the Chinese are kind of absurd. Because here's the thing. If you want to make that argument, you're getting 8% more drop-off, and as the Chinese, you already have 20% more drop-off with supervision. This allows you to gather quicker to still get that 20% more, right? But then on the other resources like food, it matters that this ancient techniques, which is a higher percentage, right? Because food's never running out. This is permanent. So like from a farming perspective, agriculture can at least make you compete there with the Abbasids, but I feel like you don't get as big of an advantage as you should do because of how good ancient techniques is. Yeah, like me, I like that you brought that up though. It's a really cool detail to think about. But when you realize that it's 8% versus 20%, and that 20% came in literally in Dark Age, it's kind of crazy how the Chinese eco can make so many different Civs perks look trivial. And this fight looks trivial. Good God. What a massacre. Yuan Dynasty is in. And this is why I didn't even like that he was considering Camel Archers, because Camel Archers will never be able to run away from this. They'll just die. The Pass Guard moves so quickly when they attack. This game's over. I don't really see a way in which Yuri is going to be able to hold, because the issue is he's coming out of his base now for resources. On top of that, he doesn't have stone walls, and we've reached Zerg point. 40 plus Palace Guard. That number is not going to slow down. Bombards are also coming just to make it safe. And the Nestomies are completely uncounted. Like, he actually doesn't have spring walls anymore. I mean, how could you defend them, right? Palace Guard will just run in and kill them. Yeah, brutal game. GUA, this one to me was indecisiveness. I think there was a point in the game where he looked really scary. Before that farm transition completed was his moment to go. That is the weakest point in the Chinese game, but he was unable to find it. Our farming is better, even if Chinese Yuan Ancient Technique Supervision Granary. Yes, you've got the Golden Age. You aren't wrong on that, but my point is the eco lead isn't as big as I feel like it should be on the food surge in this matchup. Sorry, Chinese players. That's just my hot take. Especially when China has so many other perky elements in the late game. Right, best hand cannoneers in the game. Best men-at-arms for raiding. Best siege outside of what, Otto's and maybe Rus. There's a lot of things that they just get the best of, in my opinion, for late. And they've got the best of GUA here. GG gets called. Game 1 will be going to Team Elephant CSO. But rumor has it, this one might be quite the series, so stay tuned. I don't know why you guys are trying to defend this, all right? Just let me get Chinese nerfed. It's really important to me that the Civ gets kneecapped. Okay, so let's have a look. Let me get game number 2 up. Why can't you guys just let me get China nerfed? Wait. Let me do a check. One's if you're a Chinese main. Be honest, this is a safe spot. Ignore what I just said about I'm trying to get you nerfed. This is a safe place. Boy? Wait, boy, you're not a Chinese main. Didn't you usually pick English from the free-for-alls? No, you picked French, right? You picked French. I think. You were before Juji. Oof. You main nothing? Okay, that's fair. Yeah, but boy, you saw the ways. That's what's important. You were a Chinese main. There we go. So, let me see. So, we had Dry Arabia. Game 2, Gorge. Jean versus English. So, I used to think that this was a really... actually, statistically, this is a very Jean-favored matchup. But the new English build's kind of spicy. The King changes the dynamics a lot in this game. I think you can go 2TC English pretty comfortably to get a lead. Why does everyone want Nurse just buff everything? Go the Dota route? Oh, you want power creep? Yeah. I'm all for power creep. I think units don't kill each other quick enough. You know what? I think men at arms, let's be totally real here. We British people liked our broadswords. We liked our bigger swords. So why do we only hit for 12 damage? We should hit for 16 damage. And Palace Guard, have you seen the way those Palace Guards swing those sticks? Those sticks are light. They shouldn't hit that hard. They should be -2 damage, but double attack speed. And Onabagisha, their blades should be double-ended. So they should have like a double-ended glaive. So they need to have their attack speed increase from 0.9 to 0.45. Thank you for coming to KP's Balanced TED Talks. You can blame me when the game moves too fast and all your PCs melt. Magadai should have 2 more range and jump wall. Yep, there we go. Like, actually, legit, why isn't there a unit that can jump walls? I'm kind of surprised. Well, I guess it's Shinobi, but like, just pony pounce. We need pony pounce. You know what we need? We need the is it demigriffs from Warhammer? The ones that like full on like bunny hop into battle. Yeah, I will not rest until we get demigriffs from Warhammer Fantasy in Age of Empires 4. Sorry, guys. I'm changing the meta. All right, let's see if the meta has changed here, though, because we have got a matchup between English and Joan. This is a matchup that statistically, before the most recent changes of Abbey of Kings, heavily favored Joan. She was about 75% to 80% win rate on the ladder at the highest end of play. I actually think things have changed, and already, for this reason, is what? What on earth? We've got a Dark Age Men-at-Arms racks opening. Double Men-at-Arms onto the front side. That means that CSO has quite the pickle. Doesn't have the goal to go into Knight straight away. And I'm expecting Gio's follow-up here to be a play into Abbey of Kings. The reason why I think that this matchup has changed and English might now be favored is the Abbey of Kings detail. Joan's biggest weakness is civs that get access to heavy cav, because heavy cav can snipe both forms of Joan. The King may be a weaker knight, but he's still a knight all the same. The difference is, on top of that, Joan sucks against civs that can heal. Any civ that has the ability to top off their health, it means you're never getting XP from prolonged fights again and again and again. And English, with this new Abbey of Kings build, is king amongst them. I think I wouldn't be surprised if GUA plays stables into mass Horsemen of King. It's a really strong comp here. You could even consider just going second TC and scaling ahead of Joan. I'm going to hit on the 2 times here because it should just be tech ups coming through. Looking at the scout rotations, it's going to be 11 Hall versus an 8. So that's at least a good side for CSO. He did get a lot of the sheep here. Very important for his Civ. But wait, what? But why? Thought process for GOA here is probably the fact that his opponent can't get gold now. So if he builds the king, his opponent can build spears and counter him, right? And still go for knights. But if instead he goes lombos, he can just try to end this game quick. I feel like he's forgetting that horseman is a thing. And we've seen a lot of zone pickers do this really efficiently. Because actually, of all the units that you can build at this stage in the game for consecration value, the best, most efficient unit is actually horsemen. If you keep spamming them, the horsemen, most of their cost is just raw food. So you will save more per minute producing horsemen than you will producing villagers. So just an interesting thought there is like, you know, if this is the goal now to spam lombos, I actually think CSO's comp's really strong with just going horse plus archer. Yeah, a little bit surprised by this choice. I'm wondering if maybe Jiwei hasn't been able to practice the Abbey of Kings build that much. It's very different than how it used to be now that the king is free. Artesian says, new civs are cool, but I hope to see a major patch to fix pathfinding. That would bring the game to a new level. I mean, pathfinding is definitely a problem right now, but I think like they've already been making big strides. Things like the garrisoning behavior is a huge difference now. You know, they have improved quite a lot of things. Pathfinding definitely is an issue. Dude, I come from Dota 2. The amount of times I've ranted about pathfinding there, for sure, like, you know, I feel you. I think I said the other day, why is it every game I cast has terrible pathfinding? Like, not just a game in AoE4, but every, like, esports game I cast has terrible pathfinding. Hopefully, that does get fixed. I think, you know, the bigger thing for me is I'm hoping that we get a kind of a repolish on older civs in particular. Because I think, you know, I love that we got these new civs coming in. I love that we got these variant civs. But something I did warn is, like, this idea of power creep usually leaves older things behind. And I think, you know, we were seeing this with the English, and it's why it was cool that they'd done this Abbey of Kings buff. That's given them diverse options, because this Civ was basically dead when you look at their performance in Elite Classic 2. Their win rate was 30%. They were by far the worst performing Civ in the entire tournament. More Lombos getting added in now to deal with Multimate's sarcasm on the matter. This is not bad, actually, considering that for some reason CSO went range zone. Well, I'd say some reason. It kind of makes sense. Like, this has usually been the approach for zone pickers against English counter call. The logic is that if you have range form, she'll be able to attack. If you have women at arms, she'll die before she reaches them. So it actually does make sense. And also, this is an easier way to just snipe kills as the fights go on. This, by the way, is another reason why I really think Abbey of Kings and 2 archery ranges would have been better. Because now, like, any damage done to these units is permanent, right? So anytime you lose these, it's a lot of XP actually for Zhone. Compared to killing normal archers, she gets more from this. Same with the men at arms. If you had gone for an Abbey of Kings and you were defending like this, Zhone can't do anything to you. Looks like we actually have got a move on a stone. So second TC is going to be coming in slowly for CSO. I really like Pink's position in this. Giving Anxiety needs to read what's happening and get out of the base, but the problem is his scout isn't looking for that info. Because the double horseman, he can't now go scout, because if he does, he gets killed, right? And if you lose your scout as the English, you have to build out the TC. So then you're just behind on villages. It's a pretty sucky position right now for Giving Anxiety. He should realize it's 2 TC when he doesn't see more archers showing up here, though. So there might be an opportunity now for him to push out. French should get tweaked without tweaking Zhone. Quite possibly. I've said before, like, I think the idea of Zhone and the way that they've designed her, without changing much about core French compared, the logic was, you know, a few tweaks here to make sure that French still got picked. I feel like the balance point of Zhone was to allow them to focus on figuring out how to balance a hero unit before they make the Civ more unique from the original. I hope they are eventually going to do that, by the way. I'd love to see things like Chamber of Commerce or School of Cavalry doing something different. Like, imagine, so one big thing I thought they would have done with the Zhone faction, I thought that originally they were going to make it so that you couldn't get French knights in feudal age. I thought instead they would have done something like the Zhone's companions, so that you could have normal horsemen or these slightly more expensive horsemen that were better against range units. That would have been a very interesting balance dynamic. And I wouldn't be surprised if they eventually still go back to that. But because Zhone is still a very controversial element of AoE4, something that players aren't familiar with, they need to get the balance formula right with her first. So second TC now coming up. Nice one as well on the ball, the berries as well as the gold, deer nearby. This is a jackpot town center, and it's off to the side. These are the type of TCs that English players hate because their Lombos aren't good at playing flank. They want to head straight for your base. So when you go out on the flank like this, there's a little tip against English players. It's very easy to beat English on eco games by playing wide. They don't want to go wide. It's not like when you play French and they're happy to raid flanks. This is a Civ that's very immobile. I actually think French isn't that bad, guys. Like, I'm no cap. If you're playing Zhone and you're just doing this 2TC playstyle, like, what is the advantage of Zhone doing this over French doing this, right? French just do this playstyle better. A lot of Zhone pickers at the moment are playing a lot of 2TC. 2TC is more optimal for French. Faye letting us know she can't be asked to micro. I just like playing French more than Joan. Like, I don't want to have to worry about this one unit. I just want to have all these villagers. I don't care if they die. Pick French, guys. Giving Zai pretty scary army right now, right? Archer count up to 21, 10 spearmen here. I think CSO needs to start just flocking horsemen. It feels bad to do if you can have knights instead, but it's the mass that I think is the issue here. The difference in production time and costs is a mile in length here. This is what I was talking about the efficiency. As the overall cost savings, you're closer to that true 25% from consecration with horsemen than you are with knights. With knights, it's more like a 12.5% savings. With horsemen, it's more like a 20% discount on the overall cost. Is there a point in Joan instead of French if you don't go hyper-aggressive with her? No, that's my point. Well, actually, I think hyper-late game. So the place where Joan actually feels a little bit better than the French is actually in Imperial Plus because of the attack speed aura. That attack speed aura is insane with Mass Arbitrier. Actually, like, everyone focuses on Joan in Feudal Age. I legit think she's better in Imp. Because in Imp, you consecrate all your archery ranges, and Guildhall can just make you last an hour. We literally watched this in the Poppy Paw versus Anatan game, right? The deciding game, where it went an hour plus, and just somehow, with practically no gold access, Joan kept on fighting. Because A, Arbitraire are insane, and B, the consecration buff, plus the attack speed buff, makes it an insanely efficient and maintainable comp for that Civ. Night Raid coming in. It's not really doing much, though. G-Way, at this stage, you just take down the TC, right? He's moving in. 11 Spearman isn't great. I feel like you need a ram behind this. It's going to be a dive towards the villages instead. Doesn't give a damn about it. Lombo's in line formation. I mean, he could actually just snipe out 10 plus here. Not a fight his opponent wants to have a part of. Love this. Leaves the spears behind to deal with the TC. It's going to bait the knights in range. Joan immediately gets sniped down. And that means no level 3 in a rush. Not that it matters, guys. When you go for range form Joan, you can't win by getting level 3 in Feudal. She sucks. That's the one point where Women at Arms feels better. You need castle on castle, and I don't think CSO is going to be allowed to have that. G-Way, what a time with this attack. Lombo stand their ground. The Knights are at least now going to arrive at the tail end. There's a few spearmen left over, though, and that means the last of his heavy cav are going to be going down. The town center is at least going to survive, but the problem I now have is most of CSO's food is here. He's got practically nothing at home. He's got, what, Berry Patch, and that is it. I think what we have here is a game 3 on the way. I'm trying to think, how does CSO solve for this now? He's still got the eco lead, but you're just trying to build Archer Mass into Lombo Mass. That's never a winning strategy, right? Because at this stage in the game, you can't be cost efficient. These Archer ranges, oh god, he's even started consecrating them. Guys, he's saving 8 food from consecration here. That is the sole worst usage of a consecration you can have in a game. There is no worse feeling than having to consecrate an archery range. At least in Feudal Age. It feels great in Castle. Lombos are going to snipe down most of the villagers running away, and all of a sudden, CSO, after all that investment to get 2 TC, he's only 5 villagers ahead. Great plays, actually, by giving anxiety. I was a little bit worried this is going to turn into a 2-0 with the way he played game number 1, but you're seeing a very different breed of GUA here. He knows his English inside out, and he knows it's his time to attack. He's not letting up. Lombo Mass now moving towards the main base. Food sources are becoming an issue quickly for CSO. GUA with the army this big. They're just going to start diving in. Villagers getting sniped down, so all of a sudden, CSO's entire eco lead has disappeared. And yes, you are correct, Faye. But like, I want to give a lot of credit to GUA, because for that point of sometimes it just sucks when all your food is in one location. Let's keep in mind that Give You Anxiety is playing in a mobile civ, and yet he done this. Right? In fairness, CSO kind of opened the door to this opportunity with the choice to go into that second TC. Right? And it was very predictable when you saw his archer count. So, you know, I think credit to Give You Anxiety. for identifying that and for also making the uncomfortable choice. Because there are plenty of English players, I imagine I got some in my chat, that will tell you they never feel good about having to run around the sides of an enemy base. You always want to just camp on the front. So what CSO's out now? Well, he's going for a farm transition, which already makes me want to vomit. I think he actually needs castle. There's no play now in Feudal Age. The problem is, if you now go towards castle, GUA's got 3 farm clusters already. He'll get there first. And then, you know, Castle Age, this matchup, if CSO is going to make some sort of crafty Royal Institute play, maybe. But the problem is, Royal Institute feels terrible if you haven't got like 20 knights here. GUA, I don't think he has any intent to go castle, does he? Dude, he has 2 gold and nobody on gold at all. He's just going to send it. No Rams even? That doesn't sound like the GUA I know. No siege engineering at all. So CSO possibly gets back into this through raiding. Because right now, the problem for GUA is if the map spreads wide, he can get sniped. But that's a risky play, because if CSO forces GUA to play wide, look at what CSO's doing. Jesus. This is what I mean about English, though, right? They don't play flanks at all. So CSO is making the right move, using the map against him. Like, if you had a heat signature for where GUA's been, it's here, right? And then a tiny little trek out here. He doesn't want to play flanks at all. So this is the correct read by CSO. Unfortunately, I think the follow-up play of raiding has just drawn attention where he doesn't want it. Archer mass at least grown for CSO. So he does have the lead there. But GUA, at this point, I think it's just going to be castle. Oh my god. Well, that is an immediate castle transition coming in. Finds the pocket ecos as well, shuts them down. Villagers have nowhere to run here. There's just way too many spears. All of a sudden, CSO's going to lose, what, 15 villages? Jesus. And be an age behind. And in fact, CSO, wait, is he going back for another TC? This just doesn't work. You know, it's sad as well, because if CSO had managed to drag GUA out on this age a little bit longer, I think he was bulking archers to a point that he can win a fight. But this is not going to be the case now. Because not only is it going to be a tech up, it's not going to be a slow upgrade on those longbows. Remember, this is counter hall, which means you get the veterancy in only 30 seconds. CSO losing more eco still. All of a sudden, it's a 10 villager lead. It's at least going to be a bite back, some eco kills off here, and some idle farms. But at the end of the day, only needs to get gold here, right? He's got enough food to go for the longbow upgrade. He just needs to finish off with gold. Cool game, though. You know, I think Faye hit it right. That usually the issue comes when it turns into a macro game for GUA. He struggles to find the end. Very aggressive player, very successful in that playstyle. I think he's done enough here for that playstyle to win out. More villagers dead. 13 villager lead now. And CSO still flowing 1,000 wood. It's hard to not call this a miss macro at this stage. So final game will be, was it Delhi versus Ottomans? All right, I actually think like GUA should have this in the bag then. That was on Cliffside, right? I think it's Cliffside. I feel like any map. Sorry, no, it's Coastal Cliffs. Yeah, dude, Delhi should win that really easily. Holy crap. GUA, I mean, this would be a big upset, I think. CSO has been looking a lot better in tournaments recently. You'd remove all the French eco bonuses since she has Consecration. Consecration scales really freaking slowly, though. Like, if you do that, you're going to have to buff Consecration so that it gives all the discounts straight away. If you want if you want no eco benefits, right? So no cheaper eco upgrades or whatever, then the fair balance is that Consecration already should be giving 25% discount on gold. That's going to be kind of busted in my opinion. But like, I don't think you can just take the eco away. I actually don't think Joan is that impossible to beat. We've been watching players play long feudal and beat Joan. I think that says everything it needs to. The problem that usually most players have when they face Yone is they've got one finger in the greed pie and one finger in the attack. And then they go on like Reddit and they rant about how impossible it is to beat Yone because they decided to like try and attack Yone while building a TC at home. That's why you fail. Like when you choose to do one thing, you're going to have a lot more success than when you split. So interesting point coming out that it's not that you think that Yone is OP. My mate's saying it's the similarity to French. Yeah, but like taking the eco upgrades away doesn't change the similarity. It's still the same civ, right? The big difference between them right now is the TC escalation with the villages. So you need to find someone else to make them unique. I think my idea of like taking French Knights away and giving her the Yone's companions is a much better idea. I would love to see actually Yone just having her champions instead of men-at-arms and then the companions instead of like knights. That would be intriguing to me. That's a cool different flavor, right? Then Yone plays very different to French. Her timings, her matchups, very different. Setup complete, but I think that may have just cost CSO the game. Villagers now being sniped out. Oh my god, he's getting so many of them as well. Arbitrary is not the answer to this either. He needs to solve for the men-at-arms, but before that, he needs to solve for the mass lombos. Yeah, this is looking impossible now. CSO, he's trying to get a mango out. Consecration can be nice for that. The problem is the spears are already here and waiting. Divine Restoration is going to be pumped just before Yone goes down. Archer upgrade is not even in yet. And by the time it's here, it's going to be too much damage done. Level 3 Yone has arrived. Just in time to die again. What a play. GUA, sick read on this game. Sick stranglehold to ensure that Yone cannot get the dub. Times are changing, folks. Yone looked powerful in this matchup just a few weeks ago, but from what I've been watching recently, English have got her number. BC's vid was like, don't fight her in feudal, but that's so lame. Yeah, but like so the reason why he said don't fight her in feudal though, Worship, is because for low-level players, that is I'm going to be honest, for low-level players, that is the simple solution, right? Because you do need to, like, you have to out-micro, right? It's much easier to not. But also, I'd argue, how long ago was that video? Probably 2 months ago, right? I think there are more civs that can fight in feudal with less micro intensity required. But like 100% sure. Like, you know, I think the problem that people have with Yone, where these comments come out, like Yone OP, Yone unreasonable, blah, 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 whatever, is that you are mad that you're facing off against something you are completely unfamiliar with, right? It is a completely different way of playing the game, a completely different mechanic. It is the most unique new mechanic they added, if you think about it, right? There's nothing truly like Yone. The XP as a resource to consider in the game is completely new. That's the problem. People need time to get used to this. A year from now, I don't think people are going to be ranting about Yone being OP anymore. There'll be an aftermath effect, same as there was with French. After French got nerfed to the ground, people still like French OP, and they just weren't. Actually, I don't think Delhi is an answer to Yone. It might be at lower level play, but I think Delhi can like beat, if you get a good build order as Delhi, you can basically beat everyone and get up to diamond. At high level play, Delhi get hard counted by Yone. Because you feed way too much XP per unit killed. So, let me get the final game going here. Because, yeah, like the other thing around the companions are a really cool idea, but they are so unscalable. The only time you saw companions was before they nerfed the Guildhall Stone Gathering so that you could build keeps. Now people don't really build keeps very often as Yone. So you never see companions outside the one she spawns. And same with companions or champions, right? It sucks. I'd love to see... I think they tried to focus too much on Age of Mythology's Myrmidon idea, those type of keep elite units, without realizing how obtuse and pointless keeps usually feel for Yone, especially after the nerfs. So, like, yeah, I would legitimately love to see them just change some units in the racks and the stables to give Yone's unique units... Let have both of them. Companions and champions. They're different, right? Just make them more expensive. You already made them more expensive when they come out of keeps, right? So that kind of balances itself. Okay, so game 3. Gonna be Cliffside. Almonds versus Delhi. This should be a win for Delhi. Sure, Faye. But like certain things are always going to feel OP. So then that becomes an argument of what part of the community you balance around, right? And like the other argument is if you're dealing with Jean Dart pickers in your low rank games and they're stomping you, think about it this way. The people that are exploiting Jean will get elo inflated and get the crap kicked out of them anyway. And they'll be out of your games. And occasionally they'll come back, but then they'll go back into the absurd games that they have no chance winning. Jean Dark versus Malians is Jean Dark. So Jean Dark versus Malians, usually your play is going to be to go 2CC, but you need to keep an eye out for if your opponent tries to go for Sofas. Because if they go Sofas, you're going to have a hard time. So I think what you want to do is you want to try and bait the Malian player into going for Javs and Spiz. And if they do that, you're very happy with going 2TC. If they add in Sofas immediately, you need to play 1TC as Jean. Because Sofas will lose to Knights on 1TC, 1TC. But the way that good Malian players will pick you apart is they will let you go for your second TC, they'll scout it, and then they'll immediately add 2 Sofas in, and they'll chase Jean. Because either form of Jean loses to 2 Sofas. It's impossible. Webinar Arms dies, range form dies, because Sofas do 16 base damage, I think it was, and they get +2 versus infantry in Feudal Age. They melt her. The +2 alone basically just offsets all melee armor. I think the hero mechanic is a great addition to the game for folks who like to play. I think the issue is that she's annoying for everyone else on top of the annoyance of Feudal Knights. I've always hated Feudal armored units. Maybe I should just play chess. I think Worship, this is just the nature of asymmetrical games, though, that you've got to kind of accept. There's always going to be things you hate, right? Like, I'd say I'm more warranted in my hate of Chuganu than people are in their warranted hate of Jean, because Chuganu breaks most matchups at a certain scale. But it's kind of like the logic of, like, I think Beastie hit up before is, you know, people thinking Siege is OP. If you let your opponent get 20 Mangonels, you've got bigger problems in the game, right? So it's like, it's just the nature of things. And also, just fundamentally, like, these low-rank games, I think for a lot of low-rank players, they actually want hour-long slogs, and that's another thing they don't like about Joan, is Joan tries to keep you away from just getting that by default. So it's like, it's why, statistically, the most played Civ at low rank is English. French is still kind of up there, but I feel like a lot of French players do it for the TC boom as well. Like, most of the low-rank popular civs, rather, are civs that typically are played in a way, or at least traditionally were played in a way, to go multi-TC late game. That's fine. You guys can have that. It still works against other low-rank players, but the meta is shifting. And you'll see this, by the way, this will trickle down. It happened in Dota 2. Like, Dota 2, players that are basically silver level play now how diamond level players did years ago. You'll see that same thing happen with AoE 4. It happened with AoE 2, right? Like early days AoE 2 people, bronze level players, all the silly stuff they've done is gone. They follow like a kind of logical build order to a certain degree. You wouldn't believe you're looking at the same person if you watched them for 5 years apart. So there'll be a trickle down where eventually you'll see these players that just do the TC boom will start being more feudal aggressive. I'd argue we've already started to see that with bronze, silver, and golders. But it will continue to trend that way. And then, you know, if you just like eco booming, go play free for alls, right? What's up, Mom? How's it going? I'd like a new hero to scale with age instead of XP if there's a new one. Yeah. I think I had an idea before about this idea of calculating XP gained and XP lost would be an interesting mechanic, where what you could do is you could basically have it so that a fight happens, and as long as units keep dying around her, she doesn't gain XP, and the moment there's a pause, afterwards it calculates how many units you lost, how many units you killed, and then it gives you the difference. So you can never get negative XP from a fight, but if you take a bad trade, you won't get XP. That could be like, it's a complicated way. Like the reason, if you want like to balance it and you're worried about that, I don't think it's needed. Like I said, I think Joan is balanced, but if you felt like she needed to be balanced, that would be the way you do it. The reason why developers won't do that from a design perspective, it is a hellhole, because while you may be able to make it balanced, the best games in the world are ones that are easy to pick up and understand. And the moment you introduce something like that to combat, it adds a mathematical present level of complexity that players do not like to associate. right? Same logic with something like chess. It's like chess, very, very advanced game. But the rules are simple. You take turns moving, and the units have these very specific moves they can make. Like outside of casting the king, that's the rare exception. Every other move just logically makes sense. So within that, though, with all those moves that can be made, the layers of complexity are intense. They are insanely deep. Someone can spend 30 years to master every move, and they could still not have mastered every move, right? But like the idea of what we're talking about there, where you add this calculatory system on the side, it's an extra side element in the configuration present. It's not you directly saying, okay, here's the thing, build this to counter Zhone. It's you now saying, within that fight with Zhone, there's this other now subsector of the engagement that you as a player have to track. In RTSs that can always already feel overwhelming to track everything happening. It's almost like you follow a build order for the first 5 minutes of the game, and then after that, it's about game sense. Yeah, like I've said this before, actually, with the way that the community, like where the community's at now, I legit think if you actually just optimize a 10-minute build order and grind a bit, you can get conk. You can definitely get diamond. You can get borderline conk. Game sense really doesn't matter until conk plus. Because most people's game is like ironed in 10 minutes. And the thing is, if you have a build order that works, everyone else is doing these rigid build orders at diamond and below. So like, once you get into conk, once you get in, like, actually, like, even low conk, it's usually still about like the first 20 minutes of a build order execution. And I've seen some of those replays, people are really rigid. They don't diversify their strat based on what their opponent does. So yeah, you can get pretty far up the ladder. I've said already, actually, if we keep growing, like I think it said 250 or 300 average viewers is when I'll start doing a road to conk. And we'll probably do like Onabagisha only builds and show you guys that I'm not just full of crap. Sup, Myriad, my dear? How you doing, buddy? How's it going? Yeah, hopefully by then I'll have a PC sponsor as well. So I'll have a PC that can actually record while I'm playing the game. I don't know why playing instead of casting is so much more resource intensive for when I'm recording, but it is. And also I'm really fussy because I like high frame rates. So yeah. Just finished work? I'm not too bad, my dear. I'm just catching up on the last of the series. I think there's this one, and then afterwards there's Kiljadi versus Avali. And then I think that's every single series for this tournament covered. So possibly we can do some community games later. I believe we need to put a group chat together between you, me, and Voldemar at some point so we can figure out show match details in time. Maybe like Thursday or Friday, unless you have a preference of the weekend, in which case maybe you do like a Sunday or something. I'm thinking like maybe best of 7 for a $100 show match. Probably makes sense, right? Thought you weren't going to cast any more Voldemar losses. Hey. Maybe I make it interesting. I'll let you guys draft each other's civs or something. I don't know. Like, do we try and do something spicy with the show match? All right. Like either so Myriad, like days that work for me this week, Friday, because I'd love to do it live. Friday or Sunday. From your options there, because Wednesdays are like I don't typically stream on Wednesdays, and like I've definitely got to catch up on some stuff behind the scenes. So if you can make one of those two work, it's fantastic. I can't do Saturday because I'm going to be looking after my daughter all day. So both those are fine. All right, yeah. We'll hop in a group chat and figure it out, and then we can figure out format. I mean, I'm all for longer series. Longer series is more entertainment, more games. Yeah, I got a daughter. She's just over 2 years old now. Last time she was out here, she left bleeding, so I'm a great dad. I still remember how much I freaked out. She fell over, I picked her up. She had blood on her. I was like, what the hell? Where, like, what? How have you hurt yourself out here? Oh, dear, oh, dear. All right, you guys ready for it? Get your predictions in. This has to be a GA win. This has to be the rise of the NA Empire because we've got Delhi versus Ottomans. It's actually going to be on Cliffside. I thought it was Coastal Cliffs, but it's actually instead going to be Cliffside. So I was just saying to chat before this one began, at the end of the second game, this matchup now, heavily Delhi favored, especially on maps that have free sacred sites. This used to be a skill-based matchup. It was 55, 45, maybe 50-50. The reason was that the Ottomans had a really strong comp with the mobile attack speed aura. They could kind of mirror the Tower of Victory, so archer massing was good. And Sipahi versus Ghazi, if you have the same number as Sipahi, you win that. If you have similar numbers, in terms of resource investment, quite a close fight. But times have changed. Ottomans have been kneecapped. And then the kneecap wasn't enough, so the dev reloaded and shot him in the face 5 times. The nerf to the production speed was one thing. The real big kneecapper here in this matchup is the Vizier point generation. It takes way too long for Ottomans to get efficient in Feudal Age now. It means that the Delhi surge further at a point in the game where they're strong. And big shout out to Hygatron. I see you coming in with the Prime. Thank you very much. Don't forget to use those Prime gaming subs, guys, so you don't have to worry about those ads. Because we are streaming, what, 6 to 8 hours a day? Whew, that's a lot of ads. Yeah, the problem is you're not going to see a lot of ads as in additionals added to the Ottoman armies early on. In fact, like we've got Mirad in the chat. He'll happily attest to this because he's a reformed Ottoman picker. The only reason he's reformed, by the way, is because they're not OP anymore, so he stopped playing them. But before that, Myriad's top 2 civs, I'd say, were English and Ottos. Good thing for him, the English got buffed. But the Ottoman Delhi matchup, this change to the Vizier point generation, it just means you can't contest the Delhi early on because the way this works now is the meta is to go for Anatolian Hills. Great, you've got loads of food, but now you haven't got any sort of bigger escalation. Your next military school is further away. Your possibility to do imams if you're crazy isn't there. Your possibility to get the metro movement speed isn't there. And these are big issues, especially when you consider Ghazi are quicker than Sipahi. So like if you try to raid on both sides, it's much harder to find your target, especially when you add in small details like the fact that the Delhi get textiles very easily, right? They sacrifice 1 villager of production to do it. On the other side, you're not going to get textiles as Ottomans. That's 150 resources, and you're still missing out on a villager of production. Like, this is kind of crazy to me. Actually, I think if I had to highlight one thing that I think is pretty dumb with the Delhi, I think textiles needs to be nerfed. Textiles is so dumb on this civ, because if you think about what's happening here, the argument around blacksmiths is that you sacrifice, like, you have to get these scholars together, right, to get them for free. So that's the balance point. But while that holds up for blacksmiths, that checks out that paying for blacksmith techs usually gets you it faster in the early and mid game. The textiles argument is just like a brain dead obvious one. 22 seconds versus 20 seconds and 150 resources is imber as all duck. I do not understand for the life of me still to this day why Delhi have not had this nerfed. While I'm at it, let's nerf everything else out about the Delhi, because this is possibly, like at this stage, this feels like top 3 Feudal Age landmarks in the game. Tower of Victory is just so goated. I wouldn't be surprised if they nerfed it back down to 15% soon. And I mean, I think the win rates for Delhi and competitive kind of speak for itself as well. It's not to say that this civ is uncounted, right? Things like Jeanne d'Arc are destroying them right now, but most matchups, it's like a firm salute and an easy piece. Spearman from CSO. Oh, I'm not a fan of doing this with the Spearman. Here's the thing. Lots and lots of Ottoman players right now are going for the military school opener. I'm fine with it. But I think if you're going to do this military school opener, these deers should be pushed in. Look how much more food that would be and how close to his base it is. 2 Spearmen shoving this in, you get it in before the first Ghazi comes out. And all of a sudden, this whole idea of you needing to go Anatolian Hills doesn't exist. I actually think that's a really big booster, by the way. Is you can still go Anatolian Hills if you're worried that you're going to need that much food. But to be real, like, think about the balance of this. If you push the deer in, that's 2,450 food. If you get Anatolian Hills, that's 2,000 food. And you gather quicker from the deer. So to me, I think that this issue around needing Anatolian Hills on a civ that now has less Vizier points could be altered, addressed, simply by making this deer shove. And that changes this dynamic, because then all of a sudden we could be looking at a game where CSO could potentially go for, say, the meta movement speed aura and get an early attack speed buffer. Remove Sanctity for a year so Delhi has to do something new for a change. Remember when Wham and Poppy Paw used to do double TC Delhi on Highview? Damn. I long for those days. They even occasionally built elephants in those games. What's going up? That's okay. What is one of my #1 rules about Cliffside? Control the short ramp. he just beat a Delhi player to control in short ramp. That's huge. Because now GUA has to run all the way around. Whereas you can just build a gate on here eventually, and you have a short route to your base, right? So remember what I said about Ghazi being quicker? Now Sipahi get to the enemy base quicker. Another thing I do have to highlight, though, not crazy about this. I've got a few Delhi players in the chat. I think they can agree that in this matchup, you always open Ghazi. Going archery range first is rough. Yes, you are also up against Spearmen. It's free Dark Age Spearmen, right? These Almond players don't want to drop racks. They don't want to upgrade this. So I'm really surprised by GA's choice to go archery range when Ghazi is such a default winner. Yeah, like I agree, Faye. What makes it even weirder is you know your opponent's passively producing Sipahi, right? So now you're running into a counter. And it's even worse because of this short ramp. Like, it's crazy. I got into this. I was confident this was just going to be a default win for the Delhi. But this choice on the opening, the combo of CSO walling and GUA now going archers, has me doubtful about what the Delhi can do here. Especially with the timings, right? Like, he's continuing to spam archers. He's now adding in stables on a delay. The first Ghazi is going to be out at the same time as the first Sipahi. But the problem with that is, like, your Sanctity play is still a minute and 20 seconds away. CSO can easily just block these flank sacred sites, right? So your first scholar goes down, all of a sudden you're on the ropes. Because any game where you see a Delhi player lose 2 scholars before they have a sacred site, it's basically GG. At high level anyway. You know, don't get me wrong, in your casual pub games, you can probably make a recovery. But if you lose both scholars, even losing one is critical. Like, we've watched games where, for example, what was it, Byzantines versus Delhi, the Vortex Puppypaw game? He done a terrible triumph with the Byzantines, but because Puppypaw sniped the initial scholar, it completely ruined the game for the Delhi player. That's how important those first 2 scholars are. What kind of ranks are these guys in tournaments? So CSO is like a top 20 player, I think. Like top 25 maybe. GA is like a top 40, I think. Have I got the rankings open? I think I closed them. There is the ranking boards that will give you the accurate matchups, but that sounds about right to me. Top 40, top 50 for GA because he doesn't play as much at the moment. I think he'd nod and say that's fair, right? Like, he hasn't had any deep runs recently. He almost, actually, in fairness, like, you know, not every top player competed for Energy Slapfest. People like Lucifron, for example, didn't even enter, but GUA was very close to making it. He ended up making it in because Beastie and Cat pulled out the tournament last second, so the replacements were Give You Anxiety and Corvinus. So, like, rankings for getting in this tournament-wise, CSO made it through much higher, but Give You Anxiety and Corvinus was 17th, 18th in that situation. So power ranking, you probably put CSO like 13th, 14th, maybe? Maybe 12th? And then GUA is 17th, 18th. But once again, like, I want to emphasize, and this isn't just say GUA is not a good player, he's a very talented player. People like Recon didn't enter. People like Lucifron didn't enter. So, like, you have to equate these big names that were missing. They didn't even try to qualify. Sipahi Mass already up to 4. Yeah, this is tough because you're at a predictable point in the game. Sanctity just came online. You need to go for Sacred Sites. But if you mistime this at all, and these Sipahi see you, half of your strategy is dead, right? Like, if you lose just 1 scholar, you're on the ropes here. I'm getting worried. Especially by that central wall steam being up. Archers able to just counter out this initial Ghazi. Even losing 1 here feels expensive. And yes, auto free units should be calculated in the army value, right? Because he's got 1,200 resources here, and then he's got the 1,800 resources here. The problem with army value is it's a lie. You need to take this up with the devs. So Capture Age has not had any large-scale improvements in over 2 years, I think. Just don't trust army value, guys. Never, like, I've said before, I actually just want to get a sponsor so I can put their logo here, so you guys can only see this. The only things on this screen that you should trust is worker kills, relics, and sacred site. Actually, relics as long as UG is not in the game. Wall broken down is pretty good for GUA. That needed to happen. Otherwise, he doesn't have any play on this map at all. He's gone for the 1-1-1 build, and it is a true 1-1-1. Actually, no, sorry, 1-1-2. He's got racks with double production. CSO, though, at this stage, what did he do with the points? He definitely went Anatolian Hills considering the amount of sheep he still got. Outside of that, he didn't get the movement speed with the meta, I'm assuming. No. So we've got extra military school coming in soon then. Which is smart. Just ramp up your feudal play. Usually you'd be wanting to go Castle Age quickly in a game like this as autos, but I don't really see a rush for him here. Quality-wise, like his army's pretty good. The meta gives a similar effect to the archer on the other side. The Sipahi is the game breaker though. Like this is crazy right now because of the amount of Sipahi he's got. CSO is actually ahead. It's not just raw army quality and value. The thing you have to remember is that for the Delhi, they attack speed buff these guys. So give you anxiety, about 35 to 40% of his army isn't getting attack speed buffed. That's bad. Because on the other side of it, the Ottoman player has this meta that affects all unit types by 15%. Yeah, pretty worrying. I think GUA needs a lot more spearmen. I might even be okay with the idea of just not building more Ghazi. If GUA just goes spearmen archers, he could win this, but double stables suggests we're going a different way with this game. Kind of makes sense, right? His logic is that if he mirrors these Sipahi, Ghazi are quicker, so he'll eventually kill them. My problem is, in the next 2 minutes, CSO could look for a main fight. And if you've added too many Ghazi in, his army is going to be better. So pick 1 or 2 down. CSO is reacting to the army, though. And these archers have overextended. Oh my god, he's going to lose them. He needs to get the hell out of here. The spearmen aren't here. It's going to be a commitment. CSO goes in. That forces the clash. And a lot's going to be lost in the retreat. Ghazi, try to buy some time so the archer to get on the high ground. It's only a handful of spearmen here, though. And if you peel back, these archers on the low ground for the Ottomans could easily win. CSO plays it contained, though. He backs away. I'm a little bit surprised there because I genuinely think he could have pushed up there and taken the win. But remember, we have God vision. CSO does not see what's up that cliff. He didn't want to take the risk. Give you anxiety right now should be taking a deep breath and counting his lucky stripes because he could have easily died there. This game's getting scary, man. For all the nerfs that the Ottomans have had applied to them, Sipahi are still Sipahi. Right? This unit wasn't nerfed directly, it was nerfed indirectly. So when you see this many, you need to put some respect on what it is. The raw HP, the damage, the range, all these elements matter when you clump armies this big. Spy raid on the backside. What was all this talk about getting blind from looking at Eclipse? Grim, chill. Jesus. Then you're just stuck listening to my voice, and that's exactly, like, that's a death sentence, mate. Oof. Villagers 2 going down, even with the OP textiles. Oof. Ghazi mirroring this out isn't great either. If these Sipahi fight, the Ghazi lose. It's 13 versus what? 13? Yeah, exactly. So surprised CSO doesn't want this engagement, but we said this before. If he has the attack speed buff, it's even cleaner, right? Pulls him far away, though, to guarantee the spearman can't come in. And now he should be able to walk him down. So little tip, guys, if you want to get micro-intensive, what CSO could do here is he could have microed the back line to use Fortitude, and then all these Ghazi just die. Instead, he just A-clicked it. I don't like that, because I think you're giving away more kills than are necessary. However, look at the center of the map now. 47 archers. It's kind of wild to watch CSO lose so many Sipahi, but still look ahead. Jesus, this is just so many archers. All blacksmith techs as well. I love that CSO didn't fall behind that category at all. In fact, he's ahead. He got the melee techs, which meant that that fight, if it was just Ghazi and Sipahi, it's even more one-sided. Attack comes in, though. Berries are now getting idled out. Like, right now, GUA doesn't have good food access. He was forced off the deal on the north side. He's got the berries in the corner, but that is literally it. After that, he's starving. Guys, CSO's getting ready for castle. And the problem you now have as GUA is your army is unupgradable. If you now have to rush Castle Age, you're throwing this away, right? All CSO now needs to do, back up, tech up, vet, and then go. Dude, that's impressive, man. This is not a matchup that I think Ottomans have any place winning anymore. You know, if I had to highlight something, if I had to go back on something here for GOA that I would have done different, 100% it's the opening, not being Ghazi. And then after that, it's the fact that he still continued Ghazi but didn't raid. I mean, dude, the game's giving you a little tip here, right, with it being in the name. That's what Faye said. I mean, that's what high-level players will say every game. Like, I've said this before a million times. If you want to make a Delhi player struggle, you pick a civ that can force them to not build Ghazi first, right? Like, Abbasis is pretty cool against Delhi because usually what ends up happening is the Delhi player has to build into an archer range first. It ruins their opening. But this is a matchup where he doesn't have a reason to go archer range first. Like, it's 3 Dark Age spears. You don't care. Just ignore them. Nice little snipe there. 3 villagers killed. But reasonable price to pay to get an age up. GUA is now fully behind. Spy on the backside of this. Numbers are at least on his side, but barely. I actually think he's going to lose this fight. It's the melee tech difference. It's finally at least evened it up, but it just doesn't matter. The raw HP, the damage difference, it means you're getting absolutely slapped. Remember, Sipahi don't have the slower attack speed of the Ghazi, but they have the same damage. Second wave at least comes in, so it looks like it's going to be a recovery for GUA there. But now, this dive in the main base, it doesn't look good. The meta is big, nice snipe there, but now GUA, just a handful of Sipahis tanking, absorbing all that archer fire. Spinman a little bit slow to get involved again, and I think GUA is firmly on his way to a 2-1 defeat. That's a fair point from Faye. Yeah, GUA, like, I think you're right. Historically, I've seen him play a lot of, like, Rus, French, English. But you are correct. Like, Delhi would fit his playstyle really well. I actually think, you know what else would fit his playstyle really well is Japanese. Is, yes, you have to go cast stage first, but once you reach it, it's that same idea of just relentless pressure. Yeah, I think for GUA, the tough part as well is in competitive, picking up Delhi late is a big disadvantage because this is one of the most optimized civs in the game. I actually think that this civ is drastically due for an overhaul to reset the balance. Because if you don't change civs like this occasionally, it creates this very elitist approach to the scene, right? Where new players struggle to come in because these players that have 2 years of experience with Delhi will just destroy you. Because the civ is simply no different 2 years later. Actually, like 1.5 years later, right? They made the Ghazi change, and that was it. The Ghazi change that everyone thought would make them weaker and actually made them better. But yeah, there's no doubt about which is better here now. CSO, that Archer ball is way too big. GUA has no way out now. He can't go Castle Age, he can't match the Fury, he can't match the Force, so he has to give it over. Game, set, and match. A 2-1 win for CSO. Oof. There's also a new playstyle, Mass and Feudal. No, dude, it's the opening. Legit, the opening is all that mattered there. The opening lost GUA that game. That to me is a draft win if he just plays the standard comp. That's how good they are against MAA. What, Ghazi? Yeah. Like it's the mobility because you get to choose where you fight and your opponent can't. God damn, I've got so many messages to catch up on them. Just checking the amount of spam I'm getting. So, I think food is still like 20 minutes away. So we can go a little bit longer. Maybe some live games now? Let's see what we got queuing. I'm wondering how long of a stream we do today. I feel inclined to do a little bit longer of a stream because we're not going to be streaming tomorrow. But at the same time, it's like we already did a lot of streaming in the last few days. So I'm trying to balance it out in my brain. Let me check the ladder live. Let's cast a quick Voldemort, I'll win. I mean, that depends. Does he win? I don't know. Does Voldemort win? Imagine if we just like found him up against Marine Lord right now. Oh, that would be the best. Let's have a look at the live ladder, see what we've got. Let me update the title as well. I can't, dude. I feel so scammed by FedEx. My package still hasn't arrived. This is an outrage. I've got some cool new accessories coming. So, is there anyone we know us? Vortex is up against an unknown, right? Yeah, whoop-de-doo. Oh, Back Magoon is back at it. What's Voldemort doing then? Is he not in a game? He's in a game. What is this secrecy? KB fishing for a UPS DHL sponsorship. I think we're a bit small for that. Whoopsie, I just clicked something by accident. What have I just opened? Oh no, random crap. So let me check ladder games, see who's been playing the last few days. Have we was Chadlaw doing anything other than the tournament games? Well, Killjadi was actually playing just a second ago, so he might be live right now. Have a look. M-Lord. M-Lord's only been playing customs. In fact, let me check that. I can check that directly on his profile. I come back to my ugly mug so you guys don't get spoilers. I know. Thank you, thank you. No, I don't think if he warmed up, he's got another account that he warmed up on. Wonder if we get any Wall news at some point. It would be nice, wouldn't it? It would be nice to know if we're getting a LAN this year. Pepe hands. Maybe we're just never getting LANs ever again. We're LANless. One second. Ooh. Oopsie. What the hell was that? There's one LAN, but some of us aren't allowed. What? Just like, I don't know. Marry a Scandinavian. What's the problem, Faye? Easy solution. Then you're like honorary Scandinavian, right? Wait. Is Cal here? Can Dumi play in the tournament? I can't remember. Like, it's nationality based, right? Not location based. Sag. Is Dimu not an honorary Swede at this point? He's lived there how many years? That's a good question. Isn't his partner Swedish as well? There you go. You marry into the land. That's how that works. So I'm just having a look quickly. Killjadi has been up against Beastie. He's also been up against Vortex. Order of the Dented versus English. Kind of interested. HRE versus English. Very interested. We could do Killjadi versus Vortex. Although, is he queuing? Like, let me check. Is Killjadi online? I think Have I got Killjadi added? Yeah, I have. Okay. Let me just double check live ladder in case he is searching while pretending to be offline. I do prefer live games. I'm a much bigger fan of live games because just, you know, like you can't glance a detail that tells you the outcome. Right? So you haven't got subconscious bias brain. Actually, have we got enough people for community games? I doubt it. Plus, food should be soon, so that'd probably be afterwards if it's going to happen. So let's have a look here. Yeah, there's no... I think there's the Lash game versus Anavaku. That could maybe be cool. French versus ABBA. Isn't French... Like, French is pretty good here, right? The ABBA military wing opener is really freaking annoying, though. It's Rocky River as well. We haven't seen this matchup in a long time. I actually like ABBA more. Because Abbasids go military wing, and they slow your they slow your TC timing, and then you just go 2 TCs Abbasids, right? And then you just go fast castle. Actually, you don't even need fast castle, right? I think you just do spear archer, spear archer, spear archer, and you send it. Yeah, I don't know. I quite like Abbasids here. I think their timings are actually better than the French. French pro scouts OP on this map. Infinite deer. Oh no. Wait, Faye. This is why the Hippodrome Pro Scouts build didn't work. You didn't do it on Rocky River. Come on. It's obvious. I'm going to need you to do another one of those games, Faye. It's the only acceptable reaction to the situation. I think I'm like at this rate I might have I don't know. I'm trying to weigh up whether we come back after I eat or we call it a short stream and then I come back on Thursday. Just because like I know it's Monday. I've been waiting on a bunch of messages. I'm literally just checking my Discord and I've got like so many different messages coming through. So I've got a bunch of stuff to catch up on. So maybe we'll make it a little bit of a shorter stream. We'll see. And then we just come back and do our Fang on Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. Still 4 days. Actually not too bad. I like how we've consistently always been doing at least 4 days a week. It's pretty cool. Dong, dong, ding. It's catchy. There's more Elif the memes? Hell yeah. Why is Crackly giving me upset with throwing points away carelessly? Did you not see his Jiangnan Tower Rush game? Anytime he criticizes you, Faye, you bring up that Jiangnan Tower game. What I'll do is we'll cast this one. Afterwards, I'll do a quick poll to see if there's enough people for free-for-alls. If there is, maybe we'll come back and do a few of those before I round out the stream. But it's going to be conditional on there being enough people before I go. Not after I come back. Because I don't want to, like, go eat, come back after recording, be like, all right, not enough people. That's it. Bye. That feels like a dick move. I debate whether Crackety loves his points that much. I've seen what that guy does with Juji. Well, this is surprising. It's the return of the Order of the Dragon Slayer, Anavaku. I think the highest ranking Ukrainian player in the world, actually. But he's not on his Dragon Boys. He's on the French, up against Lash, repping the Germans on the Abbasids. This is a matchup we very, very rarely see anymore, actually. Ever since the introduction of all these new civs, and since French just doesn't seem to be really something that anyone's interested in playing, I feel like in the last 6 months, I've maybe cast French Abbasids once, and that was tournament play. So I had to check this out when I saw it was going to happen. On Rocky River of all maps as well, quite an interesting one. Remember, this is the map where you got the fish in the center and a lot of sheep to work with as well. Curious to see actually what kind of advantage Lash can get, because I would always favor the berry civ on this map. However, look at what happened here. Wow. Well played, Ruslan. Ruslan, he played out onto the north side. Lash was there. He immediately cut him off, and that meant that Lash had to surrender the center. That's bad. You get more sheep down the center than you get anywhere else on the map. It's typically like 6 to 8 sheep. Actually, no, it's like 10 to 12 rather. Yeah, look at this. Absolute jackpot. And I think he's still got his own side where there might be some back in this corner. So looking like a really good start to this game for yellow. Let's do a little check on rankings as well, because we know we love to do this. I really wish there was an easy way on the AoE4 World side to like check this like app-wise instead of having to go onto their profiles. But Lash, at the time of recording, he's 44th in the world right now with 1,816 elo. He's got a 60% win rate after 90 games. On the other side of this, we've got Ruslan, who is sitting a little bit lower on the rankings in 96th place currently. They've only got 6 games played, 56% win rate, 1,681 elo. What I love about Ruslan is like when you check his data, it says he mostly plays English. Clearly, this is all time. Like, actually, I'd say he mostly plays Order of the Dragon ever since they got added to the game. But of course, every player at this point should know how to play French quite well. 68 sheep, if only. Could you, dude, if there's ever a map that has 68 sheep on it, that's how I know that Adney has come back to AoE4. That guy loves sheep more than anyone else in the game. 14 versus 12 in the end, so a reasonable split. But you have to remember, the last few minutes, Ruslan has actually been gathering from sheep. Lash is not, right? He didn't even club a soul. And he's giving me the military wing on the way. No immediate move out into stone is a good sign. I think you need to address this melee wing threat first before you go for your TC play. And that means you're going to have to gather on wood and get archery range, right? Because you can't open knights. If you open a knight versus 2 spears, you'll lose that knight. So there's only one option here. And it looks like Ruslan is agreeing, considering that he has got, what, 7 people on the trees. Food is ready? Why have you done it early? Larry, let me put that poll up. How many people for FFAs after I eat? Me. Nah. 2 minutes. Get voting now. I don't know if we'll be able to see this one out, actually. I mean, French versus Abbassids is the type of game that could actually easily be over half an hour long. It's the type of game where you could easily find yourself just going into Castle Plus. Like, French can potentially end the game really quick, but that's about it. I don't really expect an Abbassid player to take this down in 20 minutes. Especially when he loves his TC so much. And we're already getting the Raxes being added in. Okay, this is even better, actually. He hasn't added the archery range at all. So, straggler trees, into stone, and I think... Has he actually got enough for the TC straight away? No, I think he's going to be just shy. Right, 400 wood. There's no way there's enough here. Oh. Maybe. Dude, Ruslan, this is going to be tight. Actually, perfectly done. So he's going to have enough from the straggler trees to get into the second TC without needing a lumber camp at all. That's really, really nice here. And I imagine we could be looking at, like, maybe free TC even. I'd love to see him just drop the town center here next to the stone, gather the wood line, and then just continue stone. It's so freaking greedy, but in an Abbasid matchup where you know they're going 2 TC, I don't see it as a bad thing. Great, now I'm hungry. She had to mention the food was ready. Do I see this game out? I am tempted to say farewell to you all. But that makes me feel really bad. Then again, we did already cast several tournament games today. And across the weekend, you guys did get 20 hours of content from me. So I think you could forgive me. Yeah, guys, you know what? I'm a call it. This 5-hour stream wasn't too bad. Sorry, we would have been on sooner, but I waited around ages for that delivery that never came. Sorry, Packer. Yeah, well, I was saying, like, if we don't have enough people... Because what I don't want to do, I don't want to put a recording up, leave, come back, and we don't have enough people for free-for-alls. I mean, unless you guys are all right with that idea of me just having a recording up. I just think it's safer to not scam you guys for, like, an hour of a game that's, like, going to be a YouTube video, for me to then come back and be like, okay, we don't have enough people. See ya! So... You are not you when you are hungry. What do you mean, dude? I'm fine. I'll just wait here for you. Yeah, I feel like it would be unfair to the majority. The only reason I'm kind of like weighing up actually, coming back is because I won't be streaming tomorrow. But I think we'll make up for that on Thursday, Friday anyway. Like either Thursday or Friday will probably be a 10-hour stream anyway. Yeah, you know how it is, guys. We come back from eating, I have alcohol in hand, and then we go for like another 4 hours. So you guys will get your bang for buck, don't worry. There'll be plenty of fun towards the tail end of the week. I need to sort some things tomorrow, and Wednesday probably a no-no. Maybe, no promises, maybe an impromptu stream tomorrow if these things I need to sort iron themselves out quick. But I'm fully aware that I've got a bunch of things like behind the scenes that I need to catch up on because we were busy all weekend. So what I'll do now is I'll find someone to raid, and I'll love you but leave you. So let's have a look and see who's online. I appreciate coming. I mean, it's the stream of life, right? You feel like you always need to be going. You have to keep on pumping. So, have we got anyone different we can raid? Oh! Hello. Mr. Eisman's on. He usually sends his groups across here. He's also playing up against Baltoon. Wait, dude, are you kidding me? Jigglypuff, BLB, Toad Jiggly, and Baltoon. Dude, what is this 4v4? All right, go cheer him on. This is an uphill battle for Eisman and his crew. They're going to need every little bit of help they can get. So I'm going to call it there. Guys, I will definitely be back Thursday. Like I said, small possibility of a stream on tomorrow. But if you don't see me live, expect Thursday, Friday. Make sure you got notifications turned on. Exclamation mark Discord as well. Join my Discord. I always announce when I go live there, whether it's on my channel or someone else's. And hopefully I'll see you all in the next stream. But for now, go have some fun with Eisman, and I'll see you.